All our troubles seems to fade away. walking on the moon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the AAA Challenger Series Super Event number 1. My name is Bass in the Past, and joined alongside by none other than the Danger Taco. And Taco, we are here for day 2 of this event. Went through Swiss stages yesterday, cut our teams down from 16 to 8, but now we also add 4 new faces. We are here for day number 2, which is single elimination. It's win or go home, so I think that today, beyond compare, Taco, is going to be something special.
Yeah, and this is where, obviously, we really have to break it down because, of course, when we are on to day 2, it's everyone has had all their chances. You had 3 losses to get through to be able to get here, and now it's really cutthroat because it's a single elim bracket. We're doing away with a double just to be able to see who can really come out on top, and at least for me, when we do look at this bracket, the main thing that stands out to me is just the first hurdle you got to clear if you're a team in round 1 is to be able to obviously beat out a very quality opponent, but then, for example, in this matchup we got coming up, Shopify and Sup, they're going to be facing off against Oxygen as the reward for winning round 1.
Oh, yeah, congratulations on making it through. Here's the team that just barely missed out on Major. How do you feel now? Probably not great, but I'm hoping the teams are feeling prepared here today because we do have a long day ahead of us. As you can see, round one will immediately kick off, but then we've got quarterfinals, semifinals, and even if you lose in those semis, you still got a third-place match to battle through here, and it's for good reason. Taco, it's a big prize pool here today. 3,000 USD getting split amongst the top three teams with 2,000 going to first place. Means that these teams are going to be competing for a lot. And not only are they competing for a lot, they're competing with some new rosters here. As you can see, Shopify Rebellion versus Sup. And they're running with Jordan here today, a brand new player to this roster, which I'm hoping does something special for them.
Yeah, we're talking about brand new. I mean, this was literally tweeted out minutes before they were actually able to begin Swiss play for yesterday on that day one. And the exact same thing with Rapid going over to XSET. Both of those teams actually making it into that top 8 of Swiss. So they will be playing in the bracket today. Hopefully we'll be able to see a matchup a little bit later on. But regardless, Sup is also a term that I think a lot of people, if you're paying casual attention, you might have heard the name. They've been around, but that is a roster you don't want to mess with. They have definitely gotten into a few regionals, and honestly, it's still kind of scouting out an org. They were with RBG Sports, and then they transitioned into kind of that free agency status. But certainly the main thing about these tournaments is, of course, you're playing for Challenger Series points and able to get into that $35,000 championship a little bit later on in the year. But at least for right now, you're playing for straight money, and of course, you're trying just a little bit harder because that could be the chance to get discovered by an org who might want to shoot you an offer.
I would, honestly, for Sup at this point, they kind of deserve an org here. Like you said, they were already with RBG or RGB before they were unfortunately dropped, and now they come back with what I would say is a little bit of ferocity underneath them. Yes, it's not necessarily the same roster as when they were signed, but it is a similar enough roster that I think these guys want to try improve themselves. Similar to what we were talking about yesterday with Manzana, trying to show themselves for one last hurrah. I think that's what we're going to see here today with Sup, trying to show that they can still compete with the big dogs like Shopify Rebellion, like Oxygen if they win this match, but speaking of if they win this match, I think it's about time. Let's get into game number one here, and let's see who's got this, because it's a best of 7 for all our games here today.
Yeah, then that's a huge thing because as single elim, you gotta give them as many chances not going overboard. No one wants to watch a best of 13. Well, I'd watch a best of 13 pass, but I don't think everyone else would have time for that. These players are busy. They got things to do, tournaments to win, so we are underway, at least with the opening forays into the attack, and an opening redirect actually from Shopify. I haven't been able to see how Jordan has fit into this roster, and always seems like those new rosters struggle to find their footing, so we'll have to see if it comes through at a nice time, this chemistry. So far, it seems like they're fitting in like a glove.
Yeah, I would say so. I think Jordan's also going to be an interesting character on this roster because I wouldn't say he's very similar to the player who previously was on this. Like we said before this, Rapid had played with Shopify Rebellion with Parth and Memory, and he's a little bit more of a front man. I would say he really does dominate that front field, trying to be a very offensive force. Meanwhile, Jordan, he's displaying that he can be an offensive force, but on the other end, Sup somehow able to save the first couple of shots, but not the follow-up Parth to open up the scoreline.
And that's a tough one. Expert trying to do everything that they can, but ultimately they can only do so much. It's just going to pop straight out, and you're not going to see a miss from Parth there. That's a similar name to a lot of players on this type of pitch on a similar journey. Zanil is actually for one where they were on that Sup roster going through these qualifications, trying to get to this point to get into the Super Challenger events, and Parth was added to Shopify. They had to prove themselves, and they have, because not only are they scoring, they're setting it up. Memory has just a teed up shot right in front of net.
All right, apparently Shopify Rebellion not necessarily going to need to feel this one out as much as we might have thought. This team looking very in sync. Parth fakes out on the line, immediate follow-up from Memory, and all of a sudden Shopify find themselves up 2-0 within only about a minute here. I'm not going to say that this is necessarily out of hand yet, Taco, but it's definitely feeling a bit shaky. If we don't see a quick response out of Sup, the series might just run away from them.
Yeah, they have to be a bit careful, and so too to Shopify. That's just kind of a careless giveaway right there. Drewy not going to be able to wrangle that first touch, so Zanil, immediate follow. One more chase into the corner, no touch, and another cut. It's just rough around the edges right now from Sup. I don't think they have that pristine touch that they're waiting for. I think they're still trying to find their first real shot. I'm surprised Memory let that go, but I suppose they saw that was going over the bar and didn't sweat it too much.
I think at this point they're trying to play a little bit patiently. They understand it's game number one. They understand it's the very start of their day, so why rush into it? Why allow the other team to catch you off guard and get you in an awkward position? Oh, speaking of awkward position, Parth again fakes out midair, able to catch everybody off of Sup off guard, and it could go to their advantage. Not if Zenial has anything to say about it. Out of midfield to link up with Expert and try to keep the offensive pressure up for Sup here. Like you said, it's been basically one good shot that we saw from Memory allowing it to happen. Aside from that, Sup haven't really been able to find good opportunities. A bump there could have opened one up, but as Zenial is dispossessed up in midair, it does feel like Sup are struggling to find solid shots.
Yeah, for a second it seemed like the RPM was starting to rev up. They were starting to really get into things by hounding those side walls, keeping it penned in, but ultimately Shopify's backboard defense is going to be enough, and being able to steal these touches away. Now in infield, can they deal with that one? Expert can't get it through two different defenders. Drewy with the cut, with the open net, and even with all of that pavement ahead of them to be able to go through untethered, it's still going to get saved by Memory off the post.
Somehow, some way. Memory's doing a great job on defense so far here, picking up 2 saves within the first half of the game, but I need a couple of more here. Like we said, Sup getting more and more lethal, starting to show more and more pressure against their opponents. Still, yet to find a solid amount of shots. They technically have 5 on the game, but is 5 going to be enough with 2 minutes remaining and not a single goal throughout this entire game? Thinking something's got to switch here. This midfield presence has definitely been strong, but let's get some shots on target, Sup, and maybe play some defense as well. That one will go off the post and barely turned away by Drewy, but they got to be careful. Sup cannot afford to concede another goal.
Yeah, it's stuff like that that's always terrifying for defense, where it seems like you're just trying to have a little bit of layoff, someone could take it off your hands, and then it gets a little out of hand, and then suddenly the other team is hounding you on that shot and turn real bad real quick. So, gotta be very careful. Make sure that nothing awry is going down for Sup, because they still have to get back into this game, and with 80 seconds remaining and all this time it's possible, but Drewy kind of just throws that one away, and will be able to try to combine out of the midfield, but ultimately it's still being penned in their half, and still Shopify, they have not really been able to, or rather be forced into many saves. They have 6 on the board, but to be honest, none of them all too memorable.
Yeah, at this point, it just kind of feels standard, and that's kind of the weird thing, is that as much as Sup are doing some rather interesting things, rather intricate ways to move into offense, nothing is catching Shopify Rebellion off guard. They look very comfortable. They look very prepared. Even when there's a demo chase on the back line and Drewy's putting shots on, still able to turn it away without any sort of hesitation. So we got to see something different. It feels like right now Sup are having some plans of how they want to approach this offense, but as soon as they get dispossessed, as soon as someone interferes, it goes completely awry, and they have no idea how to adapt. That's one way to do it. Expert finds the goal from a brilliant bump and redirect.
I was thinking, man, there's no way this is going to work. There's 3 different players, but the one bump gets, and then the butt of the car slows it down to fake out the rest. I mean, that works. I'm just going to say it's calculated. I'm just going to assume he has a massive brain. That was all in the script.
Yeah, calculated. Obviously, that's what they meant to do. And, well, at this point, they got to mean to do something special. They've got to find something. 20 seconds to go. And although the team is looking solid, it still does feel like Shopify have got this one firmly within their grasp. Zenial can make me eat my words. Sends one to the corner, and with 15 seconds left, this may be the last offense that Sup can get this entire game.
And it's not going to go well for them. Memory just going to slap that one all the way downfield, and we'll be able to tuck that one in. The demo coming through on Sup in the midfield, slowing down Zenial. They were not able to recover in time, but regardless, not the ideal setup you want. You don't want that pinned up in the air without someone immediately up, and I think even though Sup had a chance of coming back at this one, it seemed like Shopify has closed the door. They feel like, no, we won this game number 1, and now we're just putting stuff in for morale.
Listen, you gotta get a hat trick here. Memory is showing that, we may not have our normal striker on the team anymore, so I will take the place. I will make sure to get a hat trick out the gates and an assist, and also 3 saves, really putting the team on his back with almost 800 points here. So, yeah, this is an impressive performance out of Memory to start on off, but it's also, I'd say, a lackluster performance out of Sup here. Yes, they did get shots, but it didn't really feel like any of those shots ever counted, so they walked away from game number 1 in a deficit of 1-0 on the series and 4-1 on the game, and I'm thinking, Taco, they need to change something up. Not necessarily drastically make the adaptations, but if Sup go into game 2 with the same game plan as in game number 1, the series is not for them.
Well, what I'm looking at is the shot totals are incredibly similar from both these teams. If you look at a lot of these stats in saves, shots, and demos even, they are fairly even. The main issue is that Shopify is being able to jump on these touches in the midfield better than Sup is, and I think a lot of these touches are causing dangerous situations, mainly because I think Sup is trying to go for these solo plays. We've seen some infield passes. Of course, their one goal was a result of laying it off on the handoff, going for a bump, and then just lucking into a bump. Because if that Dutch doesn't come through in the exact way it does for Expert, that wasn't even a goal. It was just going to get tapped straight down in front of net and probably cleared. So I want Sup to be able to really focus on their build-up. How are you going to be approaching the offense? Because right now the direct path to the goal is very much blocked.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is that they've got to try to find something a little bit more creative. Okay, Zanil, I like that. That's one way to get creative. Unfortunately, it's blocked by the defense of SR, who has been pretty much impenetrable so far here. But I like it. Good to see Sup out the gates firing and finding themselves a little bit of extra fire underneath them in game number 2. Jordan could quickly take that away, though. Immediately across the goal is Expert, and Memories pre-jumping on the ceiling. I think we're starting to see why Sup have had difficulty. Shopify are meeting them in the air at every single moment.
Drew's trying to take that up, and no one back home for Sup. Where have we seen this story play out before? Jordan, there's the immediate challenge on the tee-up, and you gotta keep that ball closer.
I gotta wonder what happened for the defense here as well, because this is not a ball that was booming on target. 50 miles an hour is definitely no sloucher, but it's not, you know, it's not drilling. It's not a missile. It's nothing special. So the defense may be playing a bit too aggressive. They heard us call for a little bit more of a, creative play on offense, and the defense is suffering because of it. Zanil misses on the back line, leaving another opening space for some SR offense. And speaking of opening spaces there, Zanil almost able to get past the entirety of the defense. And game number 2 looking a little bit more chaotic than the first one here. We're only a minute in, and already I've seen like 12 opportunities for goals.
Yeah, the spacing from Shopify is really favoring them. They're able to set up these plays, and basically when you give them space, they're going to do something with it. Granted, Parth had an open shot, and that's just going to get teed up. Luckily, Jordan was already on the retreat and can find Memory to boot. That's right in the middle, but Zanil not going to have any problems with that. Jordan going to get beat out, and Zanil again into open space. Just tries to flick on, but not going to be enough. I do like the quick shot, just making sure Shopify is on their toes, though still not going to do much. I think right now Sup's best chance is to build pressure instead of waiting for that one-to-one opportunity, but it's one thing to say that, it's another thing to deal with Zanil through the air.
Yeah, Zanil is not a player you want to keep giving space to. He's tried this multiple times, but this one time, he finally got Jordan to bite. Sees the early challenge, knows Memory is behind him, and slams it on target. And it's a heck of a way to break the streak here. Like we said, Sup got a goal in game number 1, but they didn't really get a goal in game number 1. They got a really chaotic play in front of the net. Expert happened to get the craziest touch we've seen all day, and it resulted in a goal. That one was a lot more earned. Now it feels like Sup have finally found their footing, but can they start running? Can they get into a full sprint and really put the money where their mouth is here against Shopify? I'd like to think so, but considering Shopify are right back on the prowl and right back into offense, I was going to say it'd be difficult, but Drewy, given time and space out of midfield, a little bit confusing.
Same with that one, actually, as Jordan is actually going to demo 2 different players, if not for Zanil being a hero, being the Chad, going right through the air and getting all the dunks, then that would have been disastrous for them. Same with the Shopify defense. Where is it? It's getting 50 right into the back of their net.
I gotta watch this one back just to understand this. Jordan and Parth both go for it. Jordan recognizes that Parth is challenging, so he goes to the backboard. Where in that time, though, does Memory start to slot in? He's all the way in the other corner grabbing boost and having a picnic. So, yeah, that's not how you want to play. SR, if you're seeing that Sup is starting to get a little bit of momentum, the best way to break that is to, well, score a goal like this in response, but to also get in their way. Similar advice to Sup, though. What happened on kickoff?
Got like 10,000 MMR combined in this lobby right now, and unfortunately, this is the goals that always go through, these kickoff goals, and I don't really blame them. Parth was on the sideline. They don't have a lot of momentum. You can challenge out of the corner, and then the moment you do, you remember, oh, right, everyone's in midfield. I have no support, and it's a difficult thing. It's so hard to turn off that brain of just being able to chase down those chances, and will bite even the best teams. Or back to a tie game, essentially back to square one, more or less, and only got half the time to work with it, but they have 2 players to send up for that one, apparently, with Sup. Not going to work out, and Expert and Zanil both got to look at this in the corner. Parth, meanwhile, they're man of action, up to Memory, into the ceiling, and Expert will be able to react to that one.
just barely able to do so, but at this point, that's kind of what it is. It's a game of inches, and these teams are just grabbing this ball out of the air and making sure to not give space to either side. That's one of the more interesting things. We haven't seen a lot of grounded plays, not a lot of passing plays. It's both teams stunting in the skies and seeing if maybe they can find something incredible, and they have. So far, both teams have found some rather spectacular plays, but they need some consistency now. With about a minute 50 left, this is going to be a very telling game considering the fact that Sub did not look like they were in it game number 1. Game number 2, they absolutely look like they are finally competing against Shopify, excuse me, at a solid level. The question is whether or not they can consistently keep this up. I'd like to also see Expert die for balls like that. I understand why they hesitated, but with only 90 seconds left in a tied ball game, now it's time to take some risks.
Just the sheer presence of Jordan was all the intimidation they needed. It was only a 16 boost, and Drewy had more than that. What's going on here? The backflip of Memory's gonna strike.
Every single time we see one of these plays, we both have to just kind of contemplate what's going on. I think Drewy thought they'd have a challenge out at midfield, so they see Expert go to the corner. Expert then realizes they don't have a challenge, tries to go in, and by that time, it's an open lane, an open net. So Shopify really taking advantage of the little mistakes that Sup are making, and I would say it's not necessarily a foolproof strategy, but I'll be honest, Sup are definitely not playing perfect enough for me to say that they're not going to make more mistakes in the future. The chaos that we've seen on the pitch really is favoring Shopify.
We'll see Jordan continue to clear that out and out, and it looked like Zanil had it, but they second-guessed themselves. They're going to opt for the back pass now. Ceiling to ground to air. Parth is leading back. They can't do anything. Memory can. Out to the corner. Expert just trying to work some magic again with those 50s. Not going to find similar success, though. Right back to the corner and now into midfield with another Parth clear. At this point, just as important to be able to manage the seconds off the clock that it is for this lead. You only have 30 seconds up. You do not want to fall behind by 2 in this series.
No, you really do not. That's going to be a very difficult uphill battle. They've got the snowshoes, they've got the ice picks. They can absolutely climb up this mountain, but they do not want to have to. That's the big thing, is that Sup have found the momentum. Sup definitely look a lot more comfortable, but how comfortable can you be when only 2 games are going to knock you out of the entire tournament? At this point, they'd rather tie up the series and play a best of 5 from here on out, but it's not up to them. It really is up to whether or not they can find a goal. 10 seconds left here. They're going to keep on hunting. Expert sends the center. Zanil is there. He'll get a touch off the ceiling. Drewy's up, shot on, but Memory will get in the way yet again. The star-studded savior has done it, and I think they have secured the game. Wait a minute, Expert's going to keep this one up. Drewy will be there for the follow, and Memory will spike it down. 2 saves in a row, 1 on the net and 1 cross-court, and Shopify find the win.
That's so tough to see because they did so much better there. I love how many shots they're getting off. I love the lead from Zanil to cause chaos with the solo mechanics as a strategy and meta that we actually started to really see developed, particularly with V1 out of NA in the major. Just have one player go in, cause a lot of trouble, and then everyone else just try to clean up and it fits in. The problem is Sup's still leaving so many open nets. It's incredible how we're 2 games in, I'm still seeing situations in which Shopify scoring basically with no resistance.
I'm a bit surprised that it's happening, but also at the same time, I'm not too surprised, if that makes sense. It feels like Sup are playing with that type of play style, where they're not really caring about playing defense as much as they're having each individual player pop off in their specific moments. It feels like they're letting Zanil run the offense, but if Zanil can't run the offense, that's fine. Drewy or Expert can come through and try their own little stunt show, but I don't think it's nearly as consistent as what we're seeing out of Shopify here. I'd have to agree with you. It's by far the most detrimental to their defense, so they need to switch this one up. If Sup want a shot at this series, I'm saying they need to win game number 3. Otherwise, our first sweep in a best of 7, it's possible. Highly unlikely against Shopify, though. And
Shopify is a fairly dominant team. They had a bit of an intermittent period in which first got signed, had a bit of a shaky start, then kind of reworked things, and from there, I have really seen steady improvement from them. I'm a huge fan of the development, and honestly, the signing of Jordan might just be something that is needed to shake things up. We've seen that plenty of times with different rosters where you swap in one player, and then suddenly the entire outlook is different because you have a different skill set, you have a different approach, you have a different mental, you have a different amount of chemistry. All that can come together and improve the team, and I think that's what we're seeing from Shopify. Meanwhile, Sup with this kind of different roster, the substitute roster, hasn't been coming together, but I suppose it doesn't need to. How is this open?
Yeah, Sure. I mean, Parth gets bumped, but he just kind of sends it center. At that point, we've already had the initial challenge from Jordan, and I hate having a hard back on this, but every time we've got the two on the back line, Memory never seems to rotate back. They're just kind of relying so heavily on their teammates being able to clear it upfield that if it doesn't go right with two players, it's not going to go right with three. So Sup are finding the ways through here. They're definitely starting to recognize that they don't necessarily need to beat the entire team. They just need to beat the first two. Once again, expert open net from the initial challenges not working out.
Anyone else, that would just be a single touch. But no, it's a flip reset into a first touch, into a second touch on an air dribble, and bumping a defender. And that is just easy pickings for Expert, getting their second goal in under a minute. And this is what I was talking about. Zanil is such a handful. I mean, I know both you and I, Bassett, we're huge Zanil stands. So I'm a huge fan every single time I've seen them in every tournament I've casted or been able to cover, and they are so incredibly good. So being able to have that talent on your team is a great asset, and having a crossbar like that is going to also be quite the teammate off the bar and out. Drewy didn't have to worry, but still not over Parth into the corner, but too low to do anything with.
Oh, and now Expert's got time and space out of midfield. Yeah, they do have Memory on top of them, but this could be a really good counterattack if they can just boom it off the half. Parth will not let them. Just getting interrupted on repeat is Zanil in the corner. I don't think Jordan's really going to be able to do much here. They do get a ground pinch, but it's easily cleared out, and as Expert bumps Memory in the air, it's an open net, but no one wants to go for it. Eventually, Drewy will get in the way, but at this point, I'm a bit confused. It feels like Sup, despite having a super aggressive offense and defense, are starting to settle down a little bit. Guys, you finally started winning. Why would you turn off the Jets?
Honestly, I think now that you have the lead, it's always the precarious situation of, okay, I think we have caught them on the back pedal. We can go from there. Or other teams just say, okay, we got a lead. Let's just not lose it. And that's a dangerous psychology to take on, mainly just because you never want to play passive. If you have an advantage, you have to play it. So I suppose they're maybe just playing this by ear, and we'll see how they progress as we go on. They've been able to maintain this lead and almost grow it. That deflection is going to go well over, but definitely another attack that could be on, but Drewy decides to turn away and let Memory have their way with that.
Just barely able to keep it away. At this point, that's kind of what it is. It's a lot of 50-50s out of midfield. Both teams diving at the ball. Expert and Zanil both dive at the ball there, and Jordan booms it to the side. Yeah, I'm starting to think the teams are getting a little bit nervous. We're seeing such close proximity to each other that people are just trying to boom to gain some space. Good example there is Zanil just completely shoots it at his opponent. I stumble over my words because I see the goal coming, and so does Shopify, and they can't do anything about it.
That's a fantastic counterattack, and I was worried how Drewy's going to touch this one. They have an open dribble, and I wonder, why am I worried? They're in Cobbs. They know what the deal is. It's 2v1. Send that lead blocker and really make that defender panic. That's exactly what Jordan was feeling, just utter chaos in the back, not able to get the in and out. And as we said, Sup need to step it up. How about a 3-0 lead with 2 minutes to go?
I gotta say, it's a 3-0 lead also in a spectacular fashion. It's not just these high-flying plays. It's not just these solo plays. They're finally starting to work together as a team. Okay, maybe the worst time for me to say that. They do make the save, and they do keep it out, but chaos erupts on the back line. Let's see if maybe on the front line they can find something a little bit more. Oh, no, I was gonna say precise. How about just a mirror play of what we saw last time? The only difference is Drewy will do his best Rise impression and come out of nowhere to make the save. 100 seconds to go. At this point, it's more or less set in stone, but maybe SR can get a couple goals for the road.
Jordan will be able to keep it alive and get a boost steal. Now Memory, going for a double. Zanil shuts the door on that chance. Jordan turn around, Drewy long clear. Some possession back into that back corner, but ultimately this needs to be very direct. You can't be cutesy about this approach. You really have to make do with what you have, and even air dribble bumps are not going to help them. How about the far side? Expert open net, and Memory just back in time. Gets another clear, but that's not going to keep possession. Looks like Drewy has this one, and right now Sup Air are looking incredibly comfortable from this, and that's what these series are all about. Game-to-game adjustment. Looks like game number 3 is very much in Sup's control.
100%, and I think part of the reason why Sup is so comfortable right now is because their opponents are not. They're still double committing. They are still diving at balls, and usually Shopify would be there to punish it, or at least in the first 2 games they were doing that. Now we get to game 3, and they are very hesitant. They are recognizing that Sup quite literally are outpacing them, so if they try to dive and match that aggression, all they're going to do is leave themselves exposed. So let's play patient on the backboard here. Gliding it down is Parth and beautifully teed up for Memory.
I love passes like this, using the backboard creatively. It's not just a platform to slap a pass off of. It sometimes can be something that it can change your angles up. Go on the backboard, slap it straight down, or go for a doomsday dish, or just leave the ball entirely and bump a player out of goal. Any which way you think about it, there's a lot of options on the table, and that's why defenses typically struggle with it. Got to get to it before it gets to that point, but ultimately, Shopify should have been scoring before it got to this point. 20 seconds remaining, 2-goal lead, and it looks like Sup's still on the attack with Expert, even getting a boost steal to boot.
At this point, it's a little bit out of time here. Yes, they did get a goal for the road like we were hoping for, but it still does feel like Sup have got this game under lock, and true, he's just messing with them now at this point, waiting on the backboard, knows they need to challenge, and just forces it out of them. But they'll force the win as well. 0 seconds left on the clock. Jordan can try and keep this up, and so can Parth, but the results are set in stone. Sup will take game number 3 and finally get a game on the board in this series.
We say finally. And I would have just, yes, 2 games down, not the worst, but that is really what it could feel like, because let's remind ourselves, if that was a loss, that's going to have to be a reverse sweep at a best-of-7 or first round of a single Elim tournament. We talk about shaving it close. This is exactly what Sup needs, because they have chances and they immediately put them away. That is that high-tier efficiency that you need to be able to play at the highest level of Rocket League. You can't have all these shots in and be able to just get a couple of them. If you have an open net, a 2v1, a wide-open shot teed up for you, those are the ones, if you don't bury, they usually come back to haunt you. And I think that was the case with Sup earlier on, throwing everything they can and seeing what sticks, and now it's just them playing like those seasoned vets that I feel like they have to think they are.
At this point, that's kind of what it is I think that we're starting to see. Initially, the teams played a little bit nervously. For the side of Shopify, the core sort of rotations weren't necessarily there. For Sup, it just looked like all 3 players need to warm up, but now that we've gotten to the meat of this series, now that we're starting to see the players play at what I would say is their peak, this is what you want to watch. Folks, do not go anywhere, because we're getting to game number 4 here, and I have a feeling that Sup, they have yet to show us everything. This team's been stunting, but maybe Drury can start us off with yet another stunt show. Fakes it out low, sets it up for Expert. Expert wants to redirect from the corner. Parth will obviously get in the way, but it's right back to Sup offense as we start off in game number 4.
I'm a bit concerned around that one. Zanil is coming forward for the clear. Drury cuts in front, and Zanil just dives right over. That is not the comms you want, and tiny things like that could spell disaster, but ultimately, it's the end of the game. No harm, no foul, but that is hopefully an omen. That is not foreshadowing at all. Meanwhile, Drury and Zanil are going to be shadowing over that ball because they had it completely covered. Not going to work out on that offense, but I do like the confidence I'm seeing out of Sup. They got to make sure it follows through on the defense as well. Parth off the corner, memory on the follow. But Drury going to be more than enough on that save.
Just barely at this point is what we're seeing here, though, is that this pressure that was getting, okay, I was going to say exerted out of Sup onto the half is going to make it rather difficult for Shopify to break out. I say that, and then they miss out at midfield. So this is the big issue right now for Sup, is that they kind of have to play to a T. A good example that I'd seen the other day was we were comparing different teams from different regions and saying how OCE kind of has its play style of KCP being the team that's constantly charging, and EU, it's going to be Queso, NA, it's going to be FaZe, and a lot of teams are starting to mimic that playstyle, the go, go, go attitude without thinking twice. It works well until it doesn't, because when it falls apart, it really all crumbles down. And that's the issue right now, is that Sup are playing so precise, so fast, that if they make a mistake, that's immediately pressure that Shopify can play against you. So 90 seconds into this one, Sup have managed to not make too many crucial mistakes, but if they give some more open lanes to Shopify, I have a feeling they'll be right back into this game. But similarly, Shopify, what are you doing letting it linger around your net this long?
And that's a miscommunication on now on both sides. I pointed out for Sup that I was not a huge fan of Drury cutting in front of Zanil, but then on this one, Parth and Jordan both looking at the ball. They both have viable pass, but then both of them kind of saying, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were going this way. And it's kind of like when you're trying to get past someone in a hallway and you keep moving the same direction. It just doesn't work out. There's not a clear line of communication on who should go for that. And luckily, that is not going to go off because Drury was only able to put it into the bar, but it's been a strangely sloppy game, I would say, as we have gotten into really the meat of this series. I mean, we're halfway through, and we're still waiting for that first goal, and this is probably the most panicked, the most hectic game we've seen yet.
I really have to apologize. I feel like both the teams heard me go, yeah, they're at their peak now. This is where they're going to play the most precise, and then went, nah, we're not going to do that. Why would we do that? What's the fun in that? We'd rather live in the mud here and get a little bit dirty with the way that we are playing, and honestly, I can't really blame them. It definitely has been more chaotic, definitely has been more disorganized, but it's also made it really entertaining, because plays like this are the only way to penetrate a defense. Another beautiful drop-down pass on the backboard, and Sup are the first to strike.
And sometimes you gotta go with finesse, you gotta tuck it around, and that's, I think, what Jordan is trying to do. Okay, I can take that in the sidewall. Expert says, no, I know exactly where you're going with that one. Perfect dunk, perfect setup, and still you need two men to be able to complete that attack, and Drewy right there on the spot, right when they're needed. 2 minutes remaining, and Sup is looking to be able to take this series to level ground.
Gonna try their best, but like you said, 2 minutes remaining. That's a lot of time for them to still have to try and survive here, especially against an SR, which what I would say, a lot more comfortable than the last game. We talked about how last game, part of it was the fact that Sup had found their comfort, but it was also that Shopify looked very disorganized and did not look like they were operating nearly as efficiently as the first couple of games. Not too surprising, considering this is a new roster for them. There are going to be a couple of kinks in the armor that they're going to need to try and iron out, but it's going to be not necessarily something they can afford to try out here. Go with what's natural. Go with what's comfortable for you, because if you start experimenting too much, you could leave yourself in a deficit, or you could get right back into this one. You gotta put shots on target, though. Parth puts one off the bar, and will leave them without a goal for now.
I wouldn't say that's a golden opportunity, but it was so close. It was a nice setup, and same too with Expert. They're gonna put that over. Zanil will not have a similar issue. Open net on the pass off the backboard. 2-0. Sup is cruising.
Oh no, and if Zanil is feeling himself with shots like this, you are in for a world of hurt. This is not a player you want to allow to try and find himself. And honestly, folks, if you do not know who Zanil is, obviously Taco and I have mentioned him before here in this broadcast. I'm going to recommend you do, because this, in my opinion, and many other people's opinions, will be the last time he plays on a bubble team like this. He's going to get picked up by someone big, and while I will not spoil it for you guys, keep your eyes on this kid. He's going to be everywhere. He's going to continue to stay electric. With a minute to go, he's already proven himself here in this game as well. Let's see if they can hold on to the win, though, because technically with a minute to go, this is still possible for SR to turn it around.
And of course, we're talking about the exploits of Zanil, but Expert has been around for a while, mainly just because they're verified on Twitter, so cool flex. But other than that, they're really good at this game. And my goodness,
what?
So is Shopify! What is that dunk?
What? What do you mean? What is this? What? That's like... That's not a pinch, but it is a pinch. That's the best play we're ever going to see.
Socials team, get on it. I want to see that on Twitter. My goodness. Wow, what a way to get yourself back into it. Sup doesn't seem too phased, and with 30 seconds remaining, I can see why, but if that's the goal that turns this game around, I don't even know anymore.
I don't even know what to say at this point here. This is ridiculous that that's the type of goals we need to see from the rest of SR to even score. Again, Shopify, they've been playing well. They've been going for passes like that. Remember using the back of his car just to put it center, and it's still not enough for them to win this game. 5 seconds left. They've got one last chance, but his Expert dispossesses out of midfield. It'll take a miracle for them to even get a shot on target. Oh, speaking of shots on target, Expert puts one on, and it's not going to hit the ground yet. Drewy will eventually spike it, and Sup tie up the series.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to put it down on the ground. I think that got a little scary. Granted, that is the weirdest goal I've seen in a long time from Shopify. It's an absolute banger. However, you don't win off bangers. You win off scoring more goals than the other team. That's the strategy Sup stuck to, and I think it worked out well for them.
I mean, listen, that's a strategy we were talking about in game number 1 as well. Sup's only goal was something that we could never recreate in a million tries. And Shopify, listen, I love y'all. Think you're very good at this game. I could give you 12 hours and I don't think you could recreate that shot. And honestly, I don't think anybody could. That was ridiculous. But it's why we talk about consistency. If you're going to get goals, it's got to be a little bit more standard. The fundamentals are fundamental for a reason. And that is so far from fundamental, the word has lost all meaning.
And at this point, we talk about it's not even a straight down to fundamentals in terms of how you build up your tech. It's how you finish them off. Shopify had more than enough chances to be able to put that goal away, and it's really what we're lamenting Sup for. Apparently, those struggles are all gone, though. That's a tee up for Parth, and they will not miss this one in game number 5.
All right, I missed something here. Obviously, Parth bangs that on target, but I looked down. I was like, oh, yeah, Drewy's got the save. Let me write down my notes and look back up. It's in the back of their net. So, again, this is the issue we've stated, is that as good as Sup are, if one of their touches is even a little bit off the mark, that is enough for Shopify Rebellion to punish. And it's why this playstyle is so much fun to watch, but it's also so nerve-wracking because it is so precise. The littlest things are going to throw your entire team off guard. And, well, Shopify finding momentum here in game number 5 is not going to help out Sup whatsoever. We said this team thrives off of momentum and thrives off confidence. Losing your lead this early in the game is not going to help that out whatsoever.
No, and this is where I think these games get really dicey, where you give up a goal when a team is on a lead, and then you start to see Shopify come back with a vengeance. That one really finding its way in. Memory. Test the defense again. Drewy and Zanil both there, and another time where we're seeing Sup commit 2 players to the same read, and don't want them to rear that head again. I felt like I had a warning, an omen almost in the previous game. It didn't end up hurting them, but doesn't mean now that they're on the back pedal that it's not going to come through again. Zanil will be able to save that, and Expert will complete the clear.
Leads the clear, but cannot get it off the half here. Again, Shopify Rebellion really doing a good job at finding the little gaps that are being left by Sup and penetrating them every single time. A good interruption there from Memory as well is going to keep the ball in the half, or at least I'd like to think so. Expert would like to make me eat my words, though. They won't put a shot on target, but they'll tee it up for Drewy. Drewy, you want to keep the pressure up, you do have to go for the ball. Expert knows that, so he'll go for a 50-50 against Parth, but it does feel like Shup are starting to play a little bit more passively, and this was an issue you and I talked about before. When you've got a strategy that works, don't start altering it. Yes, it might not have worked in the first minute, but this aggression is the reason why Sup have even been able to stay in this series.
And now the defense really starting to get staggered from Sup. I do like that. Same with that ceiling pass. It's right to Drewy. It's an open net, and Memory is still able to get there. That is why sometimes you got to stack the end of your field, because 2 players might not be enough.
I don't understand how Memory keeps doing that. And last-second saves are just kind of the key play for this guy. He's been doing it all series long, and speaking of doing it all series long, well, I guess that is also something they've been doing, hitting the woodwork on repeat, but I was going to say, Shopify with the team plays and keeping Sup uncomfortable on defense, it's by far where they have been the most exposed, but the counterattacks are where Sup find their pleasure, where they find their treasure. This is a ridiculous such.
And I love that from Drewy, particularly because they had an open setup, hits it into the corner, teammate leaves it, and whether or not that miss was intentional, sometimes those are just as effective as actually making clean contact. The defense frozen on the goal line, and they do nothing about it. How about this one, though? Very close to the goal line, and Expert will not be able to tuck it past the defender. Drewy might flick onto the near post. Jordan will be able to combine with Parth. It's back out to mid. Air dribble over 1, looking for an extension, not going to get it, and even the bump is not going to be found. Zanil's going to be able to take that one out, and this is some strange clearing we're seeing from the side of Sup. It's allowing Shopify to completely re-enter every single time on these clears. It's something Sup's definitely going to have to clean up on, especially when Parth is hitting redirects like that. Zanil, how do you react to that?
I don't really know, but apparently he does. He's already got 4 saves on this game. Would have been a 5th had they had counted that one, but will not. And this is kind of the way that it's going right now, is it does feel like Sup are feeling the most amount of pressure on defense they've ever felt. But speaking of pressure on defense, what happened to Shopify's here?
Right there, Parth, Memory, and Jordan all segmented, but look at how Jordan and Memory both go into the midfield. They're the same latitude on the field, and there's nobody back enough to get the long clear. And sometimes we talk about the complex mechanics of this game, all those solo plays, all those team plays, being creative, but sometimes you just got to look upfield and say, I could probably snipe that from distance.
Yeah, I honestly can't really blame them. If the opportunity arrives, make the most of it, and I think that's what we're starting to see here is that Sup, as much as we've been talking about how, you know, SR's way to get back into this one is to find these openings in the Sup offense and us Sup defense, starting to see the same thing for Shopify here. I think they're getting a bit too much into their own head. They're trying to be so creative with these plays that they're just leaving themselves exposed. So with 90 seconds left, Shopify, keep your heads a little bit tucked right now. It feels like they've got a good head on their shoulders, but they're letting it rock so far back and forth that there are these little gaps to get in the final blow. 70 to go. I know they can turn this one around, but they need to start getting some more solid offensive pressure.
Oh, it's so hard to be able to get up on offense when you're pressed back on defense. Expert, another long clear. Jordan called into action. We'll be able to get that save. Now, bring it around the outside. Flick past 1, a bump on a second. That's actually going to dispossess them. Zanil just trying to chase it down. They're going to bully Parth. Memory with a clear and all the rotations back for Sup, but ultimately it might be thinking that might just be what they need. They have 1 goal lead. They're trying to keep it. They're trying to take a lead in this series despite being down, but it's going to be so hard with dispossessed like that. Memory can't wrap around it. It's going to go wide.
Oh, please, Jordan, just score this, just to redeem your team at this point here. That is heartbreaking for all of Shopify Rebellion. And the heartbreak doesn't stop because they've only got 20 seconds and they've just conceded another goal. No, they have that? Zenil puts it off target, and now the karma is all even, at least, Taco. A miss on each side, and with 10 seconds left, the Shopify Rebellion, you've got one last chance. Jordan up, he's got the touch, and he's got the dunk as well. Zenil will make the initial save, but cannot keep it out.
He's massive. He's lifting constantly. Look at this one. Not only dunking this through, but dunking Shopify into a tie game. 6 seconds remaining. Trying to force OT, and it's not going to be that easy, Sup.
Woo, here we go. We got to take a deep breath, folks. Grab your water, grab your snacks, because we could be heading to overtime. Not if Parth has anything to say about it. Tries to put one on target, and it's actually going to lead into a counterattack now. That's 2 players from Shopify going for the same ball. If Jordan had not recovered out of midfield here, that probably would have been a goal, but he's able to take it all the way to the other end and send us to overtime. This is an important one, the lead for whoever wins this, and they will move on to series points.
Now, Parth really lost that one immediately. Luckily, Memory is going to be teed up for the next. Zenil to the sideline. Jordan siding against it. The slow play will work out, though. Not going to do much with it. Expert, you're not challenging that one. I saw a pinch on the way, but apparently everything was fine in the back. A very interesting opening to OT, but 20 seconds in, seems like we've already settled down into the tense OT that we were all waiting for.
I'm fine with that. If we get a little bit more precise play here, I'm not going to complain by any stretch of the imagination. I'm also not going to complain if Jordan can pull this off. He sends it to Memory on the other side. Drewy will get in the way, but now here comes that offensive pressure, that Shopify Rebellion, know and love. They've locked Sup into their own half many times before, but the big issue for them has been catching Sup off guard. Initially, Sup's defense definitely looked a little bit uncomfortable. Now we get into the back half of the series, and they look a lot more precise. They are prepared for most of the things being thrown at them, and a good example here, Zenil up for this one. He was prepared, but apparently Expert calls him off. He only booms it out to the side, though, and as Memory puts a shot on target, it seems like the pressure will not dissipate. Shopify keeping Sup into their half, and they have not found a goal, but when does the defense crack?
That's really something that both teams don't even want to think about for themselves. They're just trying to focus on making sure that no weird touches coming through, but the problem is they continue to rain down on this game. They're going to force out a lot of mistakes, a lot of awkward reads, and a close shave. Zenil's going to get just tapped away by Jordan. Memory looking to call their own number, or at the very least, just try to steal the boost. Zenil back in time, so that strategy not going to work out. Parth just going to keep it interesting. Oh, Drewy more than capable to handle that one. Long clear, no possession, and I think that is the really insight into these teams' mind right now. These players that have been looking at these solo plays, looking at the infield passes now, just going for the most direct path possible. Memory was looking for a lead blocker, but they're just not gonna find it. Parth tapped around, and my goodness, this ball sometimes just rolling without a touch for seconds at a time.
Everybody is so hesitant to jump on the ball right now. Again, we've been talking about this the entire series. Those aggressive dives can really lead to open lanes and expose your team enough that it can lead to a goal. We're just about an extra half game into this one here, but it doesn't feel like we're any closer to finding the end, considering how hesitant these teams are to send those risks. Oh, but they might have to risk something here. Zenil sends it to the backboard. Expert there for the follow-up. Jordan makes the save. But where's the follow-up touch? Drewy sends it to the ceiling. A bit surprised as that was basically an open net.
Honestly, it might have just been a decision of not having enough boost. They didn't trust it, so instead put it in a weird position, try to fake out the defense. They're not going to work out, so we will have to wonder if they had enough boost on that, if they could have tried something differently, but ultimately not going to hurt them, just not going to help. We're still tied up here and could break at any moment, especially with touches like that. That's not ideal on the backboard. Expert bailed out by his teammate. Jordan not able to continue it. Very long clear into the corner for Parth to wrangle.
Oh, that's not a great touch out of Parth, though. It's really not going to go too far because Expert can easily intercept that in the air. What a shot on, and it'll be the end! Memory, they've been perfect on the back line all day, but the one mistake they make is going to cost them the game.
I think Memory, in a weird way, got to the ball too quick. Honestly, Memory is all the way back, and you can almost see them leaning back trying to clear that ball up, and instead it just taps right on in. A rare mistake, if there ever was one, out of the blue tag, and that's going to be Sup not only taking this game, but that is 3 straight for Sup. That is not something to be taken lightly if you're Shopify.
Oh boy, that is also not only something to not be taken lightly, but it's also one of these things where that was their game to win. I hate to say it, but it's one of these things where you go look at the totals here. Look how many saves Sup were forced to make. A total of 10 versus the 7 Shopify had to make. So it's one of these things where they had the pressure. They were on their half for a majority of that overtime, but it's the one slip up that cost them potentially the series. Because like you said, now it's series point, and not only that, it's kind of tournament point for them as well. It's a single elimination bracket. So if Shopify lose this, they're going home.
And I think right now, when we do see this team come out for Shopify, I need to see something more concrete. I don't want these weird giveaways. I don't need these kind of midfield tomfoolery, because honestly, the real turning point for me was when they're rotating back, a long clear going through. Like you said, you got to focus on the fundamentals, obviously, but if you're giving up goals just off the basics, especially at this level play, it's going to be so hard to dig yourself back in. No flip reset, but fake doesn't even work either. Shopify's first chance going to go awry.
And it feels even worse when Parth can't even follow up with a 50-50. You can tell the team's just somewhere in that no man's land of where they want to be aggressive, but they also are so scared of being punished on the counterattack that they second-guess themselves midway through their challenges. They've got to be a bit more confident. They've got to be able to believe that they can win this game, because if they do not, it's going to be a very, very rough uphill battle. 30 seconds into this one, it's a familiar battle, though. Shopify, all the offensive pressure in the world, but cannot find a solid shot to show for it.
And of course, for everyone joining us, Shopify Rebellion and his team you probably have heard of, and if you haven't heard of Sup, well, you know them now. This is the Super Challenger, so these are some of the best teams that just fell short of that major event, and this team has gone through some regionals. They've been able to surprise a lot of people, and I think this might have been a surprise for some people tuning in, as they are still looking for that representation, and they're putting up a good resume right here on the comeback. Unfortunately, Shopify is on the brunt of that, and also of these demos. Drewy getting 2 out of the way, and yet Jordan, the solo hero, he doesn't need anyone to hit that ball back into the half.
Ooh, but someone does need to get this off the half at this point here. It feels like Sup have spent the entirety of this ball game, about 1:20, only defending here. And it kind of goes to show, when they do not have a registered shot so far, but already have racked up 3 saves, maybe they can turn that around here in the corner. Finally able to break off their half, but no one able to break out of said corner. Memory bodies 2 players in a row, so Expert is forced to take it all the way back into that Sup half yet again. Their first opportunity all game, and it's barely an opportunity. Maybe Drewy can make me eat my words here. It's a decent bump in the corner, but they've got no boost to keep this offense going. Zanil can. No one able to beat this corner. Memory has been botting players all day here, and apparently can't get a shot to show for it. 2 minutes to go, and despite the fact that Shopify have had overwhelming pressure, they still don't have a goal to show it.
It's very unfortunate to see, but ultimately, I think both these teams have to realize that every game is going to be a bit different, as the teams have had a chance to talk it through in the minute in between and make sure that nothing happens untowardly. Oh my goodness, that one nearly just tuck it on through, and I don't even think Shopify could anticipate that, so I understand why that might not have been in. Now Memory, try to build something a bit more organic. No double tap to be found. Drew will be able to dig it out of the corner. Halftime here, still waiting for that opener. To be honest, I have no predictions on who's going to strike first.
I mean, you're talking about still waiting for the opener. Okay, we could be right there, but we're also still waiting for a Sup shot. They still have yet to register a shot. We're over halfway through this game. It's 9 shots in favor of Shopify, not a single one from Sup. Now, usually if you're a Sup fan, that's cause to worry, but not necessarily. This team has done well off their counterattacks before, so just give them one golden opportunity, and they might just be able to weld it into something special. Let's see if they can do that right here. Jordan getting a little bit dispossessed and bumped around, so Zanil has time and space, tries to use a wall dash to keep possession, but Parth will get in the way. But as this is boomed out to midfield, Expert should be there, but he can't get the follow-up. An awkward flip is going to dispossess himself, and Drewy is also going to do the same, not able to make a touch, and for some reason, Sup, they can get to that corner. When it comes to getting any further than that, they cannot.
Now, they're missing a lot of mechanics as well. You saw earlier, Expert coming in for the wave dash. They're not able to hit it in time. They try to half rotate onto the touch, and then they're reading a 50 when there is none. So right there, it's just a little bit off. It's almost like 90% there from Sup. They're able to advance through. They're able to go for these demos and bumps, but at the end of the day, if it doesn't click, then the defense is going to be able to hold firm from SR, and so too are these 50s. Zanil trying to slow things down, and Drew will be able to take it off their hands. Long clear, Expert already up for it. A clever touch. It's going to get around the defender. Not on in. How about Zanil's effort all the way to the back post? 2 players required to save that one out. Another one teed up at Expert. Only can hold that in place.
This one's got my heart racing at this point here. It feels like Shopify have recognized that they do have the pressure and that they are in control of the pace of play in this game. So now they're trying to get patient enough that they can find that golden opportunity that you and I have been speaking about. But we've also seen this before, these overcorrections of where you swing too far to one side of the pendulum between passive and aggressive, it can actually become detrimental. So right now, as much as Shopify are in control, I don't want to see them get too passive, because when that happens, Sup get aggressive, and when Sup get aggressive, they stunt all over this pitch. They have finally started to find some shots. There's their third registered one of the game, but with 20 seconds left, can they find one that actually hits the back of the net and takes the series? Let's see, 15 seconds to go. Drewy sets this one up. Zanil in the corner, he wants to put a shot on. No, he wants a pass, but it's off target. Parth will make the save, but the shot wasn't there anyways, and I'm thinking we could be going to overtime. One last chance to make me eat my words, but it will happen. Hold up, this one's still up. I thought it hit the ground, but Shopify will not let that happen. Maybe they should have. Hold up, Jordan's got the pass, puts it center, wants the dunk. Where is memory to just put it to the sky? Zanil's gonna probably counter this. Don't put it center, what are you doing? All right, it hits the ground. Overtime we go.
Bess, how dare you doubt Zanil on an air dribble off the backboard? I feel like they had that covered, but I agree. Everyone feeling a bit heroic. They do not want to play it safe. I guess we'll just play for OT. No, it's going to end right here in regulation. I love the spirit, but maybe not the execution. We will be going to OT. Hopefully seeing something cleaner than that, because this next goal might just end this series. How about this from Expert? It's going to be on the near post, not nearly high enough.
Oh, that one's back center, though. Zanil gets a great redirect, and both Expert and Drewy are there, but they're both there is the issue. They both commit, and that should be the end of the offense here. Zanil can get a good steal out of midfield to take away the boost and not allow a quick transition, but Shopify Rebellion, we've seen this before, but there is the big difference. When it counts, Jordan will step up.
Oh my goodness, Drew, I feel for you. Try to get this touch, but ultimately you can't anticipate another pin. Shopify, how are you practicing this? This is the second time in the series I've seen an absolute laser go crossbar and in, but I guess it doesn't really matter, because the only thing that does is the end result. Shopify bringing us to a Game 7.
Woo! This is something special. At this point here, we're starting to see that Shopify, they've got that never say die attitude, and Sup, they've got the high-flying mechanics to really put them to the test. I'm excited for Game 7 here. It is one single 5-minute period to determine who moves on to the other round, to the next round, and I don't know what else to say at this point here. This series has led up to everything we could have hoped for, so Taco, at this point, I'm just hoping Game 7 stays as tense as Game 6 was.
I feel like I've eaten my breakfast and it's already burned all that calories, games 1 through 5, and now we gotta go through 6, and now we're here through 7 on Champions Field, our first round of our Super Challenger number 1. It's gonna come down to this. Again, this is single elimination. Team is out of the Super Challenger event if they cannot pull it out here in the next 5 minutes, and I gotta say, I liked how Sup was resurgent in the last game. You mentioned they had 0 shots. They ended with 6. Now, gotta make sure that they can add up all those shots into at least a goal in the lead, because Shopify have been really the kings of keeping it close just enough so that they can strike.
Just barely enough, though. I really do think that's the big thing here. This has been a game of, forget inches, this is centimeters at this point. It is too close to count, and unfortunately, I feel like Game 7 is going to be the exact same way. If we go to another overtime, I would not be surprised by any stretch of the imagination, especially when Jordan is starting off the game with saves like that. 40 seconds into this one already, Shopify feeling the pressure. As Sup, it looks like they're a bit aggressive again. They're finally getting back to that inconsistent pace of play that they were finding before, and demos like that should cause some more chaos, which, if we get to that chaotic playstyle of where it's just volatility on both sides, I would say that favors Sup, at least in my opinion.
Oh, Expert really had to respect that from Parth. I don't think they realized the angle was not on for the flip reset. Jordan playing it slow in the 50. Emery gonna take their time, play the slow play. It's gonna lock this Sup team in their corner even further, though that follow-up from Parth left a lot to be desired. Now counterattack, Zanil. What can they do with this one? Weird deflection, double tap in the middle. Jordan looked precarious. Expert on the follow. It's off post and out. A good build-up, but no end result.
How many times are we going to say this at this point? The woodwork really has been the fourth defender, and it'll do it again. Another one goes off the post, and at this point, you can't buy a goal. I don't know how much you have to offer. Something's got to change. Both these teams are taking incredible shots, but nothing is sticking. 2 minutes to go here. Drury will get a good 50-50 out of midfield to try and keep some sub pressure, but Zanil, if you want to keep the pressure, you got to challenge again, and if you want a shot, you got to touch the ball. Volatility has officially started here, Taco. Let's see who comes out on top. Oh, come on. Please tell me that, yeah, that had to be a goal.
And that's a real rough run there, but Expert is where they need to be. Fantastic power from Drury. Jordan did not anticipate it. Parth did not anticipate him getting slapped head first into the wall because the bump follow-through was utter perfection from Sub. They continue to get it done when they need to, and now they just need to hang on for dear life in the next 3 minutes.
See if they can do that, though. It's not going to be easy considering the way that Shopify have been able to respond before, but big issue for Shopify is they've only been able to really respond when they are forced to. Considering that they don't have an automatic overtime here, they've got to find something a little bit special. That could have been the dagger here in this game, but somehow it is turned away. We get to halftime, and as much as Shopify still do look very much in this game, that sub offense that we've been hoping to come to life, yeah, it has finally done so.
Ooh, nice little carry, Zanil. What can they do with that one? Apparently nothing. They got sent to Mars. Parth on the follow and into the middle again. Expert can only hold it up, but as always, Sup finds a way to remain relevant in the play. They're able to slow it down just enough. Jordan now into Parth. Off backboard. Good read from Memory. They're uncontested for now, and yet the power is not there. Another quality save.
Just barely turning that one away, but that really has been a statement we've made time and time again. Somehow Sup are able to hold on here, but this is something we've seen before. Once Shopify get this pressure, once they start to lock you into your corner, it is so difficult to break on out, and Memory's going to prove that. Jordan with a good 50-50, so now Memory can send it center, but no one's there! Parth lurking out of midfield, thought about going for it, but did not want to commit. But at this point, you have got to. 100 seconds to go, and here's where you've got to take the risk. Pull out all the stops, otherwise you're going home.
Shopify so disjointed on this fly cam. I'm watching through. At times, you just see someone carry it in the middle. They're waiting for a pass, and everyone rotates out because they need that boost. It's just not where they need to be, and I think that's really where a lot of this disjointed play is coming from. Jordan and Parth trying to combine Zanil with the limbo, going around all of that demo, and somehow is going to keep their team in the lead with a minute to go. What a clutch play.
How on earth is he able to even keep himself up for that one? How on earth are you going to turn this away? You don't have to. The shot is off target yet again. With a minute to go, Shopify Rebellion cannot afford this. They've had so many good opportunities, but have not been able to capitalize on a single one. Here's another good one. Jordan's got this in the air, but who's going to be there for the follow-up? All he does is send it to the backboard, where Zanil is waiting. Maybe Parth can do something here. 50-50, but it's not going to be enough. They pinch it across and dispossess the entire team. And now as Drury's got an open lane, all they need to do is waste time. 30 seconds to go, and if they can hold on, Sup will take the series.
There's so many layers to the defense. It's like an onion, a defensive onion pass. It's just so hard to break through all of this from Sup because they always seem to have someone stagger in the backfield. Even when they don't, it doesn't seem like Shopify's execution is there. You need to find it soon. They maybe have one or two more attacks, and touches like that are not going to be a quality first. Drury trying to put this one to bed on the flip reset. No contact. Off corner. Expert with a laser. What? Memory saves it, but ultimately they need to do more than that. They need to keep it up, and that is not gonna happen. There you go, Sup. The unsigned three-piece of a team gonna be able to take it, going the distance against Shopify.
Woohoo! All right, I gotta give credit where it is due. Sup, you looked shaky those first two games. You take 3 in a row, and we're going, all right, looks like this team's probably gonna be able to close this one out. And then all of a sudden, Shopify show us something in Game 6 that makes us think that maybe not. Maybe Sup. They've no longer got the mojo. They've no longer got the momentum in their favor, but game number 6 was a different tale. The way they earned that goal, the way that they were able to just hold on defense there. I mean, look at the save total. 9 in total for this team, which was a team, I think I can say personally, I was more impressed by their offense. So for them to pull out all the defensive stops in this final game, hats off to you, Sup, with a stellar performance.
And really, I can't just talk enough about how much I enjoyed that, especially because down the stretch, there was the main concern, at least for me, when I was looking through this series, is when I'm checking out game number 1 and 2, I'm thinking, okay, they're playing with a bit of a different roster. Maybe they're just not feeling it, but this is going to be an ugly series. I mean, they got to really lay into it. But then you have all the individual talents. You start to kind of get that cohesion. You have that chemistry, all the calculus being made about the counters against the other team. And then everything starts to come together. They get those 3 straight wins. And then I think that's where we really see the potential of this team. This is the team that has upset so many in regional runs before. They've been able to take that these far-reaching series. Expert, Zenil, and Drewy. What a show, and can't wait to see them up against Oxygen a little bit later.
Yeah, congrats on beating Shopify Rebellion. Here's Oxygen. That's the greatest reward I've ever seen at this point. I gotta feel bad for the team, but the good thing is that they can at least celebrate their success right here, right now, because we're gonna go to a quick little break when we return our second series of the day, so do not go anywhere. We've got more AAA Challenger Series when we return.
There are over 1 million roads out there, stretching over 4 million miles. So, where to go? Where to go? Where to stop? What to see? What to eat? Which sights? Which lights? Oh, wrong lights. That's better. And most importantly, who's in charge of the playlist? Not you, Gary. But no matter which road you take, it's comforting to know that AAA knows the way.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the AAA Challenger Series Super Event number 1. Once again, my name is Bass from the Past, and joined alongside by none other than the Danger Taco. And Taco, we are here in our second series of the day. We've already gone through the entire first round at this point here, so if you missed some of the results, let me give you a quick update on who is still around. Last series we just saw was Sup versus Shopify Rebellion and went to game number 7, and Sup were able to take it and move on to this next round. Some other teams that also went to a game number 7, though, are going to be XSET and NXT. XSET got the better of them, though, and walked on out, but for the other two series, a little bit more one-sided. Soniqs take a 4-0 over Torrent, and Ghost Gaming takes a 4-0 over Accelerate, meaning this next series, where we've got Ghost now going against Rogue, they should have some momentum. So, I'm excited for this one, as Taco, these are going to be two of the best teams in this entire bracket.
Absolutely. I mean, this is actually a rematch of a game that we've already casted previously in other weeks, where we have Rogue and Ghost in the grand finals of a $20,000 tournament Team Liquid put on with Hercules Tires, that invitational way back when. And I gotta say, I would have not anticipated those teams to be in a final typically. I was thinking, yeah, they're still in the building phase, but I gotta say, Aqua and Gyro have been such a great emerging front for that team, with Sirocco holding down the back. And I gotta say, Ghost with Hoxer in the lineup has looked so incredibly revitalized. They look like a completely different team. So I think Rogue took that one in 7 last time, but I have no predictions of this one. It was neck and neck all throughout that series. I doubt this one's gonna be any different.
And also, that was the first time we had seen Ghost Gaming with Hoxer. He had not played on that roster previously, meaning that now they've had a little bit of time to feel themselves out, to figure out the rotation. So, theoretically, they should be more deadly than ever. But theoreticals are something that we don't want to harp on too much, because I think at the same time, people have had their theories about how Rogue is going to go, so much so that everybody seems to count them out every situation they're in for no reason. I will never understand it. Rogue are one of the best teams here in North America. And although they don't necessarily always have the best results, in a series like this, there's no way I can bet against them. I'm saying here that this should be Ghost and Rogue going to 7, but if I've got to pick a team to come out on the other side, I'm thinking Rogue take this for the second time in a row.
I think Rogue is definitely a team that has an incredibly high peak. It's whether or not they can live up to it is always the thing that I have to ask myself. And I gotta say, in a world in which we have Daniel on SSG taking all the limelight as the best young talent in the game, Aqua is incredibly close shave for second. This player is brand new to the scene. They're already making splashes. And honestly, if they need a pop-off player, look no further. But we're going to be able to see how this one unfolds for ourselves. We're right into that lobby. We're able to see if we can get in that. Oh, never mind. It's a test lobby. I was a bit confused. I thought we had gotten past this. I got ahead of myself, Bass. I'm so excited to get this one off, and I jumped the gun. That's a rookie mistake right there.
Listen, it happens, but get skamazed. Anyways, moving on to the next one. We're trying to get into this game here, and I gotta hope that we do see that level of play, though. Like you said, it feels like this could be the best series we see all day. This really could be one that is a battle for the ages, but I also have to wonder if maybe it's gonna take a while to get to that level where it is a battle for the ages, because like we said, Ghost are coming into this one beyond red hot. They are like lava right now. They take a 4-0 over an Accelerate, which I think we can all agree looked great yesterday. So if Rogue are going to try and compete here in this series, they need to hit the ground running. If they're even in a light jog, that will not be enough to keep up with how Ghost are coming into this one.
And of course, there's no other lives. I mean, we keep bringing it up, but single inland bracket is a somewhat unusual format that you see in the scene. Typically, everyone likes your double E-limit. It elongates the tournament day. It gives you some chances, but now this is high stakes. They're all best 70, including that first round we just saw. So now you get even farther. Congrats, you've won your first round game, but now you really got to take it down. Rogue was already getting a bye-in win. So this is their first tournament game in this entire Super Challenger event. We'll see if they needed a warm-up. I'm sure they got the scrims in, but going up against Ghost Gaming, not going to be any easy feat. Here we go, finally. We got the real main event going on. It is the quarterfinal, seeing who can move on to semis.
Oh, and this is going to be an important one as well, because if you move into semifinals, you give yourself a chance at that money. Like we said, $3,000 here today, $2,000 going to first place, $700 to second, but we also have a third place match for $300 as well. You win this one, you get the chance to even play in that third place match, guaranteed. So they want to try and get here, want to try and get into the money, and also they do want a little bit of revenge. Like we said, last time these two teams met, Ghost came into this one with actually a game advantage and still lost the series. So if they want to try and redeem themselves, this series is the time to do so.
And of course, every layer deeper you go into the bracket, into these tournaments, you get more of those Challenger Series points, which of course build up into qualification in that championship. Ghost wants to get there. Look at the hook shot, and Shock with the follow.
Ooh, Shock, you gotta appreciate this as well. Not only because of the fact that he gets the shot, but he recognizes he still has to place this pretty precisely. Aqua's coming from one corner, Gyro's on the backboard. Rather than boom it on target, bouncer, put it on the ground, make it hard to save, and that's exactly what you need to do against a team like Rogue, who are all too quick to catch off guard. Just about a minute into this one, and Ghost are looking strong, but they have not secured this one by any stretch of the imagination. Last time we saw these two teams play, it was an absolute slugfest back and forth with onslaughts of shots on either side.
We'll see Hoxer just throw that one to the ceiling, and then even able to extend it. Gyro and Aqua, they know what Hoxer's capable of. They were just frozen on the goal lines. And, oh, please just hit that straight down into me. I do not want to have to react to it. Someone's got to react to this one. Gyro tries, but no contact. Aqua too slow on a follow, and Rogue got to be shaking their heads at that one.
Oh no, Gyro, I got a feel for him. He's got the shot and just straight up whiffs it. The good thing is that they don't necessarily need to panic too much. Yes, it's a golden opportunity gone awry, but they are right back on the prowl, right back into offense, and Gyro should be able to get something here. Not if Shock has something to say for it. Good 50-50. He's going to boom this one all the way to the other end, and have to restart their offense yet again. It's a good fake out. Taroko's going to get the defense to bite, but are they going to be able to get enough pressure to put a shot on? Shock says no, carries it through the air, and although they don't have any boost left, they will at least stall off the offense for now as Rogue continue to go scoreless.
That's a giveaway from Taroko. Gyro was caught looking, and luckily Taroko's able to make up for it, but it did confuse the defense enough. Aqua sidelined, now cleared, or so I thought. Lion Blaze seemingly always in the middle and distributing. Hoxer, slow play, flicks over, and Taroko can do nothing about that.
Uh-oh, the defense not looking all too prepared for the high-flying acrobatics we're seeing on this side. Taroko just kind of has to sit there and wait because the pass was beautifully dropped down to Hoxer. And again, this is a lobby full of 1v1 players. A lot of players who have been high on the leaderboards before, and even if Hoxer wasn't necessarily known for his 1v1s, the other two players on his team might give him a couple of tips because Shock, he is electric already. 2 goals to his name.
And nothing more frustrating than give it a goal. It's like, it's fine, restart. And then on the restart, it's a kickoff goal. It's right through. That is why you cheat up on the kickoff. Sometimes it will just lay in place, but still a lot of work to do. Good job with Shock. They're showing off the accuracy today, tucking underneath on the first goal and then threading the needle between 2 players encroaching from the corners.
I gotta say, if you're Rogue, you gotta be a little bit nervous right now because things are really not going right. If Lion Blaze has yet to score and you're down 3-0, this team is using everybody to control this offense and really control this midfield as well. A lot of these uncontested 50s, or what you would think is an uncontested 50, is being met by a player on Ghost every single time. This is part of why you and I were so complimentary when we first saw this Ghost roster with Hoxer. They looked so efficient maneuvering around each other. The issue they ran into last time was this player. When Aqua is on, he is beyond compare.
Aqua with an open double tap, you're giving it to him. I, too, like to live dangerously, Ghost. I don't know how I feel about that one. Aqua, they do not miss those, but I gotta say, can't be sweating too much. 2-goal lead, 2 minutes to go. The way they've been playing, that shot seems more like an anomaly than anything else.
I will say, my favorite tweet over the last couple of months was watching I believe the CEO and owner of Torrent watch the series between Torrent and Rogue last time, and he's going, yeah, I think our patient play is going great. You know, has this whole paragraph about how he's like, I think our patient play that we've adapted to is going to go incredibly well. It doesn't matter what point I had before this. This is beyond a point. Exclamation point at that. Shock, what on earth?
I think Shock is the captain of this team, and that is why you got to step up in big moments. 100% shooting accuracy right there for that man, and that is why Ghost is very much in the lead here. And I think Rogue has been able to get out of the starting blocks fine, but they were just absolutely dusted from then on because it's just raining down.
Bro.
Speaking of, Hawks are from the skies. Double tap of their own for 5.
What is that? What on earth are we seeing? Okay, I said Ghost was coming into this one red hot. These guys are beyond... They control the volcano. It's like the gods way back in the day, controlling the flow, maneuvering around everybody and determining when the eruption will happen. And usually you get an eruption and then go into hibernation. You don't see another one for a couple of years. They're doing it every minute at this point. Ghost truly coming back from the dead and doing something special. Rogue, you better be prepared because this team, they are hunting for revenge.
Yeah, because this is a revenge match, as we brought up, but also, I mean, I mentioned, yeah, Rogue, this is their first match played because they were high seed, and it feels like they're coming in without a warm-up. Ghost is hot off of the press, and right now, they're showing it with all these immediate challenges, shutting down everything, and it's had that glimmer of excellency from Aqua. It's been really disjointed. Even Gyro and Aqua there turning around, not wanting to go for this, and at this point, I think they're just trying, not necessarily to stem the bleeding. I think this one might be out of reach, but it'd be nice just to be able to get some goals. Remind yourself, no, we're not helpless. We could definitely break down this Ghost defense.
They can, it's possible, but can they do it in the current iteration of the way that they are playing? The big issue I'm seeing right now is that they look very disjointed. Rogue, a team that usually is able to operate around each other really well and facilitate these offensives with, I would say, that player right there in Aqua, but they are struggling to get everybody involved. Finally, they do so, getting Gyro his first goal on the board and really solidifying the fact that Rogue are not going anywhere.
Yeah, and it's also something to be in mind if you're Ghost. It's one thing to be able to hit it across the middle, but that is why you often see players air dribble out, because sometimes you clear it even with power to the side, but if someone's predicting all that clear out, it's just going to go straight down the middle into your net. So got to be careful, and I think Ghost is well aware of this one, but they can afford to be a little risky. They got a 3-goal lead with 30 to go.
Yeah, they can probably try and experiment a little bit here. Maybe get one more stunting goal like we've seen from what is basically the last 5 goals out of this team here. And maybe try and just gain some more momentum in their favor because, oh boy, I was going to say, yeah, shots like that are becoming more commonplace for Rogue. So as much as Ghost really had this one in control to start off this game, I would say the back half of this one has been a little bit more even. Nonetheless, the result will be the same though. Ghost will take game number 1 in pretty dominant fashion, but I'm thinking Rogue finally starting to warm up here. And if they can come into game 2 with the same sort of momentum as game number 1, or at least how they exited out of this, we should have a good series on our hands.
That was terrifying from Ghost. That really just got out of hand so quickly. It's very much like that escalated incredibly quickly from Ghost, because you all of us see that situation unfold and that it's a first attack. Okay, it's fine. It was a good, well-worked goal. We can work back from that. And then the immediate second goal goes through. And then the immediate third goal goes through. It's just really, once you get to that point, it's almost like you're not chalking that game, but you're thinking to yourself, man, it's so hard to be able to clean that all up, particularly because they're already full sprint before we even got going.
Yeah, and that's a big thing that we've talked about many times before, is that also when this does happen, usually most people's reaction would be, oh, okay, we're messing up, something's wrong. All right, let's change this, and this. You can't do that, though. These over-adaptations are the ways that teams are able to really expose you even further. So I appreciate that Rogue stuck to their guns. It took them a second to start to get that offense together, but once they finally did, then they look like a threatening team. So now that they have found that warm-up, now that they look a little bit more comfortable, can they win in game number 2, or at least give a good contest versus Ghost? Because if we see the same or similar results as game number 1, I'm thinking Ghost are just going to run away with this series.
Yeah, this is going to be a little rough. However, game number 1s, I don't think have a much predictive validity in the case of all these series. That's a fortunate thing, because I would not want to be able to go from that banger Game 7 series to kind of a snoozer 4-0, and I really doubt any of these teams is capable of being 4-0'd by really anyone. So see if this is going to be a twist of the tail as we head over to Forbidden Temple, see what is awaiting for us. Apparently it's more Lion Blaze slow play, but this time it seems like Rogue has the answer.
Does seem like they've got the answer, but can they find a quick goal to respond? Uh-oh, no, they will not. And they also send 2 players out to midfield here. They might be somewhat prepared on the defense, but you can see double commits on the backboard are going to leave them exposed. Lion's going to pop this back to the corner. Hawkster's going to put it to the backboard and put it to himself, but puts it off target. How many times can I say put it in one sentence? We'll find out as we continue, because 45 seconds into this one, and no one has put anything into the back of the net yet.
Yeah, and right now it's just trying to see if Aqua can be able to draw some magic. They're able to. Hoxer really has to think about that one, and they overthought it. They tried to get around it on the diagonal flip, but ultimately it's a bit of a clunker.
I gotta feel bad. You can hear the comms here of Hoxer going, oh no, oh no, oh no, and Lion Blaze is sitting there like, what are you doing? Stop touching the ball! And by the time that they finally communicated that, it's already in their own net. An own goal is gonna be how we open up the score line here, but for Rogue, they will take it. It's the first lead they've had here in this series, and it could further increase if Aqua was prepared. He's lurking all the way out of midfield, and what could have been a really good following offense from Rogue has now gone awry.
Taroko trying to keep it going. Aqua, they're looking upfield, and that's a rare miss. Maybe just running out of these resources in the boost tank. Said it's going to be Taroko trying to extend it, but it'll give way to Shock on the air dribble. They demoed on their lead. They still get a double, and it's going to get hit to the side instead. Hoxer one more try. Aqua quick up, and that's going to be a nice clear. So clearly Ghost still very much capable of capitalizing up on offense. That was a close call in that last foray.
It's been a close call the entire time so far here, and I feel like that's what we're starting to see, is that it really is the minuscule differences that are separating the two teams here. Can you put the shots on target? Can you get the pressure? Can you play well enough to not make those mistakes that leave you exposed? So far, I think that both teams have done a pretty good job at that, aside from the first goal we saw in this game, which I'm not going to talk about whatsoever. But aside from that, the teams have played pretty precise, and especially when it comes to this offensive pressure, Hoxer and the rest of the Ghost team have done such a good job at interfering on these attempted counterattacks that Rogue have been going after, and it's because of plays like this. Shock gets at center, and although Hoxer cannot find a follow-up touch out of midfield, you can see Rogue are diving at everything. They are so nervous to concede a goal that they are forcing themselves into super awkward challenges.
And same with that one from Shock. I think they're waiting for a higher lob or one to the side, but instead it went right at them, so they can only just tap it to the sideline and be able to try to wait for some more support, but we'll re-enter on that 50. I'll give it away to Aqua. Going off the ceiling, carrying it themselves, looking for a 50. Not gonna happen, Taroko. Just a high lob. They're waiting for Gyro to re-enter, and it does exactly what it was intended to do. Baits out two players. Gyro into the middle, back post. Aqua looking at it, but this is all just trying to ramp up pressure, and despite all of that patience, Hoxer shows none. They're just gonna charge right in.
Getting a little bit nervous right now, though. It feels like Ghosts are starting to give a lot more space to their opponents than they really should be. As much as in game number one, they were getting in the face of Rogue, you can see this Hoxer retreating against Aqua. You almost knew that a goal the minute Hoxer turned around. You think you're going to beat Aqua in a foot race? Sorry to tell you, you won't.
Hearing the Jaws theme from Aqua slowly approaching in the background as the defense is trying to position themselves. Do we hit this in the corner? Do we just aerial this forward? Do we try to burn time? And meanwhile, Aqua just has blinders on. They're just looking only at the ball. Able to tuck that one in. Nice, comfortable lead for Rogue here, but of course, Ghost not helpless. They do have that counterattack. They've showed it before, but need to make sure they can actually hook things together. How about this one? All three involved with this play. Hoxer, we know what they can do on the flip reset. Taroko doesn't even let it get to that one. They're clearing that all the way through.
I gotta appreciate that, Taroko recognizing he doesn't have to challenge immediately. He just has to dispossess once there's a little bit of awkwardness. And speaking of awkwardness, you do not want to be in a 1v1 versus Lion Blaze, and that's why it's a 2v2. Gyro coming out of nowhere to make the save, but now at this point, can they continue to do so? 75 seconds left, and it does feel like Ghosts are starting to get themselves some better and better offensive chances. Can they put one on target? Lion Blaze for the bump. Where is Shock in the follow-up? Waiting for the drop down. Hoxer, there it is, finally puts one in, and Ghost get on the board.
Huge fan of this from Ghost, going for the bump, but then Shock has a lot to think about. They can't score that, so what do? Just tap it lightly enough that it does not get blocked, it does not get deflected, and then it's a sitter for Hoxer, because ultimately, no matter if you're a pro team, if you're an amateur team, you're going to have a triple commit when the ball's right above your goal. No one has any momentum. No one's on the backboard. And ultimately, that panic will be capitalized on. How about again, Hoxer to the backboard. Not the cleanest clear, but I was able to have just enough on the pre-flip. Get it to the sideline for Shock to meet. Deflection. Hoxer shot on the near post. Aqua was awkward, but does just enough.
Aqua continuing to do things that he's done in previous series against this Ghost team. He was a nuisance to them last time, and it might just be, no, I was gonna say, a nuisance enough to possibly keep the lead. I thought maybe the first would go in, but the second will, and Hoxer will tie us up.
This play is not over until it is out of your half. Look at that recovery from Lion Blaze. Understand they had the boost advantage, the positional advantage, and just able to tap that straight down, and Hoxer was ready and waiting, able to get that vertical, showing it off, out jumping Rogue defenders, and what do you know, we're right back to a tie scoreline. Taroko is not a fan of that one, nor are they of the crossbar. Again, Gyro on the follow. Third time is the charm.
It's a beautiful shot, don't get me wrong, but look how long it takes for anybody to touch the ball on the side of Ghost. Matter of fact, they don't. No one touches the ball on the defensive line here. They panic and Gyro takes advantage. 3-2 with 30 seconds to go. I was about to say that Ghost looking like they're back in form with that momentum shift that they had in game one, but you need to touch the ball to shift the momentum.
Yeah, it's a little tough there on defense. There's a lot of weird positional play, and as much as we applaud Lion Blaze for keeping that last play together, it's equally amazing from Gyro to be able to stay relevant in that touch, missing it off the crossbar, and then immediately before the defense can even react, get to it. And speaking of react, Ghost needs to be quick with it because they have 4 seconds and a full field carry ahead of them. Aqua being annoying, getting all the touches, but not Lion Blaze's shock. They're going to miss that one. Gyro is able to deflect it, and that will end the way that Rogue prefers, with them tying up this series.
It may have been a little bit more nerve-wracking than what they were expecting there, but Rogue still do get the win, and we said this was a necessary one, considering the way that game number one was completely in favor of Ghost, almost dominant in favor of Ghost. At that point, Rogue needed a good response, and they have found that. This is a very impressive response out of them. The question is can they keep this up? Because we saw that when the mistakes start to compile for Rogue, they fall apart, and I mean just disintegrate like a piece of paper in water. So we got to see something different here. Rogue, you need to find some consistency. As good as you looked in that game, your lows were beyond lows. They were underneath the ground, and, well, Ghost, considering that they are an undead team, that's where they like to play. So, Rogue, find some consistency in game number 2, or in game number 3, and I think we should have a good series on our hands.
Well, the specter of inconsistency always in the back of players' minds, especially when you are in such a high-stakes series. So, I make sure tighten up all those loose ends and make sure that none of this actually goes through. That was just a sitter in front of net for a second, but not going to hurt anyone. All the rotation will widen back out. Everybody's refueled, and attack number 2 is underway with Gyro. The flip reset halfway through, but nothing doing for Lion Blaze. They're just going to combine with Shock to slap that one right back down.
I haven't seen a lot of boomer ball out of these two teams. I wouldn't be against it, especially when shots like that are the result. I appreciate that Lion trying to run a little bit of interference, but just barely able to turn that away is the Rogue defense. But they can't get it off the half. Lion Blaze still there to be a nuisance, a thorn in the side, and so will Shock. Taroko will get a good 50-50, but they're not going to be able to clear it quite yet. And as Lion Blaze pre-jumps for that one and almost is able to put a shot on target, the pressure is still there. Rogue need to get this off their half and really start to get some offense together, because a minute into this one, it has been all Ghost so far.
Say hats off to Coach Fakey. I am loving what I'm seeing from Ghost for all these extension plays. Every single touch is a pass. It's so hard to get the ball off them because it's just flying in front of your net. Everyone is even able to follow it up, and I think it's making it Ghost like a real dangerous, despite it still being a level scoreline. I don't know for how much longer. Shock was lurking. Now Hoxer is. That's uncontested, but that is not the contact they were looking for. It's going to just trickle down. Same with this touch from Shock, and looks like Gyro and Akrew can try to mount something, but that is too many people forward, and there's only Shock in the backfield.
I was wondering when we'd see this out of Rogue. Unfortunately, this is something far too common for them. They overcommit out at midfield, and no one has the ability to understand that, yeah, that's going to turn into a goal. Usually, teams will send their third man, who's a bit overextended, immediately rush them back, but apparently not communicated enough, effectively enough. And again, this is something we've seen from Rogue before. It's a lot of reason why people are usually critical of this team and question what their peak really is, because, like we said, their lows are rather low. This team needs to find some consistency, because open nets like that, you can't afford that against a team like Ghost. They are far too proficient to allow them that many opportunities.
Oh, speaking of, Oxford, they didn't have a seam to find Shock. They didn't immediately, but they will on the follow-through. That's off the bar. Shock can't get this one, and now Aqua racing, trying to beat everyone out for that mid-boost. It's going to be Lion Blaze who gets it in the end, but it's going to leave Hoxer fairly awkward. Aqua trying to solo play it with the flip reset. Pass one, the air dribble to the back post. It's so potent on those touches is Aqua, but it's still not going to be enough. On the counter, Aqua, again, right in the middle of it, getting that deflection.
Able to get the deflection for now, though. That's the big thing, is we keep on saying for now, because it really is so incredibly close that this one, the boomer ball, end to end to end to end here. Who's going to find that second blow? Are we going to see Ghost further increase their lead? Aqua takes a risky play as he dribbles it across his own net, but Lion Blaze does not bite. He wants to play patiently, wants to try and take this one a little bit more strategically, because with 2.5 minutes remaining and only a 1-goal lead, that is not a bad idea. But bad idea, speaking of which, the defense completely abandoned here for Rogue, and although they do not concede, now the pressure is on Ghost with a solid offense and not a goal to show for it. Taroko gets in the way.
Akrew will slow it down, waiting for Lion Blazing. Ghost smells their advantage. The problem is they just don't really understand how they want to take advantage of it. That roller is going to be well wide. Akrew was going for the boost steal, and they were not able to find it, but at the very end, Aqua and company still just chasing the ball down, trying to get it forward, but even when they do, just setting right on back. Bit of a double kick from Ghost, going to work out into the corner, and seems like Taroko has that covered. Maybe not shocked, though. Aqua went into the in and out, immediately bailed, recognized the danger, and right now, Rogue really being pressed back. I'm shocked it's only 1-0 here. Ghost has been knocking on the door for some time, and yet it seems like Rogue always has the answer, but nothing on offense yet. They're still down by 1.
How on earth? Okay, this is open. Just put it on. There it is. Hawkser finally gets the goal. It took them about a millennia, but they have finally found it here. Not bad play. I think the unfortunate issue is that at a certain point, when you play this much defense, something's going to give.
Yeah, that was a weird timing on that. Aqua, a little bit of a free flip to go in, and Taroko rotates into goal, but the problem is they're not anticipating that touch to go through. They're waiting for it to go to the sidelines so they can reset their positioning, and unfortunately the only thing that is being reset is the ball, because it's going to go straight into the middle for Hawkser to score. And right now, as we enter the really final stage of this game, I would not say this is anything close to that Game 1 Ghost performance, but in terms of pressure, it very much is a return to form. They have 11 shots compared to 4 of Rogue.
And I gotta say, again, the more impressive part of this is that they still have an ace up their sleeve. This is a team that is doing well, that is dominating the offense without Lion Blaze being involved. He's yet to get a goal throughout this series. He does have 3 assists, but that doesn't really mean when Hawkser has the same and Shock has only 1 less. So it's one of these things where it's very clear. All of Ghost are rotating around each other extremely effectively, and while the last game wasn't necessarily the results they were hoping for, game number 3 is, and that defense and those shots were not the thing that either team was hoping for. Chaos in front of the net, but somehow, some way, Ghost do not get punished, at least not on the first shot, and not on the follow-up. Aqua puts it off target, and I think with that, Rogue's chances of coming back in this game have completely crumbled.
I believe what we call that in the business, GG go next. This feels like it has many qualities one would assume to be chalked in this game, because that was 2 different shots that Rogue had, and they put them wide right and wide left. So here we go into game number 4, and it's going to be Ghost in the lead, 2-1.
That's the first time that we see them get a shutout as well. I think that actually might be our first shutout on the day as well. Yeah, no, excuse me. The final couple games were 1-0 because of overtimes. But otherwise, this is the first time we have seen Rogue get shut out, and it wasn't for a lack of trying. Yes, obviously, Ghost have the overwhelming amount of offensive pressure. We hinted upon it all game, and with 11 shots, it really goes to show, but it's not as if Rogue didn't have their chances. It's just that I think they're a bit nervous. They look a little bit frazzled right now, so they got to keep their head on their shoulders and try and take a deep breath. And speaking of taking a deep breath, folks at home, hoping you do the same thing. Grab some water, grab some snacks, and hit that follow button down below. We've got a long day ahead of us, and not only do we have a long day ahead of us here today, we've got more events in the future. This is only super event number 1. We've still got another one and another 3 events before we get to that championship during the summer. So again, hit that follow down below, ring the bell, and keep up with everything that is going on, because FOB is live, and they are live right now. Let's get into game number 4 here and see what happens.
Absolutely. I mean, we're slaving away in the kitchen. We're cooking up these great matchups. Obviously, the player's the one doing it, but we're the one that's serving it up. We're the one bringing it to your table. At the very least, drop a follow. But of course, no pressure. Be able to sit back. You enjoy that stream. We just requested of you, but ultimately, I would say this is a treat. We are in for a treat throughout today, and honestly, all these games have been spectacular. This is no exception. However, I would like to see something a bit sweeter, because I would say the ending of a couple games from Rogue so far in the series with these shutouts, with these lack of offense, have been going down bitter.
Yeah, they've been a little bit that way, but maybe Gyro can switch it up. I gotta say, switch up not only in the fact that he's getting aggressive. What on earth? Gyro pulling out the Slurpee card. That's the most colorful car I've seen all day, and I actually love it.
Well, it's a rainbow flavor. I just don't know if that is really the variety they need. I would look for more in offense rather than car design. However, that is something that I think they can build upon. They still have plenty of time and plenty of opportunities. Gyro, that's got to be a heck of an angle, and they're not going to be able to pull that out. Ghost, little confusion. Aqua open net, and Shock still able to get the save. Infield pass, Taroko, surely no. Shock, another denial.
That's one of those plays where if you're on Rogue's side, especially Corrupted at this point, he's going, what's it going to take? We demo them, we get good passing plays, we catch them off guard, and still not enough to score a goal. A minute into this one, Rogue look like now they're the ones in control of offense, but what happens when it goes the other way? Drop down, Shock is there, and Shock is on target. 1-0 in favor of Ghost.
You don't want to give him space. Look at Hoxer on the recovery. Instant wall jump. Taroko, see ya. Just absolutely dusted to that one, and Shock able to put that one into the open net. And that's the type of dynamic play that I'm really loving out of Hoxer lately on Ghost. They just add a significant element to the offense that sometimes I can't even see coming, and obviously neither can the defense.
The defense at this point really has been, I would say, sort of the hinge for everything that we've been seeing here. If it does well, it's able to counterattack quickly, and we see some really spectacular offenses. And if the defense does badly, we see an absolute crumble on one side or another. Good example here. I thought Gyro was about to fall apart, but the good thing is he's gotten at least a recovery to buy some time for his team. But as Taroko misses the initial challenge and Aqua can only boom it off the half, can they really develop much from this play? Of course they can. Aqua able to do a 1v1 play out of midfield to buy some more time for his team. Oh, but Hoxer, he's putting shots on the other end. 90 seconds into this one, and again, it's Ghost now that are back in control of offense. Well, we might have started off with some offensive pressure from Rogue. It is dissipated very quickly.
Yeah, they're going to have some chances. The problem is these high-flying aerials are going to have to use a lot of boost to do so, and much as Gyro can disrupt the play in midfield, they need to be able to get in and be able to provide that +1. Aqua, the only one they need is the solo play. Apparently, the air dribble, the perfect setup. However, Hoxer saw it coming. Gyro sent to the Shadow Realm, and Rogue gets from square one.
Got to start from square one here, and really, they got to start getting some offensive pressure together. Again, we saw it to start the game, but since then, we have not seen much out of Rogue here. They played a lot of defense, but also haven't really played a lot of saves. Actually, neither team has really played a lot of saves or shots here. 4 total shots, 2 apiece on each side, and a single save for Rogue so far, so the midfield presence really where that battle is going down. Can it be enough? Who's going to break first? Who's going to find that opening? Oxford would like to find one there, but immediately contested by Taroko. And then Gyro contested by Aqua. Not exactly what we were expecting, but this has kind of been the issue. As much as Rogue are trying to march downfield and turn it into a solid offense, they keep on getting in the way of each other. Oh, this time, though, they've got an open net, and Lion plays will get back, barely able to save it and keep the scoreline in favor of Ghost.
Shot power and accuracy, the 2 elements of a shot, and sometimes you're lacking one in a significant regard. That's a brutal one. Wide open shot, but the angle is not rich enough, so they can't actually power through the defense, and that is the power of a well-worked defense. Even when it feels like you've broken through, even when it seems like there's nothing standing in your way, someone comes swiping in from the corner and denies you an equalizer. At least 2 minutes to go, and Aqua still searching for sure, but goes seemingly always there when they need to be.
It's been a really, really impressive presence here on the back end. And again, it's not because of the fact that one of the players is just stepping up. It's all 3 of them. I have to continue complimenting Ghost for the fact that they look more in sync than almost any other team I've seen play in quite some time. This 3-man trio is rotating around each other so incredibly effectively to the point where I don't feel nervous for them whatsoever. Yes, they only have a 1-0, but if any team's going to hold on to a 1-0 and do so comfortably, it's going to be Ghost in their current state right now. Another ball goes center, but Shock easily able to turn this one away. It's a good interruption from Gyro, though, but obviously he's interrupted by Hoxer. Again, the trio on the back line is not allowing any extended pressure out of Rogue, and it is making it so difficult for them to even find shots on target.
Rogue has these extensions out of defense that I do enjoy. They're tapping the ball to the side and then clearing it forward for someone to chase. The issue is it's a chased ball. It's not actually into any position they can deal with, and I think when that happens, it results in a lot of these awkward touches. Granted, they can create some awkward touches of their own. That's Gyro, an open double, and even then, Shock and the crossbar are able to close the door on that one. Lion Blaze able to slow play with Hoxer out.
Barely able to get it off their half, though, because at this point, we're starting to see Rogue are spending a lot more time, at least out at midfield here, and Ghost are struggling to find counterattacks, at least uncontested. Speaking of uncontested, though, that ball lingers in the middle, and Taroko barely unable to get to the ball first. This, though, completely open, and finally, Gyro will hit the mark. After 8 total shots, Rogue finally finds one into the back of the net.
Look at Taroko getting a double bump on Lion Blaze, just hitting them completely static underneath the ball, and still a lot to do, but that is why you pay him the big bucks. When there's an open net, it needs to go through. Gyro gets equalizer just in time, and can we see something really right at the death here? No, Gyro gonna get hit out. Shock, air dribble, straight down, Lion to the sideline. They can follow it with Hoxer, but instead it's gonna be relinquished. Aqua into the corner. Gyro tried one more, and No chance of being taken by Hoxer. He's going to get slapping his compatriot out of there, and that's going to be an overtime here to see if Rogue can stem the bleeding, bring the series back to neutral.
I had to take such a deep breath there. It really did look like Ghosts were about to close this one out very quickly, but instead, we do head to an overtime, and it still could be closed out pretty quickly. Lionblaze is taking charge of the offense here, already putting shots on target and putting on the pressure against this Rogue defense. I gotta say, though, of all players stepping up, usually we talk about Akrew really being the star-studded striker for this Rogue team. Gyro, beyond compare, though, has been the player to watch right now. He has been lethal on offense, as well as doing so much out at midfield to keep the pressure up. Maybe he can even end the game right here, right now. Instead, he'll opt for a redirect to put it back center, but as Akrew is taken off the pitch, they have no one to follow it up. Gyro actually follows up his own touch to keep it on the half, but 45 seconds into this one, despite good pressure out of Rogue, they've yet to get a solid shot on target.
Ooh, Lionblaze has a quick challenge. I was going to say it was a bit risky, but it was exactly what is required. It was able to dunk out Aqua. Now Gyro able to get this one. Shock. They don't even care about the ball. They're getting the boost steal. They know they can lock down the half if they can, but the problem is can't lock down Aqua. That one nearly going through. Taroko gets dunked. It's open for Lionblaze. They have the power. No! Great recovery by Rogue, and they're still in it.
They are still in this one, and that's kind of the way that it has been, is that Rogue are just holding on, trying to keep themselves in this contest. And Taroko, you need to make a good save here if you want to stay in this one. Immediately met by Lionblaze, but they've got no boost to follow it up. They'll put it center, but Gyro will be there again, deflecting it away and keeping all of Ghost off the half for extended periods, because I think they are starting to recognize Rogue are making these challenges out of midfield because they know as soon as Ghost get that pressure, as soon as they have extended stays on the half, it is going to be too much for them to handle. Oh, but not too much for Shock to handle. Spikes it against the ground and keeps the game alive for now. No, please, not this! Oh, thank God.
Oh my goodness, well done, Lionblaze. Another 50, Gyro is tapping it down, but that's only going to go to Shock. Fully boosted up, they're going to send that one deep. What can Gyro do with this one? Apparently, serve it over to Taroko and hope for the best, but the best that they're going to get is off the backboard, uncontested. Double commit, no touch. What a bump in that on the counter. Nearly something. My goodness, pandemonium in this OT 2 minutes through.
Chaos is the name of the game right now. The question is who's going to wear the crown. We're almost halfway through an extra game at this point, and we are no closer to finding an end. We said that this could be the series of the day. Already it has lived up to expectations, but this overtime is exceeding them beyond compare. Aqua, though, he's got to exceed expectations here. Make a great save. Instead, Gyro will get in the way. He'll make a great touch, but can he make a good follow-up and send it to the other half? 50-50 against Hoxer. Slams it on. It's against the backboard, but Lionblaze is well prepared. Again, this has been the issue. As much as Rogue are finding these openings and finding ways to get some offensive pressure, all three players of Ghost have been able to make save after save after save. They have 8 total in comparison to only the 5 out of Rogue.
My goodness, Aqua is just dodging around these demos. That could have ended the series in a fairly anticlimactic fashion, but at the end of the day, bump play is somewhat of a new meta emerging, and Ghost Gaming is certainly trying to exercise that. Taroko to the back post. Don't have to worry. Lionblaze with the back pass to Hoxer. Pinch middle. Aqua. High lob, and Shock was too far forward, so it can't extend to Lion, but will then go to Hoxer. Actually, what a passing play, and an equal to his save, but they can only do so much. It's Hoxer ending the OT and bringing Ghost to a series point.
And this is why we say this team has been working so well. All 3 players getting involved in the offense to even facilitate that initial shot. And by that point, it is all too much. Follow-up comes through, and Ghost will take the game. And like you said, they move on to series point. We were saying this could be a revenge story. This is beyond that at this point. Rogue come into this one, and they are just getting, I don't know, jaw-dropped by everything Ghost are doing. It's not as if Ghost are just barely edging them out. Ghost are pulling out plays that you never expect them to pull out, and doing so with immaculate offensive pressure.
Rogue is incredibly good being able to get up onto offense. The issue is that Ghost is playing incredibly quick. They're shutting down plays, and until Rogue can find a way to consistently do that, I think they're just being on the back foot for a lot of these plays, despite Ghost actually making most of the saves. Ultimately, when I see a lot of saves on a team, all I read that as when the team who is forcing all that pressure is going to lose that game. You're shooting inefficiently. You're just throwing balls on target, hoping for the best. I need Rogue to add something new. I would love to see the bumps return. Taroko was causing a lot of chaos. See what's up their sleeve, because they don't have a lot of lives left. In fact, they only have 1. They have 5 minutes potentially between them and getting out of this tournament.
Whew, and that's going to be rather difficult when, once again, I have to mention it again here. You talk about, an ace up your sleeve. Rogue, you've already got a trap card on the field that you got to be careful of. Lion Blaze still yet to score in this series, and it shouldn't really be that big of a point, but when you have a player like Lion Blaze, who is only for right now, basically playing defense and facilitating offenses, there is still a little check mark to yet be checked. So we got to wait. Rogue, right now, put on the pressure, get the most out of this Ghost team, because I think that Ghosts are still waiting to unleash their final form, and if they do so here in Game 5 to wrap up the series, I wouldn't be surprised.
And it's really going to come down to how you figure out how to get rid of this Ghost possession. They're so good at touching the ball into a position where the immediate teammate can follow it through. That's exactly how they were able to end that OT, and it's how they were able to really take control of many games in this series. So Rogue's bread and butter has always been these air dribbles, but Ghost doesn't seem to be lacking for confidence. Like the pre-jump from Shopify, shutting that one down.
Shutting it down, but how far can they get it off the half? This has been the big issue so far, is that Rogue will get this offensive pressure, but they can't do anything with it. And while Ghosts are going to interrupt, they need to do something a little bit more with it. Last time, they were able to transition downfield and march down so effectively, but here, look what's happening in the corner. Hoxer and Shock were able to get uncontested touches, but they barely go anywhere. Taroko puts it center. Aqua is there, but he's met by a Hoxer save. And this has been the issue, even when Ghost looks so nervous, look like they have no control of their defense. Somehow, some way, someone comes through for the save.
And Hoxer was trolling for demos. They're going to get a boost steal, and Taroko needed to get back in time. They will. Hoxer, another send forward, off bar, Shock, great read, and that's the opener.
Okay, we gotta watch this one back. How does Shock read this? So it goes up, Hoxer puts it center. When does Shock pre-jump this? He's up before it even hits the backboard. Knows exactly how that's gonna fall down. Knew Aqua wouldn't get a touch. Knew that no one was going to stop him, so he'll slam it home. And once again now, Rogue, here's where you gotta get your ice picks out and put on your snow boots, because you've got an up mountain climb if you want to try and stay in this one. 3.5 to go. It is possible, but Rogue need a miraculous comeback if they want to stay in this tournament, let alone the game.
Yeah, and typically, this is the point where I say, it's one goal, it's not a big deal, they can come back. But the trend of this series has been, it's been fairly close when these teams have been playing evenly, and ultimately one goal might be all it needs. How about two? Shock with the drop down, not able to wrap around to actually put it on target. Aqua, no pass. And a double commit from Ghost, but somehow it's going to work out. Everything seems to for them. How about this attack? Lion Blaze off the bar. Shock on a follow and a good clear. Now they got to get back as Rogue is trying to transition, but there's just no boost to the tank to do so.
If you're Rogue right now, you've got to be nervous. At this point, you are only able to stay in this game because the shots are going off target. They're playing the exact same strategy over and over again, and it's yet to not work. Ghost have figured out the ways to poke through this armor. They have found the little cracks here and there, and it is working out perfectly for them every single time. Well, maybe not perfect. They do need to put the shots on target for it to be perfect, but at this point, so does Rogue. They have still yet to find ways to use this offensive pressure to actually get some goals. So with 2 minutes to go, Rogue, you need a switch up here. Flip the script and start putting solid shots on target that really threaten this defense and start making them uncomfortable.
Kind of what Hox was trying to do with that flick. Was calling Aqua into action. Now Hoxer taking over. Uncontested, and that's what's going to happen. The double tap Taroko. Last second getting it away. Lion, another chance. Deflection. Now Shock. One more effort. The slow play, trying to read Aqua out. They're bumping him through. Ghost trying to really lock down this midfield, and they're doing a stellar job of it. A bump play to mark the occasion, and there's number 2 getting paved.
This is why you are better ranked than I. I need to see what bump you are talking about here, because I just didn't even see this. It's not going to give us it on the replay either, but unfortunately, it doesn't really matter. I may be confused, but you know who's probably more confused? Rogue. They have found themselves with 100 seconds left, down 0-2, and down 2 or 3-1 in the series. Again, last time these two teams met, they went almost the distance, with Rogue barely squeaking it out past Ghost. This time, a very different story. Ghost don't just look dominant, they look in control. At no point throughout the series, aside from maybe game 2, did I even think they were nervous in this one. So props to Ghost. Right now, you look like you might just close out the series with a shutout, and with more goals like that, I wouldn't be surprised. Shock running interference, and old Gyro can get it off the half. They don't have a lot of time to waste. 70 seconds if Rogue just want to keep the series alive.
Yeah, and I think Ghost are well aware of the peaks that Rogue are able to accomplish. So if Ghost wants to continue at this revenge tour after losing that grand final in another invitational of that Team Liquid tournament, they need to make sure they close it out. And To be honest, that one hurts from Hoxer. They had to watch it happen right in front of their eyes.
All right, folks, it's the first time all day. Say it with me. Nasty, filth, disgusting out of Hoxer. Sickening, if you will. And honestly, I gotta say, it's the flu that's gonna take them out. That'll be it. I just don't see a comeback. 50 seconds to go, and what has been such a low-scoring affair aside from game number 1, I don't know how Rogue is gonna turn this one around. It's a valiant effort, but the unfortunate truth is that at every single mark, those openings that we think should be golden for all of Rogue are completely shut down by Ghost on repeat.
They have some time to work with, but doesn't really mean much the way that Ghost is playing. Aqua, Taroko, and Gyro really got to reach deep into the bag of tricks. How about this one off the ceiling? That's not going to work. Taroko from the sideline. That's not going to work. Shock deep down the field. It's only going to get deflected, and Hoxer will just be able to watch that one go as they collect that corner boost, or at least attempt to. Gyro's even trying to work bumps in, and still all of that is ineffectual. This needs to go, and it does not. That's gonna do it. It's gonna be Ghost Gaming going into our semifinals, and triumphantly at that.
This was a dominant performance, and an impressive performance at that. Quick GGs, and they are all out. Hoxer out of the lobby. He's probably going straight to free play. This man wants to keep his mechs up, and can you really blame him with the series that we just saw? This team looks nigh unstoppable. What on earth? And the more impressive thing for me is, again, we mentioned Lion Blaze, usually a star-studded striker. At least last split he was. He finishes the series without a goal. He let Shock and Hoxer run the offense, and they didn't just run the offense, they marathoned it. This was ridiculous out of Ghost Gaming. Dominance all around, and I honestly have to wonder, is there anybody in this tournament who can slow them down?
And that's the thing that you really have to keep in mind is how are you actually going to be able to cope with all of these adversities, mainly just because you need to find a way of slowing down Ghost, and it is tough. It's such a struggle for this team because they look completely revitalized. We were talking up the exploits of Hoxer and how well they played, and of course Lion Blaze is, I would say, the household name along with Shock, but just adding that new player, it's completely changed up the Ghost Gaming, and I think if everyone is familiar with the Ghost Gaming of old, where they get pretty far in regionals, you know, they might do well, they missed out on a couple, but ultimately, I don't know if that's going to be the case. It's tough to see many teams being able to stand up to this, especially in this bracket alone.
Again, we've been seeing roster mania. Teams have been trading here and there, but for some reason, so far, the one that I think has looked the best has been Hoxer to this Ghost team. I mean, you and I said it, the first time we saw this team play, something was different. The change in which they were able to facilitate offenses, to be able to rotate around each other with such efficiency, I gotta give it to them. Ghost, you look, like I said, nearly unstoppable at this point. The unfortunate thing for them is that they've still got a long road ahead of them here. Oxygen Esports and Sup are still playing on our B stream right now, trying to figure out who's going to be moving to the next round, and then once we come back from this break, it's going to be eUnited versus XSET and Akrew versus Soniqs, and that matchup will determine who's going to play Ghost Gaming for the semifinals. So we've got a lot of action left, folks, so you are not going to want to miss it. Make sure to hit that follow down below and stay tuned, because when we come back from this break, we're heading to the we're heading to the quarterfinals to figure out who's even playing in those semis. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
There are over 1 million roads out there, stretching over 4 million miles. So where to go? Where to go? Where to stop? What to see? What to eat? Which sights? Which lights? Oh, wrong lights. That's better. And most importantly, who's in charge of the playlist? Not you, Gary. But no matter which road you take, it's comforting to know that AAA knows the way.
She's a late model sedan, Irma. She's not the flashiest car on the high school lot, but one with the most tenure. She's carried 3 Anderson siblings through a lot of great moments, and protected them through some not so great ones. Irma has put in her time with us, so when it comes to protecting her, she deserves more than a 15-minute conversation, or less.
up as well. And he slots it down underneath. Drew is going to secure a 2-goal lead for Sup inside the final minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we may be going to Game 7. Gimmick from his own backboard. Tosi gets a midfield demo. It's going to buy some space for LJ. Blocked by Zanil. Still here in the sub corner. Expert with a nice cutoff there at midfield. It's going to cause some problems for this Oxygen press forward. Gimmick. A little bit of space, but we're running out of time. Oxygen needs to make something happen right now. And with that clear, I think that's going to do it. Sup respond in Game 6. Folks, we're heading to Game 7. That's what we all wanted. Let's take a look at the stat sheet real quick. Zanil putting up big boy numbers. 2 goals, 1 assist, 4 saves, 5 shots. Let's look at that. Sup, every player getting involved on every inch of the pitch. Full team effort. And I think that's what it's going to take to bring down a team the caliber of Oxygen.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the AAA Challenger Series Super Event number 1. Once again, my name is Bash from the Past, joined alongside by none other than the Danger Taco. And Taco, we're about to wrap up our quarterfinals and get into the nitty-gritty because this is the very last matchup before you get to start to play for money. We've got one last quarterfinal here between Akrew and Soniqs. And I gotta say, this is one of those matchups where, on paper, some people might not necessarily think that it's going to be as back and forth. But I've got to disagree. I think people are still underestimating Akrew far too much. Yes, this team may not have been able to find the stability that they always used to in bubble tournaments, but they are still a very threatening team.
And Akrew, of course, being that new signing, Vibrance, previous name, a team that has been very consistent in being able to get into those regionals, despite maybe not the success that they're looking for in those events. However, Soniqs, I think every event I see them, they're just that much better. T-Corel, Andy, and ZPS have been clicking. They're in one of the fastest teams in the scene. Typically, whenever you see them in a group with teams of the like of even G2, when they were making those historic runs to the major, they were the only team that could even get close, take some games off of them. So that speaks volumes about their ability, and at least for me, the main thing that I'm looking forward to out of this game is whether or not these playstyles are going to clash against each other in a dramatic way, or if it's really going to be a chess match. Is it going to have to be a way that both teams are trying to figure each other out? I think they're both incredibly fast teams, and so which speed is it going to be able to win out? I think it's going to come down to that boost control.
Oh, 100%, especially for the side of Akrew. One of the things about them that I think has been so much fun to watch is that they've stuck together for, I want to say, at least a year now. This is a team that has not made any changes. They found that recipe for, just success once they started doing bubble tournament after bubble tournament after bubble tournament and taking wins in almost every single one of them. And normally when you get to that level, someone would think, okay, what's that missing piece? What's going to get them to RLCS? No, they got to RLCS even with that trio, these guys are ready. They are a very efficient team. Similar to what we saw from Ghost, they rotate around each other very effectively. But I don't think the Soniqs are very much different. I think I would agree with you. A very fast team that is used to playing all three together, but it's a little bit newer of a roster than, say, the Akrew one. This one hasn't necessarily had as much time to find that cohesion, so I gotta hope that for this matchup, they do have that rotation, set up properly.
And I think that's the main thing that I'm looking for is obviously having a team with no changes is something that I 100% love. Sometimes the bubble scene will really make me bang my head against the table where a team will build, has potential, they don't win a tournament or they finish lower than they think they should have, and then they just completely disband and then start from new. And I'm like, there's some wonders you can accomplish if you're able to stick through it and be able to actually progress on as a team, work out those flaws. But that's a different rant. The rant right now I need to go on is what team is going to be able to finish it out. Honestly, huge fan of TKRL, huge fan of the Soniqs, but I think Akrew, they got here due to how well they performed in those previous Challenger Series events. They won one of the regionals or one of those regular Challenger events, but now it's a Super Challenger. All comes down to this, a best of 7 moving on into the semifinals.
This is going to be an interesting one at that because, again, similar to the series we just saw, Akrew did not play a series before this. Like you said, they get the bye. They already have this first sort of quote-unquote win or series win under their belt, but now they actually have to start their day versus the Soniqs, who come into this one dominant. Another team that took a 4-0 sweep, so they're not only feeling themselves, they're probably feeling like they could win this one outright. And so, Akrew, you really have to hit the ground running. Make sure to find a quick response and a really loud one at that. Come into this one screaming and shouting. Do not go quietly, because if you're at even a little bit of a whisper, the Soniqs will punish.
We'll see ZPS try to go through strongly with that challenge, though no contact. Fifi, nice touch into Oath. Gonna get cut out. ZPS, another challenge, and some really clutch 50s coming through at the end. These look like open net opportunities, but they're being snuffed out right at the forefront, and that is exactly what you need to bring. I said this is going to be a series about speed, and it's coming on the defensive half as well.
The speed's really going to be integral for both sides here. It does feel like both teams are starting to find their footing here about a minute into this one. So far, no glaring mistakes, but that could all go on its head very quickly. Oh, that's a beautiful touch, and that's an even better one from Fifi. Touch off the ceiling, and Fifi, before you can blink, has the redirect.
And that's a fantastic dunk, but this is still a lot they have to accomplish. Fifi is not only extending that play out to beat the defender, but they have to make sure it's between the sticks. They're able to invert all the way across, coming from the far post, and they're able to do that. My goodness, what a nice way to open this series up.
All right, well, I was saying maybe we'd need to see a little bit of a warm-up here out of Akrew. No, I was wrong. Very, very wrong. These guys have hit the ground running, a full sprint, if you will. Now, let's see, can they keep that up, though? It's not just the sprint. It is a marathon, so they've got a long way to go if they want to try and take this series. But starting game number 1 with a win after the Soniqs go 4-0 in their last series, not only would that be a surprise to the Soniqs, I'll be honest, that would be a surprise to me. I do not see Soniqs losing this first game, but if Akrew play like this, actually, I do see it becoming a possibility.
You got to make sure you batten down the hatches against the Soniqs offense. You have TKRL lurking upfield. They will eventually leave. There's no more boost. There's no more backboard play to be had, but there is plenty of ZPS clears. That one into the corner, perfectly read by Astro, able to hold it up. TKRL, another tap forward, but no ability to be able to push that play into that next position, and it's going to straight back down. Fifi always lurking in front of that goal, nearly getting number 2.
Fifi doing a good job so far here today. He's got the original goal, but he's also been a player that has just been a nuisance so far, putting on the pressure against his opponents. ZPS trying to do the same. Was an interesting pre-flip for that one. I don't really think it was maybe the best option, but at this point, you got to get a little bit experimental. Soniqs have gone halfway through this game without being able to find really solid shots on target. Maybe Andy can make me eat my words. No such luck. Fifi gets in the way yet again, but ZPS, uncontested airspace, has the flip reset, or so I thought, unable to use it, and now it's going to head the other way. TKRL, a heavy touch out of midfield, is going to make it difficult to keep this in possession, but as the double commit comes out of Akrew, they've got no one to play defense. TKRL running interference, but Oath still finds the save again. Soniqs find good offensive pressure, but come up empty.
And that's a rough one. The save came through from Akrew, but the problem is that ZPS had an air dribble, and he had Andy just lurking at the goal. I just had to watch that only defender back be able to get that save. Fifi is going to be able to get nothing on this one. ZPS smacking that one bar down.
Oh, it's a beautiful shot. It's a little bit of an own goal, but at the same time, you have to imagine the follow-up was going to come. Fifi trying to pinch it off his own bar, but in doing so, pinches it into his own net. The good thing is they've got a minute 50, and if that's the only goal you've conceded, it means that you're doing something right on defense. Yes, it's one error, but it's also game number 1. Errors are kind of expected at this point as the teams are still feeling each other out, and apparently they're doing it out at midfield as well. Awkward position as 3 players try to go for the ball, and it's just glided out of the half. But it's not going to go too far here. Contested in the corner, and CPS will restart the offense for the Soniqs.
Yeah, just throwing it deep, but Akrew normally able to deal with that one, just clear it right on back. They had to hesitate. Now they're fully on their horse, and Astra's able to go for a double tap. Oath into the ceiling. They're going to leave that one. Fifi, I don't think they were fully ready for that one. Neither two was Astro. They're going to get dusted to this one. Now ZPS in the corner with Oath. Courageous challenge if there ever was one. They'll be able to forestall the inevitable. It seems T. Corral the double. ZPX with the putback. Soniqs right back in business with the lead.
That is a brilliant play all around. T. Corral tries to put it on target, but ZPS does not bite. He knows if it goes wide, I'll be there for the shot. If it goes on target, I'll be there for the follow-up. Either way, he played it patiently enough to find that second goal and to find the lead now for the Soniqs. This is kind of what I expected. I thought they'd be a little bit hotter going through this one, and really, it actually hasn't been their highs that have won this game. It's been the fact that they have avoided their lows. Akrew still looking like they're warming up right now, and the little mistakes have left them vulnerable. Speaking of vulnerability, T. Corral with an exclamation point secures this one and might secure the game.
I would say a pass, but sometimes the dunk works the same. If you're on the outside and the player's coming from the same angle, it's only going to go one direction. T. Corral knew where, apparently. Pressing enough to be in position, smacking that one top shelf, and my oh my, how this game has swung. Soniqs really on a roll now, and with a minute remaining, going to be really hard to knock them off. Looks like your prediction, or at least your feeling about this game number 1 in Soniqs is coming true.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that's the issue, is that there is so much momentum coming from the last round that as good as we've seen all of Akrew play here, I was going to say, I don't know if they're going to be able to take game number 1, but when the defense just collapses like this, they actually do have a chance.
I wasn't too worried about this. It looked like Andy had it, but as they jumped forward, the forward momentum took him out of the save. If they just stood still, had a backflip, most likely a clear that they could have. However, we'll never know that reality because we're living in this one where Akrew is within 1 goal. Maybe not for long, though. Andy, can they make up for it? The slow play? Fifi can do nothing. Their mind has been shattered by the slow dribble.
Oh, you just got to feel for Fifi here. He's got to make the challenge at some point, and he predicts he's going behind him. Andy waits long enough to go in front of him, and it's the right play. It's the right challenge. Unfortunately, it's just not a likely challenge to win. 4-2 here with 34 seconds to go, and I'd like to say that the Soniqs have secured themselves this game, but considering the back-and-forth gameplay we've seen so far, I still, for some reason, feel like Akrew might just be able to send us to overtime.
Well, we'll see if anything more can come from really either side. That was a nice lob, though immediately hit down by Akrew. Andy, slow play, no read from Fifi. Astro, one more chance forward, no bump on T. Corral, and with that clear in demo, see you later. It looks like Soniqs running away. This is game number 1. T. Corral getting their second.
And this is not great because this is a overwhelming swing in favor now of this Soniqs side here. It was a little bit back and forth, but then all of a sudden they pull away with a 3-goal lead with 8 seconds to go. So maybe the Soniqs were pretty warmed up. Maybe they were prepared, but it just took them a second to adapt to the play style that we're seeing out of Akrew. Now that they have adapted, now that they have figured it out, they seemingly have the answers here. We're going to end this one at 5-2. Maybe they can get one for the road. No, Astro will deny it, but I think they'll just let this one hit the ground. Soniqs take game number 1 in dominant fashion.
Those final 6 seconds, Oath was straight AFK. They knew that the game was over. There's no point in trying to change anything. Just use that time to talk to your teammates, because there's a lot about similar scoreline, actually, Bass, to that last series with the Ghost taking a dominant scoreline in game number 1. And there is something to be said that if a team maybe can't find a scrim, or maybe they had a little bit of downtime, it can be weird. But Soniqs, yeah, they're 40 minutes into their warm-up minimum. They know that they wanted to come out here. They wanted to be hot, and that's exactly what you're seeing out of it. Look at the shot total raining down just from ZPS alone, pushing through with a 50 or just over 50% goal participation.
Yeah, ZPS been a fantastic player for this team so far here today. The question is whether or not they've been able to keep this consistency and whether or not we see consistency out of Akrew develop at some point here. Because again, it didn't feel like Akrew were very out of this game, but just little mistakes, little issues here and there compounded enough to where the Sonics started to run away with this game. So it's one of these things where I think Akrew very much in the series, very much have the capability to turn it around game 2, but they kind of need to turn it around game 2. If they allow Sonics to just kind of run with the momentum they found in game number 1, this series might be over before it even begins.
And I think the main thing that they really need to keep in mind, at least for me, for Akrew, is that when they're dealing with the Sonics offense, the biggest issue that people run into when playing the Sonics, and I've seen this many a time throughout a lot of those regional plays, those day one play-ins, is that Sonic really struggle, makes people struggle against just trying to get them off the ball and being able to get your boost, because they will steal, they will bump, they will go to the air, they will constantly threaten you. And so, as long as you can lock that down, play some slow play, work some 50s in, I think people can manage it out. However, it's going to be an uphill battle all the time, even for the seasoned roster of Akrew. They've been through the gauntlet, and it's just another one they're going to have to jump through and prove the doubters wrong.
Listen, this is kind of their bread and butter at this point. This is their home territory. They have been in so many of these bubble tournaments and won so many of them previously that even with a somewhat detrimental game number 1, I'm not counting them out by any stretch of the imagination, especially when Astro is doing that. Oh, honestly, I get it. Take the goal. You should have sent it into Astro and given him the redirect. He deserved that one.
I'd say Andy could probably have put that more to the side, but Astro had that 100% covered and more or less coming from the blind spot. So just out of nowhere. And that is a great way to start things off with a monstrous dunk.
Hey, listen, doing his best Shaquille O'Neal impression, and I gotta say, it's pretty much immaculate at that point here. 30 seconds into this one, and Akrew doing the same thing they did in game number 1, starting off with a bang, but can they find that knockout blow? It's always good to get some early uppercuts, but it doesn't really matter much if your opponent's able to stumble back up and get up before that 10 count, and well, it looks like they're going to. Andy sends one to the backboard, ZPS out of midfield to keep the offense alive, and if we see a quick response out of the Sonics, all that momentum that was found from Akrew will be erased. And indeed, it is gone in the blink of an eye. T. Carell to find the equalizer.
Frozen rope on this shot from T. Carell, but the setup from ZPS, it was all in the communications, and that is the type of play I love. Even though you throw it in the middle, even though it's not out of the range of the defender, as long as you are on the same page, it can be as clean as you like, and that's a great way to get another goal in. And let's get the second right off the kickoff. T. Carell going for a dunk of their own, not going to find it. ZPS into the corner, getting disrupted, but Andy is not a fake the boost steal, and now to the ceiling they go, going into for the air dribble, only a 50 though. That attack will be able to be curtailed by their Akrew defense, thankfully, as they'll be able to take a deep breath and try to reset.
Yeah, they'll try and reset here, but the big issue has been that the Sonics have been doing this on repeat, spending so much time in this Akrew half, and while they haven't been able to find a second goal to show for it, this is not how Akrew want to play. They do not want to allow themselves to be put into these high-pressure scenarios and crack yet again. It's what lost them game number 1, and it could lose them game number 2 if they do allow the Sonics so much extended time on their half. The good thing is the midfield presence looking a little bit more contested here, but T. Carell, can he read it off the backboard? No such luck. We all saw the play developing, but we knew that the angle was incredibly slim. Not a bad idea to go for it, but maybe they can do something a bit more standard. ZPS looking for the drop-down pass out of midfield, but will find nothing from it. 3 minutes to go here, and both sides still continuing to trade blows back and forth.
ZPS will to try and get this clear. So too will Andy. Oath, near post. Now it's T. Carell. Slow dribble, baits in Astro enough, and possession will still be on the hands of Sonics. Now backboard to ZPS. It's only a tap down, and no, the touches are going awry. You can see Sonics just swarming the ball, and inevitably they're going to be able to punch right on another goal right at halftime. Sonics, you just can't keep them down.
And again, it's the little errors here, Akrew. You can see Oath on the backboard, but Astro doesn't quite 100% trust him to make that save, so when they both commit into the corner, no one is on net anymore, and this has been the issue, is that Akrew, they'll do super well, they'll play fantastically for 2 to 3 minutes, and then all of a sudden, 3.5 minutes rolls around, and they make a glaring mistake that leaves them exposed. Speaking of glaring mistakes to leave them exposed, this is an open net, but Oath can't get it quite center. He tries to get that there, even throws up a quick shot, because he knows he should have put that one on target. And oh boy, speaking of on target, Astro barely turns this one away, but Akrew, they're starting to tilt themselves out of this one. You can see it. The double commits constant, the rush challenges. This team is no longer as comfortable as they were in game number 1.
Andy is very comfortable, though. That's a flip reset off the
my.
ceiling, and look at that. Wide open for ZPS. Second of the game, third for Soniqs, and this is the danger when Akrew kind of gets in their head. You're starting to see the double commits. You're starting to see the late challenge. It's just not enough.
This is unfortunately also something that I think people have been critical of Akrew for a long time. They are the bubble team. There's no doubt in anybody's mind that they are the perfect representation of the bubble scene. And you want to know why? It's not just because they dominate bubble tournaments and have been so representative, but it's also because they have the same issues that all other bubble teams face. Consistency for this team and the ability to keep themselves in a game like this mentally has always been a difficulty for Akrew. Even back when they were Vibrants, once a series started to slip away from them, they really struggled to get it back in their control. So I gotta hope, again, it is only game 2. We have got a best of 7. It's a long road ahead of us, but it does feel like Akrew are getting drastic with their changes. They're diving more aggressively. They're playing a lot more fancy than they need to, because plays like that, it's cool to get a passing play, but not if it doesn't go to anybody. 70 seconds left here. It's possible for Akrew to turn this one around, but they've got to just get their heads turned on straight. It feels like they're about to fall off their shoulders, and they have no idea how to screw them back on.
One thing I'm a huge fan of right now from the Soniqs particularly is that you see T-Corral and you see Andy just going a million miles an hour, but it's ZPS slowing the ball down when they need to, just bringing a little bit of change of pace, and I think that really throws off this Akrew defense because they just don't know how to react to it, and I don't think Soniqs know how to react to this one. It's Oath! It's from the ceiling to the ground underneath a defender for one back.
And this is why we say you can't count Akrew out. All 3 of their players are so impressive mechanically and individually that sometimes they can get back into a series with a play like that. The issue for them is that they've gotten back into this one, but they haven't done so with a lot of time on the clock. 50 seconds to go. While it is possible to make a turnaround, we got to see some consistency out of Akrew. We have to see something a little bit special. How about that? Andy with a special save on the line to keep it alive for now.
Yeah, but who is not alive is ZPS, but it doesn't matter because there's no one there. Oath off the backboard. T-Corral, can they reach it with minimal boost? Yes, it's thankfully out into the mid for them, and now it's ZPS's turn to bring some vengeance of their own. Can they put it on the open net? Yes, they can. This man is popping off.
Oh, and unfortunately for Akrew, he might have just popped the lid off this series altogether as well. This one could be too out of control because all of a sudden ZPS, he's beyond just alive. He's got a hat trick here in game number 2 after picking up 2 goals in game number 1. He's got more goals than the rest of his team combined at this point here. It really has been the ZPS show the entire time, but maybe Fifi wants the encore, tries to get a double touch off the backboard, but with 15 seconds left, Taco, I'm thinking we're going to see a 2-0 lead in favor of the Soniqs.
Yeah, and this is so hard to deny them for this, and even better, you see Akrew start to improve. They get some goals, they're not completely helpless. The issue is that some of these goals are just off giveaways. That last one is literally just a straight up dispossess. ZPS just rushed the play and robbed you of the touch and stuff like that you really can't allow to happen. And he tried to put a bow on this one, but none needed. Maybe Akrew just get something back, but even that one's gonna go awry. So too is this series. We are slowly watching this one slip out of their hands. They're just gonna throw it back to their half and put this one to a merciful end. Soniqs up 2-0.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned right now. Not necessarily because of the fact that Soniqs, take an overwhelming victory. Aside from that final goal we see out of ZPS, it was basically a 1-goal ball game for, I would say, not a majority of this one, but for a decent amount of time to make it feel like a close contest. But, again, the issue now is that the Soniqs have taken 2 in a row. If Akrew want this one, they can basically afford to give up 1 more game. Otherwise, that's the end of this. So they've got to take a deep breath, recenter themselves, and try this again, because I think Akrew can get into this one. The issue is they just don't look like Akrew. The amount of solo plays we've seen from a team, which we talked about before, was super solid as a trio. Surprising to say the least.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see, particularly because I think this is also a classic matchup. As much as we talk about this is kind of the bubble team, this in the Super Challenger, this invites all the teams that did not make regionals in the regular event, but also teams that just missed out on majors. A lot of RLCS level teams were invited, and Soniqs are among that crew. They're consistently getting into regionals. They are very much an RLCS team. You would not classify them on the bubble, and I think this is the classic setup. Akrew, you are the best that the bubble scene has to offer. Is that enough, though? That's always the question, and I have to agree. They fall short of that from some time to time, but at the end of the day, we've also seen that in previous series here. Sup went down 2-0 and then roared right back, so it's not out of question for Akrew to gather it together. They've had a minute to really think about things, try to talk it over, and you're gonna have to see if they can slow down really the Soniqs team, and at this point ZPS, because this is probably the best series I've seen out of them in a long while.
Yeah, ZPS looks beyond dominant. This man, I mean, again, ZPS has been a player that's been solid in RLCS for so incredibly long. People have always been complimentary of him, but it's when you have performances like this that people turn their heads and remember once again, yeah, there's a reason this guy popped off out of nowhere. Speaking of pop off out of... Oh, okay, okay. That was terrifying.
We had the same thought at the same time. We're like, no way that doesn't go in, but it will find a way. I will say, oh, it's very selfish stealing that goal, but who knows what's going on there in the comms. They're probably laughing about it because they're in the lead.
I'm hoping they're laughing about it. Either they're laughing about it or Fifi is so furious that he's put down his controller and refuses to play. I don't think it's the latter of the two there, but hey, Fifi, redeem yourself real quick. Get a goal in your favor, or maybe Oath can at least keep the offense alive. A minute into this one, I do like that Akrew find the first goal, even if it is one that has us scratching our heads a little bit, to put it simply.
But a minute in, and I said it would look all organized, but then Oath got slapped by their own teammate. Astro is not going to stand by helplessly and watch Fifi be taken advantage of like that on the goal steal. But at least at the very least, Sonic will be able to take advantage of this boost. That's ZPS and another steal. T not going to get this one. Oath on the infield, going to get robbed. A nice save, and I think we'll be able to backflip that, but that is not a clear. Astro knows it. They're waiting out. They're getting the boost, and that's more like it. That's going to be sent all the way down for Fifi and Oath to be able to recombine. Go with Astro, and another deflection, but well wide.
I'm wondering what is different in this game. It's clear. Something has changed because the possession is a lot more in favor of Akrew, and these boomer balls are becoming a lot more constant. But what exactly changed? Because now all of a sudden we are seeing both teams with a lot more volatility, a lot more chaos in a way I really wasn't expecting. Before this, the chaos came from missed challenges or mistimed plays or over-aggressive offenses. Now the awkwardness is coming from every other play. I mean, look at this. Astro given enough time in the air to raise a kid and send him to college, but yet somehow they still aren't able to even get an offense together. It's very weird as what his hesitancy has turned into passivity and has turned into whatever this is now.
It's hard to make heads or tails of this one, but at the end of the day, Akrew is able to slow the play down, and despite these teams being known for speed, it's the change-ups in the pace that really have been making the difference, it seems. That one nearly going through from Andy. Now Fifi, immediate challenge. Oath boosted up and forcing a double commit out. What can Astro do with this one? They might be going for the slow play because ZPS is marking the backboard, but maybe not the air dribble. That one's going through uncontested. All three players from Soniqs required for this one, and thankfully Andy getting a dunk back to the corner.
I'm a bit confused. We're seeing almost no one go to the air. Look at this. Oh, no one's gonna go up. I know ZPS is not gonna go up, nor is Andy, because no one wants to do it right now. Everybody has been studying for their pilot's license, but once they get them, they just rip it apart. Uncontested airspace again, and Oath takes control. 2-0 in favor of Akrew.
Good opportunistic play there. Andy, I think they were looking for some boost or just trying to avoid the bump. And meanwhile, they needed to be focused on the immediate consequence of that double. Oath looking at the open net and saying, yes, please.
I can't really blame him. At this point, I just don't really understand what has devolved on this pitch. Yes, it's chaos. Yes, it's calamity, but also at the same time, it's awkward. I've got no other word to use. Of course, Fifi puts it off target, and it doesn't surprise me because that only just fits the narrative further here. Not sure what's going on the side of Soniqs. Very clear that Akrew has started to find their pace on offense, but honestly, my questions are more towards the Soniqs. What happened in between games to allow this much pressure against you?
Honestly, I really do like how the Akrew team is playing. I feel like that's just the answer. They've been able to change things up. They're not just trying to throw it deep. It's complicating things. It's making Soniqs just hesitate that half-quarter second, just wondering, do I actually have that? And in that moment, I think that's where Akrew is really starting to go through. And naturally, all games have these moments where one team starts doing something way better, and then the other really has to adjust and figure out, okay, I have no idea how to handle this, but we got a lot of minutes to figure it out, but those minutes are ticking by very quickly. We're already at 70 seconds remaining, and Soniqs need something right now. They will not find it. Fifi and Astro with a clear.
Yeah, you're kind of making me aware of this. I did not realize the Soniqs have yet to get on the board. It's not as if they have struggled in this game. They've struggled so much that they haven't even been able to really get a solid shot on target. And honestly, they've barely been able to get shots at all. 3 total shots for the team, and they've all been Andy, T. Carell, and ZPS. That star-studded striker we've been highlighting this entire series does not even have a shot registered at this point. So, yeah, it's very clear. This is a different game than the last couple. And for Akrew, they got to be smiling ear to ear about this, because what was looking like a series that would run away from them now looks completely in their control.
I mentioned that once it gets to this game too, we don't have tactical timeouts here, but this is where you really need to start thinking about taking one. You don't want to go down 3-0, and it doesn't look like they're willing to, because they've been able to not only play great offense, but keep it locked in this orange half all game long, seemingly. We have spent so long in this. I can't wait to look this up on Calculator, because this is just midfield dominance and offensive perfection right here from the side of Akrew. We are at 4 seconds remaining, and it looks like this scoreline is here to stay. It's a 2-0 for Akrew, and they're bringing one back in the series.
They are not only bringing one back in the series, but I'd have to agree with you. They're bringing one back in what is a head-scratcher of a result. Let's take a look at this. I have got to see these stats and see what these guys have done ball possession-wise. Who's got the majority of the touches here all around? And it is not really Akrew. They do have, you know, similar ball touches, but if you look at it, technically the Soniqs, more touches on the ball. You would think with this type of stat, they had the control, but they did not. This was all in Akrew's possession, and I guess it just kind of goes to show you, quality over quantity. They didn't care how many times they got the ball in their possession, as long as they did something good with it.
And ultimately, when you do look at a lot of these plays, it is important to note that this is somewhat a temporary speed bump, some turbulence on the flight. And that's exactly what Soniqs are dealing with right now. They got hit with a playstyle change. I don't think they anticipated it. Sometimes you do play a lot of teams that they have their style, they know their style, and they're going to play it as best as they can. And if they run into resistance, well, we're just going to double down and keep going. But Akrew is showing that flexibility. They're not just going to zoom on through. They're not going to try to force pressure out of you. They're going to throw a ball in the corner, see what you do with it, and then try to react. And I think right now, Soniqs was not doing well on that transition play. They could barely even get past midfield simply just because of how well Akrew was locking that down.
Yeah, that's the big thing here, is it really does feel like Akrew are starting to figure out where those little weaknesses on the side of Soniqs are. And although they aren't really, I wouldn't even say weaknesses. I don't feel like that's the right word to use. It's just sort of the little openings that Soniqs are giving them right now, out at midfield, on their back line, just keeping the pressure up until eventually Soniqs do what Akrew was doing the first couple games, which is cracking on the back line, giving an opening, and allowing someone to score. So we go into game number 4. I absolutely believe that Akrew can tie this one up, but at the same time, I also believe that the Soniqs can turn this around. That last performance was not representative of their usual play, so I gotta hope that they can redeem themselves here in game number 4.
So, right off the bat, we're going to see Akrew get back to business, being able to progress further, and even get a pass off. Nope, Astro calling their own number. It's 50 straight into the corner. Oath. In that extension, T-Carl, that's a really high lob that they didn't always have, but are able to delicately place that one down. But even then, it seems like there's always an Akrew player waiting for it.
It is a rather interesting back and forth here right now, as everyone on Akrew has just been prepared for every little ball that has been thrown their way. Well, speaking of prepared, though, no one's prepared for the follow-up here. Fifi will eventually dive on the ball, but all he really does is keep the pressure up. But it's been the name of the game here. Akrew, they're not going to force these challenges. They are not going to force these offenses, because they know that if they play patiently enough, if they wait for that shot, they can do something special with it. But speaking of something special, T-Carell trying to link up with his teammate out in midfield, but cannot get a shot on target. Oath will also send the following shot away here and send it out to midfield, where Akrew has been in control so far, but not anymore. Soniqs starting to really get a solid midfield presence and locking Akrew into their half. A complete flip of the script from the last couple games.
You'll see Astro try to send that one deep. It did not work out, but we'll at least see Oath and be able to try to extend things out. At a 50, straight in the ceiling, T-Carell into ZPS. That's a nice little touch, but Oath just right in the middle of it. Not even rotating back, rotating through both of those players. Just trying to get a play of their own, and they're gonna do it from coast to coast nearly. Oath.
How many times are we going to see this guy pop off? At this point, it's spectacular, but it's honestly expected. He is running the show right now for Akrew, and it's not as if he's been the sole striker for the team, but he might as well be. Aside from aside from game 1 with Fifi scoring, it has been all Oath. But speaking of all Oath, it's been all ZPS for the Soniqs. Kickoff goal goes in favor, and who else but the star-studded striker?
And then that's why you cheat up as well. And sometimes you do have that from Akrew. They had someone there, but just not able to commit to it. And unfortunately, that is going to be a brutal thing. You have Oath pop off, and then it's all undone in the space of 4 seconds.
Unfortunately, that's kind of what this has been so far. Is it's just been these constant back and forths where you're expecting a team to finally start to take control, but then a shot like that rips off the bar, and all of a sudden you realize Chaos is back in control. That's the only one who has any sort of semblance of what is going on here right now. Oath, also, I don't know what you're doing right now. ZPS goes for the 50-50, and rather than meet him for it, you just kind of back off.
ZPS just bench pressing this entire backline. Oath is trying as hard as they can. Astra's trying to lend a hand, and ZPS, they're a man on a mission. They're just going to drive that one straight through. And I mean, they're the striker to watch, and it's going to continue for the Soniqs. When they need a play, it's ZPS.
Honestly, at this point, it's basically the ZPS versus Oath battle here. And I'm fine with that. I'm not going to complain by any stretch of the imagination, but I know that there's more that can be found here. I know we can see Fifi step up, Astro step up, Andy step up, T. Corell step up at this point, but we also do need shots on target. Fifi does try to step up with a beautiful pass center, but Astro is not prepared, and as Oath is all the way on the back end, they've got to restart their offense once again. A demo like that, though, may just force them in defense. T. Corell's got an open net, and they will not miss the mark. 3-1, Soniqs further their lead.
It's going to be T. Corell, but on the backs of Andy. Look at that one, dropping it down. Oath is trying to slow this play down. They're trying to do so much on the play, but ultimately, they're just going to leave a wide open goal for them. Soniqs continuing to cruise on. It's just so delightful to see. Andy does not have a goal, but they have 100% participation. They have set up every single play.
Yeah, Andy really has been something spectacular here, and that's the big issue, is that as much as ZPS has been controlling the offense individually, at least for scoring, it's been the rest of his team facilitating him on repeat here. Andy has also had a multitude of assists throughout this series so far, and honestly, that's kind of what it is. If you're feeling someone with a hot hand, if you know that they've just got the hit, that they're hitting the mark every time, keep dishing them balls, keep giving them stuff. We've seen this so many times previous. Rogue a team that does that often with Aqua, and well, hopefully Akrew can do the same. Fifi is trying to set up Oath to try and continue with some offensive pressure, but with 2 minutes to go, they don't have a lot of time to waste. Yes, they are not out of this one, but they need to start getting goals if they want a shot at just throwing the Soniqs off tilt.
And right here, Akrew is going to have to try to find something new. They're still continuing with the occasional slow play, but this time it's going to be Soniqs just trying to counter that with even more speed, apparently. ZPS missed that touch, and they're just going to go straight for a demo. Now it's Andy on the air dribble. No flip reset, but opt into an awkward touch from Fifi. Another deflection. Well done. T's going to have to grab that one out of the corner. They will not be able to. Andy there. Nice staggered defense. Soniqs, any layers to break through for Akrew, and they only have 75 seconds to do so.
They're trying their best here, too. They really are putting on the pressure, and this corner has not been uncontested for quite some time, but the issue is that the Soniqs are just not allowing them the space to really set anything up. Right now, the Soniqs are playing a risky game. They don't really care about, you know, having these risks go back against them because they've got a 2-goal lead. They can afford this. If they can just get in the face of their opponents, not allow them off the half, they should be fine. If it breaks out of their half and they leave themselves exposed for a goal, okay, sure, great, they did, but they still need to score another one, and they will have wasted so much time that they can secure the game, and they're doing exactly that right now. 45 seconds to go, and Akrew, they are starting to get some decent offensive pressure, but they don't have shots to show for it. Maybe they can switch it up here, but as Oath has to take it all the way back to his half, that is looking like a very daunting task.
They just don't have any touches that they can add on to. That pinch went to no one except for this Soniqs squad. Oath. CPS now. Good cut out, and at this point, it's just milking down this clock because Soniqs very much want to have this one in control, especially because it is still in this blue corner. Maybe Fifi to Oath, but even then, Andy, they saw that coming, and they're going to get the rebound. They just won't leave the ball alone, is Andy. They're just getting every touch. That alone is taking 10 seconds off, maybe one more, but then it's T. Corell. You got to get through, and you can't do that because the defense is too good. The Soniqs are too good. Another win, and they're on series point.
Akrew, I got a feel for y'all right now. You're trying everything. It's like throwing everything at a wall, hoping at least one thing sticks, and instead someone comes through and swats all of them down before they even reach the wall. So I don't know what to do at this point if you're Akrew. I've got a million theories of what to do, but the issue is that the Soniqs, they flipped the script. They have an unfortunate performance in game number 3, and in game number 4, they recognize, hey, midfield presence, that thing that Akrew was dominating us on before, what if we just started diving at the ball out of midfield? What would happen? The answer is you control the offense. A total of 10 shots for Soniqs versus only 6 for Akrew goes to show you, you control midfield, you control the game.
And that's the thing that I'm really looking forward to out of Akrew. But of course, I gotta applaud Soniqs. They've been able to pull things back, but I think one thing is consistent, the intangibles that we have not touched on. Currently, ZPS has been popping off, but they also have been a beneficiary of the girlfriend buff. I see Michaelan in chat cheering on ZPS, and honestly, that is something you can't coach. It's just something you get with your roster, and right now, ZPS is really taking full advantage of that one, and Akrew is helpless to stand by and watch. They have a little bit of agency in this one. They have plenty more games to go, but that's only implying that they can get it done here on Urban Central.
Listen, at this point, it's straight up a numbers advantage. You got to recognize Soniqs playing with 4 players because they got 1 in chat. Akrew playing with 3. 4 better than 3, therefore they're going to take this one in 4, or excuse me, in 5, I guess. Usually, 4v3, that means you'd get to game 7, but if you're the Soniqs, you're hoping I didn't just jinx it. Honestly, I'm okay if I did, though. I'd love to go to a game 7 here, but the Soniqs will avoid it whatever the cost. Game number 5 has started, and with only about 20 seconds off the clock, you can see this one will continue to be end-to-end.
How do you always do this? Just finding that little pocket to be able to challenge it. That was an infield pass from Akrew, and T-Corral just says nope, and then takes it the other way. Meanwhile, ZPS trying to take it only one way into the goal. Gonna get rejected. Now Andy and T-Corral both looking at it, but you're gonna only be watching Fifi with an open shot. That one over the bar. Astro, they'll be able to get that, but the lean back was too far. They didn't have the power, and they're gonna have to start again from this Oath dribble.
I'm getting a little bit nervous. I'm seeing some whiffs from Akrew right now that have, oh boy, got me a little bit uncomfortable with the way that they are playing. A whiff here and there is not going to be an issue, but if one of those whiffs gets punished and the Soniqs take control of this game again, they might just take control of the series and end us out. Oath, though, he wants to try and end the career of his opponent. Andy may make the second save, but he's got to go in hiding after getting bodied like that.
Remember, ranked warriors, sometimes you don't need a perfect air dribble, you don't need a bump, you just need a solid 50 on the start. You gotta feel for the defender. They're backpedaling, they're trying to get back on the goal line. They realize all too late that Oath has no intention of going around you. He's just gonna go through you. That's a good goal to start things off, but you gotta also make sure you're aware T-Corral, they left that ball for their teammate, but fortunately for Akrew, no one was there.
No one there, but unfortunately, they're not able to get it off the half too efficiently here. Fifi, actually, he might be able to make me eat my words. A pretty solid touch is going to send it into the other end and start up an offense here for Akrew. Oh, he's going to get a demo on CPS, but can they find a follow-up touch? Andy does, but he actually sends it to Fifi. Fifi finds a contested touch from T-Corral, and all of a sudden, Akrew starting to put on pressure we haven't seen in quite some time. Like we said, game number 3, they dominated that midfield presence, but game number 4, it completely dissipated to where Soniqs were in control of that mid line. Now we get to this game here in game number 5, and it's looking a little bit more back and forth. This might be the most even game we've seen so far, even if Akrew does have a 1-0 lead.
T-Corral has plenty of time to work with, and that's not what you want to see if you're Akrew, because they're going to take that right into the net. This time, not going to find that result, but Andy keeping things alive. Astro into ZPS now. T-Corral's going to lob back and able to be in position to cut that out yet again. Akrew, there's a lot of non-starter attacks. It moves forward with a lot of velocity, and then it is just stopped immediately at the midfield. They have to recenter, reboost, reorganize, and I think all of that is just too much to handle on the itinerary. They still have the lead, but it is admirable to see just how difficult Soniqs are making it for them.
They're making it really difficult, but they're also making it a little bit calmer now. The volatility had been there for a couple of games in a row. Now we're starting to see the teams go end-to-end, and not necessarily go to end-to-end with constant contests here. The room to breathe has definitely increased tenfold, but that could be detrimental to either side. Like we said before, so 2 teams with star-studded strikers. If Oath gets room in the air, you know you're getting punished. ZPS gets room in the air, you know you're getting punished. And unfortunately, that still leaves 4 other players on the pitch who I would also think can punish you if you give them room. So let's see what happens. 2 minutes to go here, and Akrew are trying to send it to the other team and give them the best chance possible to tie us up, and they had the chance. Andy, you need a little bit more power if you want to do so, though. Under 2 to go, and that was probably the best chance we've seen all game for the Soniqs.
Save by T-Corral, not only getting the save, but getting the 50 and an extension. How far can they go? Apparently not too longer. They're sent to the graveyard, but the attack is still alive. That is until Oath will bring Scythe across and be able to knock that one all the way through. So 90 seconds remaining. That is what I'm looking for Akrew. You are on your last life. You gotta get this win. And right now, the Soniqs are making you really sweat because they will not leave you alone. Fortunately, these shots are not finding the target, but they're getting closer.
They're getting closer, but they're also getting riskier here. You can see 2 players diving for the Soniqs in a row. Had the clear been a little bit more powerful, they could have found the back of the net, but it will anyways. Fifi reads it off the wall and puts in the second.
My favorite type of redirect, the one from the back wall, the one that I can't read if you're ZPS. They try to get on the near post, but that's going to the back, and that is going to be a nice cushion for the final minute for Akrew. Now it's all about that defense. They've dominated in the shot count. They've forced out a lot of saves, and ultimately, that is their best chance of going forward here. They figured out another game, but honestly, my biggest question is if this result stays, we go into another game. How replicable is this? We've seen Soniqs bounce back before. This isn't new that they will struggle, but Akrew, they got to make sure they can chain this together.
Yeah, they really have to try and find some consistency. We said this is the biggest issue for Akrew, is that at the highest of highs, they are one of the strongest teams, not just in the bubble scene, but in RLCS. They've taken impressive results against really, really impressive competition many times before, but doing that game after game after game after game is where they struggle. So technically, oh no, okay, I was gonna say, technically, they're in a pretty comfortable position here, but as soon as that kickoff comes and game number 6 arrives, will they be able to continue with their control? At this point, they have controlled this game, though. 15 seconds to go, and Taco, I don't want to speak for the both of us, but I'm calling this one right here and now.
Yeah, and this one is going to very much go side of Akrew. Another lob down is just going to burn off all the remaining seconds, and will indeed be going to the precipice of the distance, but gonna have to get through game number 6 to see what's gonna go on. Astro getting a nice save to be able to prevent the first shot, and T-Corell's gonna get denied. Even Soniqs, that's a competitor spirit. They don't even want to let this one drop. They want to at least go out with a goal, but I don't think that's gonna be in the cards. Oath confirms that. Akrew taking it just that much closer.
Okay, I'm starting to realize the pattern for Akrew. When they win, they don't allow the Soniqs to score. When they lose, the Soniqs get at least 3 goals. So there's the threshold. They need to get at either 3 goals or more, or they need to not let the Soniqs score. Yes, seems simple, seems basic, but at the same time, it is not easy to not allow the Soniqs to score. They had a plethora of shots here, the actually exact same amount as their opponents at 7 apiece. But yeah, that's the second shutout in a row. The only way that Akrew has been able to take down Soniqs is through these shutouts. So good strategy. Thinking maybe they might need a little bit something else, because this is too volatile for me to say that Akrew is going to make this comeback definitively.
It's just, I've been hurt before, Bass. I'm sensitive to it, and that's the thing, is that I am a huge fan of the Vibrant squad. I was a huge fan when they got picked up by Akrew after a lot of org shopping, getting offers, trying to figure out the best match for them, and they felt like the Valorant upstarts Akrew were the best way to progress their careers, and I think I 100% agree. It's one thing to be able to focus on. We saw wonders with Accelerate from Zookeepers being able to get signed and be able to progress, improve their game, and I'm still waiting for that for Akrew. You're on the precipice of moving farther in a fairly impressive tournament to get yourself a chance at a $35,000 tournament later based on those qualification points. This is where you really got to show up. 5 more minutes to keep the dream alive.
They can do it. I know that they can do this. I know they can give us a good contest back and forth. But again, the issue is not if we know they can. The issue is can they do it? Can they find that consistency? Can they play to a level which we've seen before? Or are they going to crumble under the pressure? We said this was a big issue for Akrew, but we also said that early in the series when they didn't look as comfortable. Now we get to the back half and they are looking a lot more in control and a lot less volatile. The little whiffs in between that was leaving Akrew exposed before, they have not disappeared, but they are definitely less frequent, and that's the big issue right now, is that the Soniqs are still playing, in my opinion, as if Akrew are in a volatile state. Now that Akrew has found that comfort, has found that flow, you can't play the same way. So, Soniqs, you've got to try and not force these goals, but earn them a little bit more. Keep the pressure up. Keep on forcing this team into awkward positions until eventually you find a good enough opportunity to really make something special of your offense. So far, they have not been able to do that, but so far, neither team has been able to. A minute into this one, we've only got a couple of shots to show for it, but shots like that at Andy, that's not going to be enough. The defense is going to be well prepared every single time.
Andy looking for a double, but Astro will be able to rob them of that. CPS, that's a nice slowdown. I like that. And the change of pace on the shot. That's going to only beat the bar. Not the cleanest clear. Andy will leave it for T-Corell. The fake, and honestly, maybe want that one back. I think they could have progressed that attack further, but it's going to slow down and really peter out at this point, because now it's Oath's ball to do something with it. The solo play, trying for the dunk. Andy will pay with their life, but they do get the temporary save. Fifi, can they put it forward? It's wide open in the middle. Can Andy recover? No. Perfectly placed by Astro.
I don't know how you were able to call that so calmly. I saw this one go towards the edge and I was like, there's no way he has missed this shot. Luckily enough, he does not. He just puts it off the post and in, but a goal is a goal, and the lead is the lead. Akrew have found it with 3 minutes to go, and that's kind of the issue, is that as great of a lead as this is, we've seen it before. The volatility can still happen. We can still see the Soniqs get back into this game, or we can see Astro just dunk on them right there. No such luck, a little whip on offense, but it goes to show, Akrew is here here to play. They are feeling themselves on offense, and that electricity that we've been hoping for, that we've been looking for, that's finally been found on the other end. Pinch cross court, and the Soniqs get on the board.
How's he so good at this? The Soniqs won in day one because of a ground pinch, and then they do it again. He's gonna get credit again. It's just so consistent, and of course, that is the one thing you cannot react to if you're Akrew unless you know exactly what's about to happen. That power, the grass burner, really, of a shot. And oh, that is a brutal way to give up an equalizer, and that's exactly what you want if you're Soniqs. A weird goal, get you laughing in the comms, and get you re-energized to take the rest of this game.
And honestly, who else to do it but ZPS? Somehow he gets credited with the goal, and obviously you go, oh, well, that's kind of, you know, cool. It's a little bit of a coincidence. Yeah, it's less of a coincidence when Andy gets the assist. How on earth do these two continue to be this duo that is just nearly unstoppable? Akrew have been able to, but we also said Akrew win when they shut down the Soniqs. The 2 wins they've taken in the series so far have been 2 shutouts against the Soniqs, so now, unfamiliar territory. If Akrew want to win this one, they got to do so through a back and forth, not just domination. And with 2 minutes to go, they really got to get this done. Otherwise, that's the end of their tournament.
And when it's in contention, as you mentioned, it is very tough for them. They don't have much success on the comeback, but first time for everything. And the same with Fifi. They actually rushed that one before there was any pressure. Andy going to take advantage of it with some zero pressure of their own. They're able to float around some players, but not get past. ZPS with a 50 will seemingly keep possession. Indeed, it will be T. Corral into a refueled Andy. Another flip reset, another chance for it. They get past 2, but it's just going to go agonizingly wide. Another boost steal, but that'll be the end of at least that Soniqs attack.
Oh, but it's not going to be the end altogether. This is open. Oath is there to make the save. Terrified that that was most likely going to be a goal. And honestly, I think Akrew for a second there, their hearts all stopped. And they might stop again. Fifi cleverly recognizes that Andy was about to have an uncontested shot, so he gets in the way and puts it just barely off target. And now T. Corral helps out the other team. He sends it to the backboard and then to himself. Corrects his mistake very quickly, but unfortunately, he hasn't quite corrected it entirely because here comes the offense of Akrew. 1 minute to go. The next goal could be the deciding factor, and if it's in favor of Akrew, we go to game number 7. But if it's in favor of Soniqs, that's it. GG's. They move to the semifinals.
It almost feels like both these teams are playing like they're behind, but it's very much tied, and I think that's just how tense this series is that they can focus on building up something patiently. They can take all the time they want. They can even go to overtime if they feel like they need to. Don't need to go for anything heroic, and I'm curious to see if we're going to see anything risky. That's typically something that has tempted many professional player, is being able to say, I think I can make this work. It might throw us off, but I think it's worth it, and then that's what ultimately loses you the game, and at least for right now, these deeper and wide rotations, it seems like both teams are opting for just playing their game and hoping something pops up.
Yeah, it's that hero mentality you and I have spoken about so many times before. My team hasn't been able to get this done, so I'm going to get it done. And when that happens, that little bit of selfish play, it can disrupt the team entirely and completely take them out of a game. I wouldn't say that that was selfish out of midfield. I think it was more just trying to be clever. A little bit of a cut there on the side of Akrew has not worked out in their favor. So now Soniqs are going to have one last chance at offense, but that last chance has gone awry. Overtime we go, and if the Soniqs win this, they take it all.
They're trying to get into that semi-final. They're trying to face off against Ghost Gaming, but they've experienced probably more resistance than they bargained for. They came in dominant. Akrew has been able to keep themselves relevant, but all of that is for naught if this is going to go the way of the Soniqs. That dunk almost peeked through for Oath. They will get a boost steal, but ultimately another going the way of Soniqs. Try number 2. It's Oath with Fifi in support. Are they going to do it themselves? The flip reset not going to be in time, and only going to be able to flick high into the corner with T. Corral to clear.
You got to be terrified if you see Oath in the air with time and space. This man has been electric, but speaking of time and space, Andy given a free shot. It will get turned away, but uh-oh, Akrew, you can't start getting too patient right now. I appreciate that you're not trying to play risky and not diving at the ball, but Astro, you do need to get a touch on the ball. No one from the Soniqs is able to do so, so at least you can, but this is the issue. Akrew, when the pressure goes on, they start to make drastic changes that I don't think is all too positive for them. At least Astro can keep this one away, but how far can he get it? ZPS to tee it up for T. Corral, but T. Corral takes his time, doesn't want to try and rush into this one, and you can understand why. Again, it's the little errors that have separated these two teams, and for Akrew right now, I'm nervous that the error is about to come. Once they start getting passive is by far when they start second-guessing themselves and making these little mistakes.
Astro not wanting to add to those pile of mistakes, going to go for something conventional. Same with Fifi. They actually didn't anticipate that pre-jump. They had lost all their momentum. Astro, another 50, but that one is to their detriment. It looks, it is wide open. It's a 2v1. Can Andy wrap around it? No, T. Carell just could not find the pace. Oath could. And that's another nice clear for Astro that to run onto off the ceiling, but it looks like T. Carell and the Soniqs have that covered. A little bit of team bump, but ultimately, no harm, no foul.
I thought that Astro was about to drop that one low and give it to somebody to just try and slam on target, but you can't really blame them for not being prepared. I don't think Akrew was expecting a follow-up touch, so when it arrives, they kind of just have to sit there jaw dropped and wish they had gotten that chance back, but at this point, wishful thinking is not going to help you out. You need to get it done right here, right now. Like we said, Akrew lose this game. They're out of this tournament, but maybe Fifi can switch that up. No boost in the tank, though. Had he had even a 12 pad, that probably would have been a shot on target, but dispossessed immediately, and as we go to a half game extra played now, you gotta wonder what's gonna be the difference maker. What is going to open up the scoreline one last time?
Although it's not a mistake, we've seen a couple errant touches that are getting away from teams, and dunks like that are always precarious. Gonna roll well wide of the goal, but Andy's air dribble will not. That was right on target. Astro just trying to clear that ball out, trying to let all of them reset. The boost levels are fairly low for Akrew. They can only hit it to the side. They can only try to clear it out, but not having much success escaping their half. Even this from Oath. Just trying to keep possession, but it's only going to find Andy. Now into T. Carell. That's a nice shot. It's going to be over, but Astro taking no chances. They're going to just slap that to the side.
I can't really blame them at this point. They're just trying to buy some time for the team because the pressure is on and the Soniqs are exerting it tenfold. Yeah, sure, with a good 50-50 can relieve it or at least buy enough time for his teammates to start picking up some boost. Oath on the ceiling is going to somehow make it challenging. Fifi will actually read it as he goes cross-court just to make the touch. But again, this is where the issues are starting to lie. As much as Akrew are staying pretty patient with this one, they might be too patient right now because they're allowing a lot of pressure out of the Soniqs. Oh my word, I was going to say enough to win them the series, but Fifi out of nowhere makes the save to keep the series going.
And that was a little spice added in. Andy went for the demo, and that nearly was what really rolled out the carpet for the goal. And Soniqs, you can feel themselves getting anxious. They just want to end this series. They're just trying to get that last goal, but it's causing them to really throw everyone forward. Luckily, no counter coming through, so it is a calculated risk, and we'll be able to work out for now. Akrew really starting to backpedal. Hopefully, this is not the beginning of the end for them. They still have some clears. They still have some boost in the tank, but not enough to make contact. T. Carell for the double, and the bar comes to the rescue.
How on earth are we still going? Akrew, all three players miss on the line, but somehow, some way, no one on the Soniqs are prepared. I mean, I can't blame them. You're in such a high-level lobby. You're not expecting a triple whiff. So when it does arrive, you got to sit there going, well, what now? And speaking of what now, oh, trying to finish it off, but cannot. The defense, once again, steps up when it counts, and they will strike out their opponents. We're almost 5 minutes into this. We've almost played 2 games here at this point, Taco.
Yeah, and this is really getting heated. We've seen our share of long overtimes here at the Super Challenger event, and this one is going to be going for quite some time unless something really errant goes down. And we've seen a lot of demo plays, and I have to think when the rotations are this clean, when everyone's being where they need to be, that really has to be the path forward. But I suppose for right now, we'll settle for some midfield play because Astro's going to be chasing that one all around, but it's only going to find T. Carell, who then in turn finds CPS with that redirect way too wide.
I'm going to take a quick second for everybody here because I know that they haven't. Grab some water, take a deep breath. Remember, you have to breathe in order to watch a game like this. And you also have to score when the time is right. A single mistake from the Soniqs on the back half will be enough to send us to Game 7.
T. Carell jumping before I think he even needed to. I think he was waiting for that to bounce out. Instead, it rolls flawlessly across the back line. And it's only going to be one player on the end of that one. It is a man... player for Akrew. It is Fifi getting that goal, and we are indeed headed to Game 7 to determine who's going on to that semifinal against Ghost.
I'd like to apologize to all the Soniqs fans in chat right now. When I said 4-3, making a joke about the numbers, I did not mean I wanted to see a 4-3 scoreline, and that be the result here today. Apparently, it's what we're going to get, though, because no matter what, someone's coming out on top in a 4-3 here, and I want to say that the Soniqs can still do this, but they've had 2 chances in a row to close the series out, and something has been missing. I don't know what it is, but there's a puzzle piece here that has been flung off the table and kicked under a chair, and they can't find it. I don't know what it is, but the Soniqs need adjustments if they want to take this one, because they had 19 shots. How do you only have a single goal from 19 shots?
Yeah, it's something that you really have to puzzle around, but part of it is also just really nice goal line defense. 19 shots, 15 saves from the side of Akrew, so they're doing plenty to be able to keep themselves in this game, but I mean, we see Astro, they're taking time to ready up for this last game, and I think it's notably just because they didn't, I feel like at times Akrew might not even believe they would get to this point. It felt like it was out of their reach. Some of these games got real ugly, but they're warriors, they're able to fight, and how many times have they been here? Just right on the edge, right at the point where they need to show up, they need to find this ice. It's Champions Field, it's Game 7 of a single elim bracket, and this is the moment that I think is a proving ground for them. Soniqs have looked still so dominant, but can they be kept at bay for 5 more minutes?
Can Akrew step up when it counts the most? That is the big thing here, is that I'm talking about it all day. Akrew, a team that has lacked clutch, to put it in the simplest of ways, and so many teams have commented upon this time and time again. I mean, to put it simply, this is a team that people thought they were going to get to RLCS and dominate after the summer they had in 2021, and here in 2022, while they've had decent results, they have yet to have a result that turns heads and really has people put their names in their mouth yet again, because you couldn't go throughout Rocket League without hearing the word Vibrance for pretty much a 6-month period. Now you get to Akrew, their new roster signing, and you still have a couple of people wondering, are we going to hear the shouts from their fans yet again? 45 seconds into this one, I'll tell you for certain, they win this series, you'll hear some screaming from some people in chat.
Might be online, but I could probably hear it all the way through the internet, just calling out through the social medias. That's certainly a team that they want to be able to celebrate, but of course, Soniqs, there's certainly no slouches. They're not going to go away, especially if you lob one right in the middle for T. Corral. They're going to get demoed, but nearly found its way through. Now it's Oath's turn. The air dribble, the deflection, Astro, light shot, and the changeup is not going to fool T. Corral. They're at least able to bunt that away.
Oh, it's a clever shot, though. I do appreciate that they recognize T. Corral's expecting a boomer, so he pre-jumps it. And usually when you pre-jump like that, you can barely get to a save when it's a floater, but just gets the littlest touch, and that'll be enough to keep the score line at 0-0 as we go 90 seconds into this one. Maybe Oath can switch that up. No, Andy, he will dispossess his opponent, but T. Corral will be the one to rip the shot on target. Fifi to turn it away. But at this point, that's kind of what we've come to expect. Even if it is a banger shot, someone on either side has been prepared.
That's a nice touch into Andy, but it looked like Fifi had it read, and even beyond that, they're going to flick it, but they have no more boost. It's just going to watch out of their reach. What an agonizing way for that attack to end, but I do like the clever touches, and it's given Soniqs a reminder that play is not over. You got to challenge it.
You really have to. At this point, we talked about it before, that patient play that we were seeing is not necessarily the worst idea, but when the teams are playing this efficiently, yeah, no longer are you allowed to be playing that patiently. Give a player time in the air, and they're going to make you wish you hadn't. So, halfway through this game, Astro's given time in the air. Can he get a follow-up touch? He can! He's got an open net in the first goal of game number 7.
Don't worry, Fifi, we've all been there, but I'll show you how it's done. Getting that last second, just look at that, using every single ounce of boost, and that last 12 pad is just to be able to make sure that is putted right on in, right at halftime. It is Akrew and the lead after really battering this Soniqs team with a lot of offensive pressure. Now it's all about the defense.
I gotta appreciate that. There's the, oh my word, 360 effect of what we saw at the beginning. We said early on, Akrew maybe going for too many solo plays. Then they make the adjustments, start to get these team plays together, starting to look solid. And how do they take the lead in Game 7? A solo play beyond compare. 2 minutes to go. They still have the lead, but not for a lack of trying. Soniqs here, starting to put on the pressure. They've got an open net, but someone's gotta take the shot. Fifi had overextended. You get that over his head. That's into the back of the net, but no one is there and ready to punish the Soniqs. We've talked about how passivity could come back to bite them, and right here, right now, it may bite them for the final time. Under 2 to go, and if the Soniqs do not start to find shots on target, they can kiss their semifinals goodbye.
Oh, Andy, I like that play, but it's not going to go through in time. ZPS, barely any boost. In fact, no one on the Soniqs has anything in the tank, which is going to force them all the way back, and T. Corral will have to build from the foundation here. The pinch down the line, only going to beat Oath. Now ZPS trying their own play. Going to get away from them, so well challenged by Astro. To be honest, I have to say, Akrew choosing their 50s very well. They're able to knock away all these touches and continually get these clears downfield and all of that. is working very well for their clock management. How about their midfield defense, though? Andy lurking, but will not be found.
Uh-oh, but Astro, time and space, and he's got the mind games to boot as well. If Akrew can start up another offense and just lock this Soniqs half into their side, they might as well wrap up this game altogether. But with 60 seconds to go, nothing is set in stone unless you put a goal on like that. Oath will take it, but Fifi should be given all the credit. 2-0, Akrew might be moving on to the semifinals.
Fifi taking a vacation from the game. They're picking cherries in the corner. Oath says, don't worry, I see you. Slaps that all the way through and able to lob it right in the middle. Nothing you can do if you're the Soniqs, but you got to do at least dig deep, find anything that you can pull out because you only have a minute to go, and you got to get 2 against an Akrew team that does not look like they're in the mood to stop.
Yeah, they don't look like they are going to stop anytime soon. We said that coming into this one, the Soniqs looked red hot, but coming out of this one, Akrew, they look to be about the same temperature. This is ridiculous. 40 seconds to go. I'm not going to count the Soniqs out yet, but they need to put something together here. So many plays, so many good offenses, but nothing to show for it. How about now, though? ZPS denied by Oath on the line. He may have been the star-studded striker the first couple of games, but now it's the defense that is the highlight. Astro makes the save, and with 20 to go, I think we can call it. Curtains are closing, Fat Lady is singing, and there will be no encore. The Soniqs will lose in 7 as Akrew has the comeback of the day so far.
That is so brutal. They had 3 fantastic shots at the end, and Akrew said no to all of them. I said they got to find something to do. They look shaky. They look really rough around the edges. Maybe it's the Soniqs coming through, but hey, this is the Akrew team that was the high seed for a reason. Finally, it looks like this ball will be coming down. Of course, as I say, it's going to keep up, but you know the song and dance. You know how this one ends. It's going to be Akrew moving on to the semifinal, facing off against an on-fire Ghost team. And despite the fact these players do not want to let this one end, it eventually does have to come to a close here.
How many shots did we just see out of Soniqs at the end there that still did not hit the back of the net? We said they had 6, I think it was like 6 shots going into 0 seconds. They finished with 10. 4 in a row in Akrew. Still do not allow them even a single goal. Akrew, you look fantastic. If any team is going to be able to match Ghost in that semifinal, it's going to be Akrew. And well, that's the unfortunate thing now, Taco, is that, yeah, well, congratulations. You take down a really good team of the Soniqs. Here's the best Ghost gaming we've ever seen. Yeah, not going to be fun. But the good thing for them is at this point, they've now gotten themselves at least a chance at the money. Semifinals qualifies you for at minimum that 3rd place match. So $300 to the winner of 3rd, $700 for 2nd, $2,000 for 1st. It's getting sweaty. It's getting intense here, Taco, and I cannot wait to see what comes of it.
And to be honest, this is a rough one because I really like the Soniqs. I said they've looked better every single event, but hey, Akrew, they're on the come up. They won previous Challenger events, and now they're just trying to go through. They won that. Their actual first win as a newly signed to their org was actually Challenger event number 3. So clearly, they're feeling themselves. The run's not going to go short because they were able to get that buy into day 2 and make it worth it. We've seen some awkward plays coming through from other sides of the bracket. Other times, we're seeing these matches maybe not go the way that we would necessarily expect. As kind of looking across the bracket, we've seen a lot of strange events happening. Honestly, the one that caught my eye the most was that Oxygen had to go to Game 7 to beat out SUP. So really, no one is safe in this entire bracket.
Apparently, neither is Exit. They may have just made a move for Rapid, which most people are saying is, one of the strongest players out there right now. They barely squeaked out against NXT in game number 7, and now they're currently only a single game up against eUnited in their series. Game 5, it's 3-2 right now. So, yeah, this is one of these things where you gotta wonder, is this going to be as easily taken over bracket for some of these quote-unquote better teams, or is this the rise of the bubble scene? I'd like to think so. The bubble scene has impressed me tenfold recently, but the thing is that they still have a long way to go, and it's a long way to go, which, unfortunately, I don't think, Taco, you're going to be joining us for that. Thank you so much for joining me on the cast here today, but when we come back, it'll be myself, Chixa, and Hunted to wrap us up. Do not go anywhere. Quick little break, but when we return, semifinals and then the grand finals to take it all. We'll see you soon.
Our grandfather built it with his own 2 hands. It's been through 3 generations, going on 9 cribs. It's had a couple of facelifts over the years. The 70s weren't so kind. The scuffs and the cracks are just memories. And some have been patched up, others preserved. So when we talk about this house, we do it with love, not through some chatbot.
I completely understand.
You know what?
Securing a 1-0 lead, 7 seconds into game number 7. Ajax looking for the sidewall pinch. Read well by the opponents. Ajax with a clear. Percy looking to make something happen. Money with a sharp angle double touch. It's going to give eUnited a 2-0 lead. J-Pow was in position but just didn't make the touch. Incredible focus on display from Money. We all know how difficult it is to follow a ball when you're afraid that an opponent might make a touch. Again, incredible focus from Money. Make that play happen. Now Savvy up off the right wall, up to the ceiling, looking for the dunk. No luck, but he does get a bump on J-Pow. Now J-Pow with a bump of his own. Rapid into the air. Ajax sends it to the side. Savvy with a back pass to Money. Money will clear it forward. Rapid. Touch to himself in the air. He's going to continue this play into the corner. Secures that corner boost from eUnited. Could play out here in the next few moments. But Money shuts it down before it ever begins. Ajax, don't you dare. Ajax threatening an incredible angle from the corner. Savvy keeping things alive. Money there to knock it off Savvy and into the goal. eUnited pouring on pressure. Money and Savvy, tag team, dynamic duo. They make it count. Ajax bangs one across the field. Percy will receive it. Now Rapid takes a shot, but Savvy sends it to the corner. Pace picking up quickly. You know XSET is unhappy about this. They do have 3 minutes to make this right. But those 3 minutes are going to tick away quickly. Savvy a touch off the sidewall, gets an extra touch. Not enough boost to follow, but he does secure that corner boost. Percy, pass across, J-Pow to the backboard, Savvy in position. Rapid underneath, Money with a great recovery from inside the net. This could be another goal for Savvy and eUnited. Rapid makes it back just in time to keep XSET at a 3-0 deficit. Money looking to extend this offensive play. Ajax a full tank of boost up to the ceiling. What's he gonna do? Drops it in. Drops it in the midfield. Savvy patiently waiting, allows Ajax to do his work. Percy up high, gets a reset. Money on the backboard, defends well. Savvy chasing this down. On the left wall, playing it slow. Great 50 from Savvy. Percy up to Rapid. Rapid around one, can't recover to it. J Powell takes a shot, but Ajax in a great position. Money into the corner. Savvy bumped away. No way! J Powell had a wide open look and couldn't get it inside the frame, and Ajax is gonna turn things around and put in a fourth for eUnited. Disaster strikes for Xset. That is crushing. With 1:30 on the clock, down 4. I don't know if Xset can make this happen. Pop around Money is on target, but Savvy's there for the deflection. Money with a clear. Ajax is there, Rapid. Let's stuff it into the corner and gets a second touch, but double commit with J Powell. Could slow the press. Ajax. With a catch on the backboard. Pops it into the corner. Bump from J Powell. Still no luck. Rapid with a miss. This may be a 5th. Ajax looks to fake. Add insult to injury. Inside of 60 seconds. Xset have to make something happen right now. J Powell off the sidewall. Savvy with control goes underneath Rapid. Savvy with a demo. Can't get it inside the goal. Don't think he's going to need to. 20 seconds left. It's going to take an absolute miracle for Xset to bring this one back. Shot there from Percy. We're inside the 10-second mark. It's a formality at this point. eUnited, with the addition of Money and a tough-fought 7-game series, will move forward. Ajax looking to take one more for the road. GG's. Wow. What an incredible series. eUnited started off hot. Xset responds. But in the end, it all came down to Game 7. eUnited put together a wonderful performance, and they earned that victory. We're gonna take a short break. I'm gonna refill my water. Back in just a few moments. We're gonna be rocking a semifinal when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the AAA Challenger Series Super Event number 1. Once again, my name is Bash on the Pass, but this time surrounded by some new faces here. A familiar one in Chixa back on the mic, but we've got a brand new guest here in Hunted. Welcome to the stream, my guy. How are you doing on this fine Sunday?
Just absolutely fantastic. Been loving the Rocket League all weekend long, of course, here, and just really happy to be able to jump on the mic for a little bit here at FOB. I can't remember if I have been on a broadcast for FOB in the past, but love the org, and it's always a great time. Certainly.
Yeah. Absolutely. We're excited to have you here as well, especially considering you've dropped in for what I would say are some rather interesting games, my guy. You're here for the semifinals, and it's not just the semifinals between, some random teams. No, it is eUnited versus Oxygen here in our upper semifinal, and this one's a little bit surprising, not necessarily because, two good teams. It's because eUnited just took down XSET. And Chixa, we've been talking about this all day. The super subs really have been spectacular, but apparently XSET, with their new roster with Rapid, was not enough for the new roster of eUnited with money. So I'm interested to see how this one goes, but I'm interested also in your thoughts as well, considering the way that this day has gone with all, the new rosters being the ones to take it down. Do you see this new roster in eUnited being able to give a good run for their money against Oxygen?
Absolutely. You're going to see new chemistries being created, just unpredictable is going to be the name of the game today. You can't play eUnited like you used to play eUnited because they're a whole different team. They work differently, and especially a lot of the new players that we're seeing in the scene are younger players. They have a new meta. They have great mechanics on the pitch. They like to be a little more chasey, but everything happens, and it's fantastic to watch them develop their style throughout the game.
I think that's what we're starting to see, is we're starting to see that development of the standard play for all of these teams. And although there's a little bit of volatility today, I mean, there's going to be a volatility no matter what. That feeling out period is going to happen for every single team. But I'm interested to hear your guys' thoughts on if that is going to be enough to change what is the expected result here. I'll start off with you, Hunted. Who do you have going for the series, and what do you think is going to be that final scoreline?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? I mean, kind of alluding to what Chixa was saying earlier, new eUnited roster. I mean, myself personally, I used to cast the eUnited, oh God, can't remember, grid stuff back in the day when, a couple seasons ago, and it is a different roster now, but still kind of that same style, I think, is what they're going for. But Oxygen, kind of a reason why they came into this so highly rated. They've been playing really good Rocket League, though. I will say that series against Sup, a little shaky, did go to Game 7, but I think they're going to find their form here. And, ultimately, I see this one going the distance again. I would love to see 7 games between these teams, and as much as it hurts me to say, I think eUnited's probably going to drop this one.
You can't back your old team. I get it. It's fair enough. If Sunil had made this instead of Oxygen, I'd probably be cheering on my boy as well. But instead, we've got Oxygen versus eUnited here. So Chixa, now it's up to you. Who do you have taken in this matchup?
I honestly think it's going to be eUnited in 7. I like the momentum, especially out of this last game. We just saw they beat XSET 4-0 in game number 7. Like, they are feeling very hot right now. They certainly went farther than most people would expect today, and I think they're going to continue, turning some heads and creating something a little more dynamic on the field that Oxygen just won't expect.
Can't really blame you for that. I would see both of these scenarios probably happening, but I think at the end of this one, I'm going to have to back the big dog here. I love the underdog story, but the reality is that Oxygen are a very solid team, and in an environment like this, I just don't see them dropping it. Yes, Sup looked good, but Sup also looked good after, you know, taking a little bit of warm-up there. So we're going to have to see, but it's not something I'm going to see. I'm going to leave it to you two in the capable hands of Hunted and Chicks. So go and crush it on the pitch. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Well, thank you so much, and we will certainly love this series all the way through, and you know, we've got a little bit more Rocket League here to go today, Chicks. I know you and I just kind of jumping on the broadcast, but it's been a very eventful day here on the FOB stream. A lot of Game 7s, both on the A and B stream, and just in general, some really, really great Rocket League you know, coming out. And again, you know, Oxygen, you look at this team, you got LJ and Toasty kind of making that dynamic duo that they've been for so long. This is going to be a tough matchup for eUnited, as it looks like we are going to start game number one. It looks like we had a disconnect there for a second, but it does look like everybody is in the lobby. So game one is underway, best of 7. And this, the semifinal. Things really starting to get interesting here. Of course, Hootie's got the other semifinal working over there on the B stream as well. So a lot of great Rocket League going on right now.
Absolutely. This first goal is going to be so essential for both of these teams to really make that statement, and Give barely finds the save off the early shot from Money. Man, what a way to go about it. Already to start with such dynamic shots from eUnited. They've had 2. We'll see if they can get another, and if they can withstand some early defense. Give working the sideline there. Up across the backboard, shot will be deflected out, and that's the first couple feeler out shots that we're seeing.
A couple of good opportunities on either side. Nothing going in quite yet. So we continue to play on 0-0 through the first minute of game number 1. Here's Money's got Ajax down low. LJ is going to cut that off. Smart defensive play there from the Oxygen defense, and they look to turn things upfield. Here's LJ. Was looking for a pass back to Toasty, but they think better of it. And we'll argue at the midfield line a bit longer. Looking for a little bit of that possession. Here's Toasty, shot on goal. Ajax just gets there in time. Using the post to play that away. Ajax, of course, known for his defense over the years. Looking for Money on the pass. And he's got the rebound as well. Ajax finishes off the play he starts, and it's 1-0 for EU.
Finally, the defense breaks down on Oxygen. Money able to get a perfect pass off that backboard, and the follow-up by Ajax that just flies over that lone defender. It's beautiful execution on the eUnited offensive side of the field, and they are certainly keeping their momentum. First goal in the field, first blood against Oxygen, and they are doing a fantastic job of feeling themselves and feeling each other on the field.
Great bump there to get the ball cleared for Oxygen, not allowing United to build on their lead. It's going to be Savvy working on LJ out of the corner. Him will come to his rescue, and now Ajax. Oh, bit of a giveaway. Money's got to play that one. And it's going to be Toasty just trying to throw the ball on net, but it goes wide. An opportunity missed there for Oxygen. Should be a tied-up game, but we still play on. LJ to Gim. Now Toasty to follow. He chooses to go high. And again, an opportunity gone. That should be a shot on goal every single time.
Just such a good job on the defensive rotation for eUnited. You're seeing Ajax come in, really eliminate that backboard potential for Oxygen, and they are left only with corner shots. It's really difficult for them to have a breakaway touch here. eUnited keeps keeping the ball on the offensive side of the field or in not harm's way. So it's great for eUnited. They're looking really good, and Oxygen seems like they're having very difficult time handling their offense right now.
Oh, Toasty's caught, and Savvy will get the second of the game out of the corner here. Looked like a harmless play, but Toasty just not ready for that bounce. And it's going to be a 2-0 game for eUnited. 5 shots to just the 2 for Oxygen. And eUnited coming out quickly here in this one. We talked about their momentum from that last series against XZ, and they're looking to continue it. What a save. LJ up high, keeps it close. And now the counterattack by Toasty. Can LJ knock this one down? No, Savvy's in the way.
Good transition potential for Oxygen, but the defense still prevails for eUnited, and they're looking for a transition of their own. Money, quick touch, pop over, top right, 90. eUnited gets their third, and only 138 remains. They are looking fantastic on the field, and this is what momentum can bring to a new roster.
You're putting pressure on that defender there as well, forcing LJ to jump early. Couldn't find the read, and Money, the new guy, adding to the total here. A goal apiece for the eUnited side in game number 1. Looks like Oxygen really just trying to build themselves into this series. Almost a triple commit there on the defensive side, and yeah, maybe just needing to get their legs underneath them here. eUnited definitely a different team than SUP was in that last series, so it could just be Oxygen needing a game or two to get back into it. Is Toasty going to take a quick shot? There's Ajax again.
Ajax, both the saves for eUnited, and they have been very difficult ones at that. He has done such a good job, and Oxygen, they just seem so panicked, so unsure of themselves. I haven't seen anything concrete out of them. We saw almost that triple commit earlier. They just seem nervous. They don't seem confident in one another, and confidence certainly flowing in the veins of eUnited. That's a fantastic poke away. Savvy, real slow, fantastic carry for eUnited, and they get their fourth in game number 1.
Savvy with his second, showing what he can do. The backside play, LJ, all he can do to jump for that ball. But again, eUnited certainly out of the gate on the right foot. Dominating the shot totals, dominating ball possession, dominating zone time. Pretty much every stat you would like to be dominating in, they have done so here in game number 1. And that includes the goal count as well. 4-0, 20 seconds left to go. And we'll see. I wonder if there's just going to be a moment as Ajax will find the back of the net for a fifth. I wonder what the comms for Oxygen have to be like right now. Obviously, it's way too early to start panicking, but a 5-0 scoreline after game 1, that's going to hurt a little bit, certainly.
Just a little more salt on that wound, you know, scrub it in real good, get that 5th goal, you know, maybe a 6th here. No, it'll be saved on out, but Oxygen surely feeling a lot of that frustration right now, not able to really get anything going on the field. We can't look at anything that they did well. They really just didn't seem to get their footing, or I guess find their wheels per se in this sense. They were outshot, they were outsped, outcontrolled. eUnited was hot. Every player on that team scored at least 1 goal, and 4 of the 5 shots were assisted as well. So that means the goal participation by everyone just quite outstanding, and they're constantly looking for one another on the offensive side of the field.
And Ajax, a very impressive performance there in game number 1. Certainly the leader of the squad through that first game. 2 goals. I believe he had 2 assists as well. 5 shots on net. And some of his saves were pretty massive there as well in the early part of the game. So real good performance from Ajax. Let's see if he keeps it up as we head to Forbidden Temple for game number 2. Oxygen under the gun early, but if there's a team that can bounce back and start to play as a unit, we certainly know Oxygen can do it. And again, best of 7 series, a lot of time left for them to get things together. As Gim looking for LJ, and that's a perfect start.
Great passing play, great open opportunity. Gim, he knows where to float that. He understands where LJ is going to come in, and he gets it over that lone defender, Ajax, who's been very good on the goal line so far for eUnited. Oxygen starting out early. It's only been 10 seconds, and they find their footing. It's a fantastic start in game number 2 for them.
Looking for even more now. Is Money going to try to play out of his own corner? Ajax, Savvy, and Toasty come together. Here's Gim. LJ will turn, but he is met there by Money, wins that challenge. Savvy has to play a little bit of defense here, giving away to Toasty. Toasty again, pops it up. LJ's going to be late. Good play from Ajax. And that will find its way back down the pitch. United looking for their first of game number 2.
Up here is money on the sidewall. Ajax will be 50'd, and LJ able to send it out to Gim. Shot looks on target, and Oxygen will find a second in transition all the way from their end to the opposite. No contest for eUnited on the field, and this is another fantastic passing play for Oxygen. They're able to find each other. LJ and Gim have worked together beautifully as a dynamic duo to start for Oxygen, and now eUnited finds themselves down by 2 very early on.
And again, this is kind of what we were expecting from Oxygen. Like I said, I think it just took them a game to kind of get back up to the speed that United plays with. And, you know, again, a very fast team, especially with the addition of money. Looking to get that team coordination down, I think, for United as well. This is a perfect test for them, I think, in Oxygen. So far, they've done well. They've got a game win under their belts, but they're battling from behind here in game 2. They are on the offensive side. But a big clear will change that up. And Gim might have a double. He just missed it.
Fantastic midfield challenge for Toasty. This will extend the pressure for Oxygen on the offensive side of the field. Savvy ends up taking this ball away, pops it over. Toasty will demo him for good measure as well. Gim is up. This will be down. Money able to find the save on the back wall and looks to get this upfield. Will take his time, contest a little bit. Doesn't have much boost. Tries to get bailed out by Ajax. He will find the touch in center field, and still United having a difficult time this game, trying to find some offense on the Oxygen side. Finally, this ball will indeed go to the other end, but still not center field. Center pass here, and nobody for eUnited there to make a play out of that ball.
Nobody there to make the play. Nobody on the board in the shot category as well here for EU. Halfway through game 2. And the Oxygen defense has stifled the eUnited offense, but will not happen the other way. Toasty to LJ. Beautiful transition, and they find their third.
Another good passing play. All 3 goals for Oxygen are assisted, and it just seems like consistency is going to be a big issue. We talk about how dynamic teams can be, and eUnited 5-0 victory to start. But now all of a sudden it's 3-0 for Oxygen in game 2. Consistency for teams definitely weighs a little differently when we're seeing more of that mechanical or ball chase style. They can't consistently find those solo plays, those open opportunities, and now eUnited struggling this game just because they're not getting comfortable. They're not finding the opportunities that they did in game number 1, and it looks like another shot almost coming through from Oxygen. They keep looking at passes. They're staying on the goal line, and they're keeping the ball on the eUnited side of the field. What a fantastic redirect by Toasty, just barely blocked out.
A good defense right now from eUnited, just trying to hold strong. 3-0 with 1:30 to go. I think we can concede this one over to Oxygen. They have played very, very well throughout this game. I think LJ really stepping up to the plate. Kind of been that player for Oxygen here throughout game number 2. He does get demoed that time by Ajax. But Gim going to waste a little bit more time in the corner here. Savvy to play it on, but only as far as Toasty. And the last minute going to tick by now. Oxygen looking to tie things up. And they themselves will have a little bit of momentum heading into game 3.
Not a single shot yet recorded. I mean, still, not a single shot recorded. Technically speaking, that ends up being an own goal on the deflection with Gim. So that's just unfortunate. With 51 seconds, I wouldn't call it game just yet because I have seen 2 goals in this time period before. But right now, that shot count, it's 8-0 between these 2 teams, and that's just been the eUnited struggle. They've missed out on so many opportunities on the offensive side of the field. We saw that pass earlier to Savvy. He just didn't find contact with the ball, and it seems like they're just not on the offensive side, and they need to find each other in those passes like they did earlier in game 1.
The final 23 seconds. Oxygen certainly looking better in game 2 than they did in the first. Savvy with a chance. He skies that one just a bit too much, and unfortunately that will most likely do it here for eUnited in game 2, as time will tick away. So each team, wow, Gim almost styling on money that time. Ajax comes to his rescue, but yeah, I think we've kind of traded really good performances from individual players here. I think Ajax in game number 1, definitely my MVP of that game. LJ for me here in game 2, and you see him as the MVP of the lobby as well. I think LJ, again, definitely stepped up to the plate. Only had 2 shots, but he turns them both into goals, and he was just everywhere, it felt like, on the offensive side of the ball, feeding his teammates, and just causing chaos for the United defense.
Yeah, I think especially Gim and LJ played a very duo style for Oxygen that game. You see Gim with 6 of the 9 shots, so certainly at least pestering that net and making eUnited so uncomfortable. And then you had LJ just following it up, very clean, concise shots when he was getting those opportunities because the net was so open. Just a lot of panic on defense for eUnited, and they end up, after a very dominant victory, into a very sad loss.
Yeah, that's how Rocket League goes sometimes, as Oxygen looking to pick up where they left off right here into game number 3. As Gim back wall, no money's going to take that one away. I think for eUnited, getting this first goal is going to be really important. Just need to build some of that confidence back that they had in game 1, and you can do that early if you can get on the board. It's exactly what Oxygen did last game, as Savvy is going to kick that one out. LJ, again, looking to be that catalyst on the offensive side.
Good touch here for Ajax, and Gim, the 50, goes pretty neutral in the field, and LJ will put it back to the eUnited side. Popping the ball up is Money, gets the 50, but out. Toasty puts this ball towards the corner. 50 comes out. Gim with the shot just off target, and Ajax the doink to send it upfield. Money doesn't have much boost, able to get a little bit of a touch, and it's sent out. Ajax keeps it in midfield. LJ to send it out center. Everyone for eUnited there to defend. Bounce shot here, breakaway possible, and LJ able to send it to the side, and Oxygen holding on strong. Both teams very neutral ball game in this midfield.
And Gim thanking his lucky stars, LJ was there to cover. He missed that touch out of the corner, and it almost turned into an eUnited first goal. Nice move from Money out of the corner. Toasty is there to see him away. Now a ceiling pinch down to LJ. He's going to race Ajax. Wins that race right down in front. Savvy's there. I think the player for me on the United roster of, of course, with Money being the new player to the squad and everything like that. Of course, there's going to be a little bit of that feeling out, potential for him and how they play as a unit. But I think for Savvy, I would say he's the question mark for me on this squad. If he's having a good game, they can certainly do and compete with some of the best in North America. If he's off a little bit, it kind of turns into more of a defensive show, and Ajax has to step up to the plate a bit more there. He does so right there as I call him out, making that save on LJ, but Oxygen still on the attack. Good challenge from Ajax again.
Ajax the pop here. We'll just leave it on the Oxygen side. LJ to Toasty. Toasty back to LJ. This'll drop down. Ajax the save popped out towards center field, and it will be cleared for eUnited. Possibly some offense. It barely skates across the goal line of Oxygen, and another missed opportunity for eUnited. They keep getting so close on the offensive side of the field, but again, their chances, they're just not executing, and they need to execute. They need a lead. In fact, 3 minutes have elapsed, just under 2 remains, and not a single goal yet to be scored on the field. And 4 shots, all in favor of Oxygen, is only on the scoreboard.
Now, again, eUnited having to play a little bit of defense as LJ looks to create out of the corner. The 50 on Savvy, not going his way, but Gim towards the front of the net. Good clear from Money. Has Ajax in the opposing corner. Money will get back up to this ball. Here's Toasty and Savvy. They come together. It's down for LJ. Ajax going to jump and try to make the play. Can't do it this time. And it's LJ again to be the spark for the Oxygen offense.
He's such a good solo player and even able to beat out Ajax there. Ajax a little bit of an own goal, but I think LJ would have gotten there anyways. 4 shots for LJ. This game 1 finally goes in for Oxygen, and they have a lead with 1:15 remaining. Not a single shot again to be registered for eUnited. Ever since game number 1, they've just had such a hard time to find that offense again.
It's been certainly a back and forth game. Number 3, much different than the first 2 that we've seen. eUnited still, though, needing some kind of offense. Can't find what they've been looking for up to this point. However, good shot there from Ajax, but there's just no follow-up. That was free for LJ. Finds Gim in transition, and now eUnited's going to have to battle out of their own zone yet again.
Up here, Toasty buying some time in midfield, finds the 50 as well, and LJ will continue the offensive pressure for Oxygen. Clear coming out towards center field. Toasty just sends it safely off to his own corner, able to again get a block, and Toasty's car has been so important on these blocks. Shot comes through and saved out. Another 50 here for Savvy. LJ, good control, fakes this touch. Ajax gets demoed,
wow.
And that will leave it
Ajax
open, possibly.
Well, he needs to keep it up, and that miscommunication. I think Money was there, but Savvy was there, but I think Ajax might have called him off thinking he could get there in time. Close finish, but Oxygen take game number 3, 1-0. It was LJ's lone goal in that final, or well, I believe it was in the 4th minute, but regardless, Oxygen come out ahead this time. Again, a much closer game 3 as we head to DFH Stadium for game 4. And now again, eUnited under, behind the 8 ball in my opinion here. I think you have to see some kind of offense created early and often for eUnited in this game. They've been effectively shut out in the last 2 games, and they need to find that form that they had in game 1, or this could be a very quick series with Oxygen dominating the pace of play the way they have the last couple.
I'm having a hard time trying to figure out what has changed so much for eUnited. It just seems like they're not getting the ball on the offensive side of the field, and certainly Oxygen has picked up the pace a bit, but still, it's not to the point where they're completely dominating the game. They're not scoring the output that we saw from eUnited in game 1, so it just seems like eUnited feels uncomfortable, and it's awkward to see them struggling so much. They just need to find, again, those passes, find the outlet, find the transition, those counterattacks. Those are often the most effective goals, and we haven't seen something so effective for them on the field just yet.
This is a big game. Oh, Toasty with the miss. Ajax going to lay it up for Money. He can't put it through. Savvy will try, and Toasty gets back to it. Fortunate play there for Oxygen. eUnited not able to convert, but they will get a little bit more offense out of it as Ajax was looking for some kind of help out in front. Good play from LJ to clear. And that's going to buy enough time for Oxygen to regroup and recollect a little bit here, get that boost back. And now even a shot chance and a goal. Oxygen turning things around. They get the first of the game. It's LJ to Gim, and it's 1-0.
Great transition, and LJ again being that catalyst on the offensive side of the field. He makes a fantastic touch to open up the back end. No third man for eUnited. That third man went up against LJ, and because of it, that net is left open once LJ finds the beat. So now again, eUnited struggling on the defensive side of the field as well as the offensive. We saw Ajax earlier in game 1 make 2 very last second heroic saves, and that kept Oxygen from scoring, but they can't seem to find the saves as much. That one almost going on through for Oxygen, and eUnited still, the ball is left in their half. They're low on boost because of it, and they need a clear desperately to someone upfield.
Yeah, that was a huge save. A fantastic pass from him. I thought he set that one up for a sure goal, but the United defense stays alive and they can't quite squeeze that one through. Gim with the save. Money will eventually find Ajax back across the field. He's got the pass through, but no one home. Savvy able to get there in the corner, but just nobody there to take these shots. They've had a couple of passing plays out in front, but it looks like they're almost a bit nervous to commit a couple of players forward to take advantage of some of these opportunities.
Ajax gets 50'd real quick, and Savvy finds the clear all the way across field. Gim, good control, slows down this play, able to get it past one, bumps Savvy as well, and this one 50'd by Ajax. Gim across the field, popped away by Money. Ajax finds the shot, but Toasty the block. Savvy here pushed into the ball, way too much power, and a clear out for Oxygen. Yet again, and automatically after that clear, they're back on offense. Money transition now for United, up in the air. This one floating. LJ again in the right position to put it back out of harm's way. Money clear out. Toasty, what a fantastic touch from the ceiling, and this keeps the ball on the eUnited half.
Yeah, wasting even more time as LJ dropping it down to Gim. Money again on the back wall. Needs to do something with this defensively just to get a transition, to get some kind of offense working. Good save from Ajax. Going to keep them in this game. They've got 65 seconds left to do something against the oppression that has been the Oxygen offense. As LJ to Toasty. LJ just redirect over top of the defender. A fantastic goal, and one I've got to see again. Oh, what a read from LJ. It's 2-0.
It's LJ. This game has been all LJ game number 2, and now it's all LJ game number 3. LJ has consistently popped off for Oxygen, and we're not seeing anyone come on through for United until the seas part, and that's an open net.
Yeah, Gim just doesn't read that one well. Hits the post, and he just misses it. Bit of a mistake there from the Oxygen defense. A rare mistake, at least in the last 3 games. And now this gives eUnited a foot in the door. Can they force their way through? Can they turn this into overtime? Oxygen defense going to try to stand strong. LJ, can he put it away? Yes, sir. What a touch from LJ. It's the LJ show here, and it's 3-1 for Oxygen.
What more can we say about LJ?
Wow.
That is a gorgeous shot. I wish I can make that. That's never gonna happen. But LJ probably does those in his sleep. It's beautiful execution. You could just tell he is oozing confidence right now. He has definitely picked up this team. I don't know if he gave them a pep talk too after game 1 and was like, let's get going. I'm gonna help you guys out as much as possible, because he has certainly done a justice for Oxygen. And now with 10 seconds remaining, they're about to take another game off of eUnited and completely stifle eUnited's play.
Yeah, this has been a rout of eUnited through the last 3 games. And it didn't feel like that at times. That's kind of the key thing for me. You know, we saw that 1-0 game, right? And that sort of turned the dial on things a little bit. Oxygen definitely took advantage in this game of the momentum they've built in the past few. But you look at it, and ultimately, you know, United scored 5 goals in game 1, right? You want to call it a fluke, whatever you want to say. Oxygen wasn't ready. Who knows? Whatever you want to say about game 1, United puts 5 on the board. The next 3 games in a row, as we are heading into now game 5, Oxygen has scored a total of 2 goals in those 3 games. As it looks like we will have to restart the lobby, so we are going to get into game 5 here in just a moment. while we get the server reset. Again, you know, it seems like there's a little bit of a lack of that offense right now. I mean, obviously, but it feels a little bit deeper than that. It more feels like they haven't been able to generate the offense because of the way that Oxygen has just really won the midfield battle. They've kept the boost pretty much topped up throughout these games and just really never gave eUnited any kind of space in the offensive zone.
I think a huge factor that has been Toasty. We've seen him make a lot of really intercepting plays in the midfield, like you noted, but everywhere else on the field as well. He may not be doing a lot of scoring and passing, but Toasty is doing a lot of that brunt work and just messing up whoever has the ball for eUnited. And then LJ is cleaning up those shots, and Gim as well is working very well on the offensive side of the field. Oxygen has found their way to beat down eUnited. They found their recipe for success, and they're sticking with it. And now they're up 3 games in a row to possibly win this series in 5, which is something I don't think we necessarily predicted, especially after game number 1. eUnited, they need to change something up. They have to do something different, or else they may just go down. I just haven't seen eUnited have that spark. Anything. Ajax hasn't popped off. Money or Savvy, no one has popped off for them.
It does seem like that spark has kind of gone out here for eUnited, but they need to find it now, and that's a great way to start. Ajax off the kickoff 4 seconds in over the head of the defense, and it's 1-0 for EU.
I mean, that's the way to start it. Really, that is the way to go about it. You score that first goal, that gives your team confidence and momentum. Just eUnited, let's do it another 4 times, you know, like game 1, right? Right. Alrighty. Let's hopefully they heard that, because they may certainly need it. A huge demo coming out by Toasty, and Ajax safely pulls this to his corner, finds the follow-up touch and stays in possession. Good 50 out here is Savvy, another one. Stays in neutral territory. Gim off the sidewall. Good control. Gets the flip reset. Finds the shot. And Gim for Oxygen. Absolutely monster play off the wall to find this equalizer.
And that's the skill we certainly know Gimmick has. And, you know, we haven't really talked too much about him. It's like I said, it's kind of been the LJ show here in the last few games. But, again, you know, LJ and Toasty have been playing together for so long. There's a huge bump from Gim as well. Toasty goes top shelf, make it a 2-1 game. But just to get back to the point that I was literally about to make as he's doing it on our screen, I feel like Gimmick is such a great fit for these two players who have that chemistry built up over a long course of playing with each other. And then you get the experience and you get the just the skill that Gim brings, a little bit almost of like that sort of that support role for LJ to pop off the way that he's done. And it has been all Gimmick in this game. He almost finds another one. Great pass from LJ, but it does get deflected just wide.
Toasty doing huge work on the defensive side of the field. Gim can't take over too well. LJ with a huge block, and Gim as well with a clear outfield. Ajax pops it right into him, and Gim finds a way to just keep this ball at least a little bit out of harm's way. Toasty towards the corner. LJ has to come off the wall pretty slow. 50's coming through. Shot possibly by Ajax. It's on target. EU90, another equalizer for them, and we're at 2-2.
Yeah, great team play this time by EU. Everybody getting involved, everyone quick to the ball. Money even ensuring the goal goes through with that bump as well. That's what we need to see from eUnited. Again, everybody activating, everybody being quick in the offensive zone. Oxygen not going to give you a lot of time and space. But where you do find it, you need to capitalize, and that's exactly what we see here from EU. So, 2-2, 3:20 left to go. Certainly a winnable game for eUnited to extend the series. Good touch there from Money to take that away from LJ. As Savvy and Toasty out of the corner. And I like to see, I like what we're seeing here from eUnited. Definitely feels like, I don't know if it's more confidence or if they're realizing they need to be a bit quicker to the ball. What a touch from LJ! And just like that, the confidence killer. It's 3-2 with 2:59 to go.
You know, although it's been back and forth, I think this is the best game that we've watched so far. It seems like both teams are really finding some quality opportunities, and that's why we're seeing these scores. They keep getting assisted, keep finding open ways to shoot the ball that's different from the previous attempt, and that makes things interesting. So 3-2, of course, is the scoreline. We're not yet at halftime. Another 10 seconds to go down off the clock to make that happen, but 5 goals in the first half of this game, and that's something we have really yet to see on the field. It's been very one-sided almost the entire series so far, and Ajax tries to find the equalizer there for eUnited, just barely misses that redirect, and onto the offensive field goes Oxygen. Gim, the pass deflected out, and Toasty again in the right place to get that ball away from the net.
Ajax doing everything he can to try to get his team back into this one, as LJ almost sneaks that one through. Money just beats it to the goal line, and it stays a 1-goal game. Big demo, LJ, 2 big demos. Toasty, he can't finish it off. He created the play, was given the feed, and he can't put it through. Now back the other way. Ajax off the bar. Here's Savvy. Can't get that one through, and this will kick out wide. Back and forth we go. Chance after chance for both teams, but it stays 3-2 as Money's going to get up to make this play.
Money keeps this ball close to himself, loses it a little bit, and in comes Savvy. On the second man is Ajax, but it's cleared out again by Toasty. LJ, good 50. Ajax, last man back. This one's deflected to Money, but Gim is there. It's going to be off the backboard. Reed cleared out across field. LJ up real fast. Ajax, control, shot, saved out by Toasty, and doesn't find the power on that one. Savvy still trying to keep it in. Money, can he find the angle? Overshoots it. And still eUnited struggling to stay alive in this series. They need one to tie it up, or else Oxygen, they're going to win in 5.
And they're putting the pressure on. Here's Money with a lot of space. He had Ajax, but Gim just gets in the way. Good move by LJ to end us off here. He goes just high. Toasty can't win that race. Gim's going to try to turn it around. Good touch from Money. Here comes Savvy. Demo onto Toasty. As Gimmick out of the corner. A goal needed, 20 seconds left. Here's Toasty. Wants to kill even more time. Final 15 seconds. A touch from Savvy's got to win that race, and he does. Gimmick's there again, and they'll clear it right back into the eUnited zone. Coming down to the wire. LJ, a wonderful touch, but that's not going to be enough. Savvy to keep it up, but he can't keep it going. A perfect challenge to end things off, and Oxygen in 5, making a statement here against eUnited. They are the first into the grand final.
Wow, what a game. That game number 5 certainly gave us everything that we had wanted. It seemed like both sides of the field, each other were popping off in their own way. You see the scores for both teams, even just the player points. They're almost dead even on either side. That difference being that 1 goal for eUnited that they just couldn't find to tie up this game. But Oxygen, they win it in a sweep after dropping game number 1. It's certainly interesting to see how much that game changed after that first game.
Well, we've got our lovely host back with us here to break things down for that series. Oxygen and eUnited not going as far as I think the 3 of us would have expected, but Oxygen coming out on top, I think, was the expected result regardless.
I would say so. I think the unfortunate reality is that as good as eUnited played, we knew this was going to be their biggest contest of the night. And they did a good job. I'll give them credit at that. It was a very close contest. But the unfortunate reality is that, in my opinion, Oxygen are just more prepared for big events like this. They've been in the spotlight before. They have a lot more preparation here. But as good as eUnited have played, they're still not done for the day. They've got a third-place match coming up here in just a little while. And similarly, secondarily, we're waiting on who is going to meet them in that third place match. Currently in our B stream right now, it is Ghost Gaming versus Akrew to try and figure out who's even going to have a shot at that money, because we are playing in the money now at this point here. Third place walks home with 300, second place with 700, but the big one is that first place, $2,000 going to first place here. So we're not going to dilly-dally. We're not going to waste too much time. What we're going to do is go to a quick break, and you guys should go and check in on that other stream right now, because Who is currently streaming that Ghost Gaming versus Akrew matchup. They are in their 4th game of the series. So we're going to let that figure it out and figure out who else is joining us for the grand final, because when we return, one last best of 7 to determine it all. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
This is Larry. Larry just loves candy.
Oh, hello.
And even though these sweet, glorious pieces of candy don't seem expensive,
This one's only a dime.
the inevitable dental fees his mom will have to pay makes it pretty pricey. The APR of eating candy is the cost per piece plus the dental bills. A much higher APR than, say, vegetables.
Why can't I quit you?
Oath takes a shot, but it's off the crossbar. Shock will deflect it away. Shock to the corner. Does he have the read? Yes, he does. Astro read the touch well.
All right, so cordless headphones. You can watch movies through your phone, and y'all got electric cars. Yeah, the future is crunk. Anything else you want to know?
Close it out now, or will Akrew? Well, really wanted to say, will they accrue some wins, but that's just too much. I shouldn't say that. Akrew bounced back. 3-1. They're not looking at a full reverse sweep. But with the way that these first few games have gone, I think I would have to back Ghost. They're looking solid. New team composition seems to be working very well. Bug, I sincerely appreciate that. That really does mean a lot to me. Thank you. There's a lot going on here, and I know I'm not doing perfect, but I am trying my best, so I appreciate that. Oath, working his way down the sideline. Astro with the follow-up. Now Hoxer looking to make it clear. A shot on target, but Shock will send it into the corner. Hoxer, an air dribble over one. Oath, a critical touch on the backboard. Astro, can he get into position in time? Yes, he can. Great defensive stand there from Astro. It's a tough position to be in. Lion Blaze almost slots one top left. Astro, again, makes another critical save. Oath, not really sure what Oath is doing there, but works out just fine. Hey, thank you all. I really appreciate the kind words. That means a lot to me. I'm just glad I'm here watching this good Rocket League with you all. Hoxer looking to find Shock. A sharp angle redirect. Little back pass here. He's going to give Lion Blaze some time and space. Flicks pass one, pass two. Lion Blaze working down the left side. Oath eventually puts up a good challenge. Now Hoxer pops to the backboard. PP's going to clear it away. Lion Blaze with a demo in a 1v1 position. That is not a player you want in a 1v1. VP rises to the occasion. Shock gets another demo. Ghost looking more and more comfortable as the series goes on. Shock almost sneaks it in. But once again, Akrew defense holding strong. Oath, good patience there. Shock had a good read on it. Now, wait a second, VP, he makes something happen here. Him and Oath, they combine their powers. And with 2:29 on the clock, Akrew will strike first. Hoxer had to hesitate. He had to respect the extra touch from Fifi. But didn't have his eyes on that second attacker. Oath sneaks in underneath and gives it just enough power to get it past the last defender. Now Ghosts are the ones that have to make a comeback. Oh my goodness. If Lion Blaze and Hoxer had connected on that, we could go ahead and turn the stream off. That's it, because that's crazy. Hoxer with a huge bump. Shock is a third man. It's an aggressive challenge. He does well to put a car on it, though. Lion Blaze almost gets the air dribble dunk at the end. Ghost heating up. BB has to make a touch here. He does so. Shock going to keep this offensive attack alive. And Oath stuck flat-footed, cannot reach the shot. Shock is going to level the playing field here for Ghost. 1-1. Lion Blaze. Prediction there on the challenge, and Oath. Lion Blaze just predicted a little bit wrong. I think he had the shot blocked, but not the pass. Astro knocks it up to the backboard, and Hoxer on low resources just can't move around quick enough. Oath off the post and in. He's going to reclaim the lead. 1:30 left. Hoxer gets a demo. He's going to confirm that midfield boost as well. Astro with a booming clear. Shock will handle it and drop it off to Hoxer in the corner. Lion Blaze with control. Oath, nice challenge here. PP pops high. Right in front of the box. Shock and Hoxer go for the same ball. This could be dangerous. Astro pops. Oath takes a shot. Shock with a big demo on the third man for Akrew. That's going to dissipate some of that pressure that could have been mounting. A shot from Lion Blaze, cleared away by Oath. Astro looking to pop towards midfield. A little bit too weak though. Oath brings the aerial down into a catch. Now Hoxer with a nice flick over one. PP will collect it into the corner. Oh. Wait a second, this could be bad. Wait a second. Shock does just enough. But Ghost is going to have to mount some sort of offensive press here. The final 10. As Akrew gonna get one more here and take us to game 6. Shock, wait a second, up to Lion Blaze off the backboard. Oath will send it away. I thought Lion Blaze may have had the double touch lined up, but he was just a little off target. Akrew are holding on. They're not done yet. Once again, we look at this stat line and we see 4 saves from Fifi, 3 saves from Oath, 2 saves from Astro. Or I'm sorry, I got that backwards. 4 and then 2 from Oath and then 3 from Astro, excuse me. I'm afraid playing this type of game it's going to be tough. Acquiring 9, 10, 11, 12 saves of your team every game. Not sure how sustainable it is for the full 7-game series. It may have worked once or twice. Eventually, Ghost is bound to break that down. They're bound to bury some of these shots that may have gone wide, or place them a little bit better where they're not able to be saved. I would like to see Akrew establish a little more offensive presence. Well, they're going to have to establish some offensive presence because Ghost has struck within the first 6 seconds. Lion Blaze with an air dribble immediately after kickoff. Shock there for the rebound. I see Silhouette here pointing out the demo game as well. I think that's a big part of it. It's likely why, or at least contributes to why, Akrew is stuck on defense so long. The resources are being taken away by demos. Obviously, they're eliminated from the pitch for a few moments. The rotation is being ruined. We'll see if Akrew can make an adjustment here. 2 players up in the corner, quite aggressively positioned. Fifi looking to go high and tries to drop it back low into a catch. Astro, an immediate shot, sent high. Lion Blaze will deflect it anyways. Now Fifi on the retreat, drops it into the corner, gets a demo on Shock. Hoxer with a slot. Far post. A defender was in position, but it's too strong of a strike. 2 defenders in position. Ghost with 3:50 on the clock. Extend the lead to 2. Astro meets the challenge. Meets Hoxer for the challenge. Shock pops high. Astro beats Lion Blaze. Now Shock! What a shot! Oh my! The approach from this shot is so lateral. I don't know how Shock struck it so well. What an air roll shot. Incredibly timed dodge. And Shock is going to give Ghost a 3-0 lead. BP, nice control to the corner. And you know we're going to see Akrew turn up that urgency. You know we're going to see them turn up that aggression. Will Ghost stay organized? Oh, looking for the down. The downward shot. Players in position, but the clear was too weak, and now Astro's here for the rebound. Puts it just out of reach of Hoxer here. All 3 Ghost players jumped on the play as well. If 1 had stayed grounded, or even 2 had stayed grounded, they probably would have survived. The good news for Ghost is they still have the cushion. Up 2. Oath! Looking for the top corner, but he puts it off the post. That would have been big for Akrew. This aggression that we're seeing out of Akrew right now, this style where we're coming from behind and we have to make something happen. I would like to see them play like that from the beginning. Lion Blaze. Again, the 1v1 ability. Striking. Absolutely incredible. A wonderful lead from the teammate. What a call. What a play. Hoxer. Huge brain moment. Absolute mega brain moment. And Lion Blaze with a great strike. Reclaimed the 3-goal lead. Lion Blaze off the sidewall. Great recovery. He's going to get a block on the secondary touch as well. Hoxer's going to keep this alive. Shock scooched in and secured that corner boost. Akrew is going to be stuck here for quite some time if I had to guess. Astro waiting on the boost. It's not going to spawn, bud. Whoa! What a shot from Fifi, but it's off the post and out. Oath. Shot towards the crossbar. 2 Ghost players commit. Follow-up is too slow and no one's punished for the mistake. Every second that ticks off this clock, the task gets more and more difficult. And with the defense that Ghost has put on display today, I do not see a 3-goal comeback happening with 1:15 on the clock. Ghost has been too clean, too organized, too efficient, too effective. They're not making mistakes. They're not giving up free ones. If you're scoring, you better earn it. Inside the final minute here. Shock with control of Demo on the backside. Wait a second. Oath is going to put one in. And this is what I said. They're not going to give you a free one, but if you demo the last man, you earn your goal. Still a tall order here for Akrew. 2 goals in 48 seconds, and that's just to equalize. Oath makes way for Astro. Astro underneath. The drop-off pass, but Fifi is bumped out of the way, and now Hoxer can counter. Fortunately for Akrew, it's off target. The clock is still ticking. Astro has to make something happen quickly. They need to give themselves time for the 2nd goal. A pinch off the sidewall. Hoxer's going to send this down to the Akrew end. Oath with a less than ideal first touch. I don't think it's going to happen. Too much time has ticked off the clock. Akrew needs this to go in right now for an opportunity, and it's not going to happen. Ghost are headed to the finals with a 4-2 scoreline in a 7-game series. Ghost are moving forward. The championship round of the AAA Super Challenger Series event number 1. And wow. It's an exciting time to be a Ghost fan. Got a roster change. The very first event that we pop up in. Take to the championship. What'd you like to see right there? All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for this stream. You're going to go ahead and send a raid over to the main channel. FOB is live. I hope you all enjoyed the broadcast, enjoyed the games. Thank you for hanging out. Cheer on your favorite team here. The finals and
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the AAA Challenger Series Super Event number 1. Once again, my name is Bass in the Past, and joined alongside by none other than Hunted and Chixa. And guys, we are here, the final matchup of the day. We brought everybody in from Hootie Who stream. By the way, shout out to Hootie for running a fantastic B stream. And we've now got everybody here for one last best of 7. It is Oxygen versus Ghost Gaming here in our grand final. And Hunted, it was an interesting series that you guys got to cast. It was not necessarily as back and forth as you might have expected, but the results somewhat expected.
Yeah, I think, looking at the two teams we had, again, I think eUnited need a little bit of time to really incorporate money into their lineup, right? I mean, I don't know how long they've been scrimming with him and things like that for sure, but yeah, I think still they need a little bit more time to build that up. But Oxygen, they kind of bounced back from their series against SUP. It was a scary 7-game series. They kind of righted the ship a little bit against the United, and now I think this is making a fantastic grand final. I kind of predicted Oxygen and Ghost to be there a little bit earlier on. I'm glad they're both here because this should be a lot of fun.
this should be one of the best series we see in the history of the AAA Challenger Series, let alone today as an event, because it's two teams which I'd say are on an upward trajectory. Oxygen made their moves during the last split and have looked so good, almost able to make that major, and then the split before that, guess who was almost in contention for the major as well? Ghost Gaming, a team which now make their adjustments, bring in Hawkser, and they look very strong. But I'm interested in your thoughts here, Chicks. They may look strong, but do you think they're enough to take down Oxygen? Because Ghost, they, have a pretty good series against their opponents, but not as dominant as Oxygen. 4-2 Akrew really gave them a run for their money. So do you think Ghost still have the same sort of momentum that we were talking about before?
Man, Ghost Gaming has Lion Blaze, and I have not seen enough of this kid. Continuously, like, leader in CRL, leader on Ghost, leader everywhere on the field. Lion Blaze makes plays for his team. The problem is you can't always have that one person. You can't rely on Lion Blaze to stay consistent, especially throughout a full best of 7. So with that being said, their new, pickup in Hawkser, they're going to need to hopefully rely on him more. Maybe he can just work with Lion Blaze better. I mean, certainly, at least in this super event, they've done a really good job because, of course, they're in the finals. So something is working on that team. But maybe, if Lion Blaze isn't the king of the show today and the entire Ghost Gaming team works in unison, then I see them very much able to handle Oxygen.
Ooh, early predictions here, Chixo might be going on the side of Ghost Gaming. We'll check in to get a definitive answer from you in a little while, but as you guys can see on screen, like Chixo was talking about, Lion Blaze, Hawkser, and Shock, the trio that we're going to see here for Ghost Gaming, and a little bit of an unfamiliar one on Toasty, LJ, and Gimmick as well. Technically a newer roster there, but maybe a little bit more veteran of a roster. But my question is that going to be enough? Hunted, I'm going to go to you first again, my friend, for predictions. You picked Oxygen last time. Are you going to pick them again here in the grand finals?
Yeah, this one's tough. This one's definitely tough. And kind of to just counterpoint what Chicks was saying earlier, I think Lion Blaze in all of the teams, not all of the teams, but a majority of the teams that he's played for over his career, he's kind of had to have been that carry. I think he's finally found a team, especially with Hawkser and Shock, where you're sharing the love a whole lot more. It's not all on Lion Blaze to create the offense that they need. I really like Ghost, and I don't know, man. It's so hard. If LJ pops off again, Oxygen wins. If he doesn't, I think Ghost can take this one. It's going to be 6 or 7 games. I guess my final prediction, you know what, I'm going to go with Ghost. I'm going to say it's going to be an upset over Oxygen.
Oh, there it is. He picks the upset. Hunted going with the upset. Chixa, you going to do the same?
I'm going to say Oxygen in like a reverse sweep, because I really think they're going to struggle early on, just like they did with eUnited, and they're going to struggle for not 1 game, but probably 2 or 3 until they find their footing. And then I think they're going to be able to take it once they figure out how to combat Lion Blaze, how to combat Hawkser, all the new players and all the new chemistry that Ghost is bringing. They need to figure out how to combat it, and I think they can do it.
Listen, I think they can. The question is whether or not they get it done here today. I believe in them to do so, but I also believe you folks at home have got to hit the follow button down below. You want to keep up with all the action that's going on here at FOB, you have to make sure that you're in tune with everything we have got going on. And, well, just mention what we've got going on. It's the grand finals. Do not go anywhere. We're going to throw it to the 2 lovely casters and get into this game. So, Hunted and Chixa, I leave it to y'all.
Yeah, thank you, sir. We will catch up with Bass at the end to wrap everything up. But Chixa, it's one final series. It's Ghost, it's Oxygen, 2 teams we expected to be here, and now all it takes is 4 wins, and you have won the first Super Series here on the channel, and this is important for both teams. I think this is definitely a great building block, of course, to the next split, right? I mean, that's what we have to remember as well as we head into game number 1. Which team will get the early lead? As you mentioned, Oxygen struggled early against eUnited, fixed their wrongs in the next 4 games. Will Ghost be able to take advantage of a slow Oxygen start?
That's the big question mark, and really the game's played on the pitch, so we can look at all the stats, look at all the players, but what happens in the moment. I'm just more upset that we didn't get a prediction out of Bass. He chickened out, but it's fine. It's fine. Hopefully he'll tell us later what he really thought.
Put it in Discord. He has to put it in Discord in the next 30 seconds. Before 4
He didn't
minutes
say
left.
who would win. He was just like, we're gonna have Oxygen and
true.
Ghost and Chicks and Hunted like argue with one another on who they pick. But it's fine. It's fine.
Oh,
Because first goal will indeed go to Oxygen.
Yeah, and it's LJ who makes this play happen. He gets the original shot blocked away. Nice little pass across two there from Toasty. And again, that's the chemistry we expect to see from Oxygen. So a great start to game one. They get the first on the board. Everybody involved, but it's Gimmick who takes the first goal. And we'll see if Ghost can retaliate early on here. Again, I really do like this Ghost team as Hawks are off the post. I think they do have a little bit of a mismatch potentially here against Oxygen if they play, if Oxygen plays this correctly, which, by all accounts, they most likely will. I do think there's a bit of a mismatch as there's a little bit of a double commit, but I think the overall skill from Ghost can overcome this team as Toasty able to get that feed from LJ, and this is what I'm saying, man. LJ starting to pop off again.
2 assists for LJ on both of those goals. He really is that catalyst, that contributor. Everything that you call the offense is now renamed to LJ because that's just what he does. Gimmick and Toasty, they've played their roles so far for Oxygen, and they've done such a good job. I thought they would be the one struggling early on against Ghost, especially with dynamic players like Lion Blaze, but instead they have decided to really give their all and come out early in this game. I just worry if they can stay consistent over 4 games to potentially get it. But time has been ticking. Almost 2 minutes is down on the clock, and still on offense is Oxygen. A little bit of miscommunication there, though, and Toasty will have to send it back to his own corner to just try to deflect and allow for rotation. I don't know, communication, something fell apart on that play, and it's unfortunate to see, but still Oxygen, they remain unharmed and they look for yet more offense. Toasty to LJ, the finish is there. Oxygen finds their third.
A goal and 2 assists in the first half of game number 1. LJ stamps his name on the Ghost half and give Oxygen a huge lead. And Chicks, I'm sorry to say, but your prediction is severely in trouble right now.
I mean, at least I picked the right team.
Perhaps. We still have 6 games after this. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. But right now, Oxygen, they are looking like the team to beat here, certainly. And trust me, I'm starting to worry myself a little bit too, so don't worry. But with the first half gone, again, a 3-0 lead, and this is what I was saying. LJ, he has played so very well in that last series, and he's continuing it over here as Gimmick wants to create even more offense. Ghost needs something to go their way.
Deflection there by Lion Blaze. He's been subject to being on the defensive goal line for Ghost for a majority of this game. In fact, he already has a savior medal with still 2 minutes remaining.
Nice play.
There we go. Lion Blaze. Who's doing it? Lion Blaze to find the pass. A gorgeous one at that. Really puts it on Hawkser's car, and he places that shot better than I could ever do.
Oh yeah, Hawks are not gonna miss that one. Well done by the Ghost offense. They get on the board and now give themselves a little bit of life with 1:50 to go here in game number 1. Good challenge by Gim back while LJ was looking for his second of the game. Instead, it falls to Hawkser. It was a nifty little back wall play. It is taken care of by the Oxygen defense. Good touch from LJ, but Line Blaze first here off the ceiling. Hawkser's racing towards it. Gimmick will win that race. And instead, Oxygen transition once again to the offensive side. And one of the things I think we need to focus on a little bit here from Oxygen, not that they've really been punished too much on it so far today, but at times their transition from defense to offense gets a little bit overzealous, and you see players kind of get out of position a little bit too much defensively, as Shock has to make a big save. It will be enough as Hawks are with the clear.
Wow, that was really last second, and probably the remainder of Shock's boost. He'll get demoed there. In fact, Hoxer to get demoed there as well, and Lion Blaze bump. That's all 3 players for Ghost getting absolutely bullied on the Oxygen side of the field. They're still looking to find a goal, and so far positioning has been perfect for Oxygen for a majority of this game, other than the rotations back, of course, as you noted, being a little shaky. Where they're positioning themselves has been very important and vital to their success, and with that success has come also a lot of offense. 10 shots this game for them, only 3 for Ghost, and just that offensive difference has been the change. But the demo opens up a play. Again, no one back on third man for Oxygen. 9 seconds and 1 goal. We've seen greater comebacks happen with like 2 seconds on the clock. I'm not counting anything out.
Yep, definitely an opportunity, and that time again you see kind of the what we were talking about, a little bit out of position there for Oxygen. One demo causes things to open up. Hoxer couldn't turn on that ball. He didn't have the boost. As LJ wants to waste the final 2 seconds, here's Gimmick to play things down, and he will. Up and over the head of Hoxer. A valiant effort at the end of this one, but ultimately it's Oxygen able to take game number 1. Ghost get 2 back, and they definitely had some zone time there towards the end. I think that's the key that we were missing in the first half. They find some zone time, get a couple of mistakes out of Oxygen, and now I'm a lot more confident in Ghost heading into game number 2 with them getting that little bit of offense there towards the end.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw most of those goals that happened on Oxygen were because 3 people were pushed up past midfield. That third man was demoed, was bumped, was pushed out of position, and the net seemingly left open because of it. They like to push up very heavy to get their offense, and I mean, they did succeed in the 10-4 shot differential between the 2 teams, but it leaves them very open to counterattacks, to transitions, and LJ continues to pop off. What control on the goal line, and just barely squeaks it behind Lion Blaze.
That is a divine touch from LJ. Beautifully done. Looked like Lion Blaze was covering all the angles he needed to, but LJ finds the one he wasn't. And it's a 1-0 game. First 9 seconds in, and Oxygen again out to a lead. Here's Shock. Hoxer out of the corner. Toasty there to challenge. LJ unable to get to that one. Shock now down, looking for Lion Blaze. Good back wall defense, quick transition. Hoxer there to cover, and he may even have a chance offensively, but he is out of boost. And will rotate out now as Oxygen having to play a little bit of this defensive style towards the beginning of the game. Good save there from Lion Blaze. But this is where they start to get dangerous now that they're on the offensive side. Look to see them get aggressive, trying to find a second.
Again, here doesn't find the touch he may want, but Toasty is available. Finds a block shot to come in. Another 50 by Toasty.
Wow.
Shot comes quick by Gimmick. The clear is there, and a great play by Toasty to open up the field. Lion Blaze just not ready for that ball to be 50'd back, and Oxygen finds their second.
And too aggressive. I mean, I really don't blame Lion Blaze on that. It really looked like Shock was going to be able to beat the attacker to that ball, but ultimately the 50 doesn't go his way. And it's a quick 2-0 lead here for Oxygen as Shock eyeing this one up. Does get a initial touch. Takes 2 Oxygen players to play it away. Oh, again they get their signals crossed. Toasty and Gimmick having some problems, and it leads to a Ghost goal. 2-1 now, 3:30 to go.
No.
Ugh.
That's just so unfortunate. I mean, how else can you break that down? Miscommunication at its finest. Communicate, ladies and gents, whether you're in bronze or you're in SSL. Communication is key, and there being a huge downfall for Oxygen. They let that one slip by, and hopefully they can find a quick counterattack at that. They look to stay on the offensive side of the field, and LJ, the block on Lion Blaze's touch. Toasty, a huge boom, and Shock to send it out to his own corner. Here comes Gim. He can't find the touch, and Shock will have the ball. Shock with the 50. Shot coming through from Hoxer, and blocked out twice. Even the follow-up. Another shot turn here. Saved out again by Gim. And back-to-back saves for Oxygen. Leave them out of harm.
And now they have a little bit of time to recover. Lion Blaze wants to push the aggression. Here's Hoxer again. Again, trying to just bleed the boost out of the Oxygen defense. Shock, that's just a bit too far for Hoxer to put on net. It will stay moving in the offensive zone here for Ghost. Toasty gets a touch. Nobody here from Ghost to challenge. That's a free clear, and it's broken the offense of Ghost. You gotta wonder, where was the challenge that time? Now they have to break out of the zone again. They do a good job, but all that offense, all that buildup that they had just kind of goes to waste on a bit of a misrotation.
Pop up here for Hoxer, trying to play the wall. Lion Blaze takes this one off the backboard. Toasty to send it away, but up is Shock. The remainder of his boost to send it off the backboard. Huge 50 by Lion Blaze. This ball still in harm's way. Bumped by Lion Blaze. Last second save by LJ. Still finds the save, and Oxygen again, heroic saves on the goal line, especially out of LJ. They need a clear desperately. They have yet to get it, and still Ghost Gaming, they're pushing.
What a pass.
The shot
Beautiful.
opens up for Lion Blaze, and they find their equalizer.
Oh, man, I wish I had 10 minutes just to talk about what we saw in the last 30 seconds. Great communication defensively from Oxygen to make sure their rotation was on point that entire time. A wonderful bump onto Gimmick to open up the play. A huge save, and then ultimately a fantastic pass from Hoxer. He's got 2 assists now in this game on obviously both goals for Ghost. And we've got a 2-2 ball game with 1:10 to go. Ghost battling back after that early lead from Oxygen. Certainly looks like they've got the momentum now. That's a nice play from Hoxer around Gimmick. Lion plays off the top. Oh no, a bit of a missed touch, but it's not going to hurt him, as Gim will play that back into the zone. 2:50 to go. Next goal, extremely important.
Golden goal territory at that, and both teams have found success on the scoring front. It's who makes that mistake that'll end it all. And the 50 goes in favor. Lion Blaze shot on target. Lion Blaze finds another, and Ghost now has the lead with 30 seconds remaining.
And that's just speed, pure speed there from Lion Blaze. Reads the play extremely well. Nice chip over the defender. And just like that, Ghost get themselves back in this game and are looking to equalize the series. Giveaway from Toasty. Lion Blaze just high. Gimmick able to play that one away. Keeps us alive here. But a big giveaway. Shock trying to end things off. Hoxer will do it instead. And Ghost 4 straight to make it 4-2.
4 unanswered goals. That extra there certainly being the nail in the coffin. A valiant effort by Oxygen this entire game. In fact, 8 saves on their front over the 11 shots from Ghost. We'll see that in a second when the game ends as well, but that is huge. Ghost just completely dominates the offensive side of the field, and even when Oxygen makes the most heroic saves, they didn't get the clear. They didn't get the ball out of their zone, and eventually Ghost was able to knock those on in. Ghost, a very dominant victory to make the series 1-1, and it just seems like these two teams are absolutely very evenly matched.
Well, it certainly wasn't as dominant as it kind of appeared to have been towards the beginning of that game. Again, Oxygen kind of picking up where they left off in game number 1. But Ghost, again, firing back in a big way in the second half of that game. really a team effort to claw their way back and find that 2-goal win, as here we go, game number 3 just about to get underway now. Neo Tokyo once again. And this game, you know, just for momentum's sake, is huge for both teams. It seems like both teams very good when they have that momentum in their favor, and you want it, obviously, heading into game number 4, not to mention that game advantage.
We'll see who can do it, LJ or Lion Blaze. The battle of the L's or the W's. No, it's fine. Backboard here. Pass from Lion Blaze to Shock, and that's how Ghost will start off this game.
And it's Lion Blaze, as you call him out. Nice pass. Really well done by Shock to get up to that ball quick. And that bump always going to cause problems for the defense. Nothing Gimmick could really do on the goal line that time. Make it a 1-0 game, although LJ looking to strike back immediately, doesn't get all of that shot. And Shock will be able to deflect the rebound aside. Here comes Lion Blaze again, able to play that off the back wall. Hoxer beats Toasty. This is an opening here for Ghost. Hoxer no touch. Shock going to try to do all he can. But ultimately now another turnaround. LJ has Gimmick, but Lion Blaze the perfect spawn, able to get there in time.
Maybe a little bit of luck there involved with that spawn. He was demoed and that net seemed so open, but able to just boost right away after that respawn and find a piece of that ball. Ghost Gaming doing a good job to start game number 3. LJ and the rest of the team going to do their best to get around, and the 50s come through in favor of Shock. Gimmick, here the 50, it'll go across, and LJ sends it to the opposite end of the field. Gim, not much boost, will end up being 50'd away from him. LJ, quick speed, but doesn't find the ball center. Hoxer, 50, up in the air is Lion Blaze, same with Gimmick. It'll go pretty neutral in the fall. The ball finally cleared towards the opposite end.
And there was a little bit of an extra touch from Gimmick as well that kind of took the Ghost players off guard. Didn't allow them to transition the way they wanted to. They do still find a little bit of offense as Shock was trying to find his second of the game. They'll be knocked down. Here's Hoxer off the ceiling. LJ able to get there in time. But the Ghost offense definitely coming to life over the last game and a half or so. Showing what they can do, showing they can keep up with this defense of Oxygen as Shock makes a huge save on the line. Gimmick absolutely robbed that time, and we stay 1-0.
What a save. That's what's kept these teams in a lot of these games. We see these last second very vital saves that prevent these momentum swings and prevent the equalizer goals or the lead changes. So important is defense at this level, and we've certainly seen a majority of our really fantastic plays be on that goal line. But offense, shots, those are the things that do, win the game. You need to have that score line, and right now winning the game is Ghost. They have that 1 goal, and that's the only difference between these teams in game number 3.
Oxygen looking to equalize that difference right now. Finding a little bit of space offensively. Toasty wanted LJ, but it's skied over his head. Shock on the clear. Back to the drawing board goes Oxygen. Giveaway. Hoxer now. He decides to go up with it. LJ able to get there in time. And again, maybe a shot needed that time from Ghost. Instead, trying to get fancy with it was Hoxer. As LJ quickly back the other way. But back to the midfield line we will go. And now Gimmick in a little bit of a tough spot. Needs some assistance from LJ. Finds that over top. With a minute 20 to go. Ghost trying to hang on to this 1-goal lead. They're doing a great job of making sure not to give too much space. And they even squeak a second goal through. Shock. I don't know how he fits that in that space. Oh, he just beats Gimmick there. Wow.
The speed. You've said it before with Lion Blaze beating out, and now Shock beating out. The little bit of speed, that couple of pixels beating players to the ball has certainly been the difference of a lot of these plays, and Ghost has continued to do just that on the field. Even here, Lionblaze putting it safely to his corner, gets that ball in a controllable sense, and now he's able to go the length of the field, wasting boost for Oxygen and putting them in awkward situations. Toasty will have to do the work to send this ball out, but still, Shock is on the ball. Ghost continuously pestering Oxygen's side of the field. The pass is here. Shock shot saved out by LJ, and still Oxygen just can't find the offense for themselves.
That save from LJ at least keeps them in this one. They need something in the next 20 seconds, though. They need a goal with at least time remaining. Shock cleaning up on the back end, not allowing Oxygen players to get out of the zone. And again, Ghost doing what eUnited couldn't and just maintaining their offense, hemming Oxygen in their defensive zone. And they will take game 3 for it. A very, very well played game by Ghost. And now the ball firmly in the court of Oxygen. It's time for them to respond in game 4.
Yeah, Oxygen left scoreless this game. Not too many shots on either sides of the field. In fact, all 4 shots coming from Shock on Ghost. He had a breakout game, and Lionblaze and Ox are both assisting him on those goals. So anyone right now on the Ghost side of the field can pop off. It's nice to see not Lionblaze being the only person on Ghost. So the entire team has been really facilitating each other, and that little bit extra speed and consistency has gone a long way. They're barely edging out Oxygen. This is why these games aren't blowouts. They're just 2 goal differentials so far between the two, and we'll see. Oxygen, they fought back before. LJ, a quieter game, but we again can't rely on one person. Someone else, Gimmin or Toasty, is going to need to pop off with LJ in order for Oxygen to take this one to again equalize the series score.
Well, let's see what Oxygen can bring to the table in game number 4. We are moments away. Ghost recovering from a game 1 loss, take 2 in a row, and they find themselves up 2-1 here in the final. Toasty doesn't read that one well. I don't know if he had the boost to play it or not, but ultimately he is going to get involved in the offense now. As Lionblaze around Gimmick, good read there from Toasty, winning the 50 at the midfield line. Hoxer giving that away. LJ to try to snipe that angle. Shock able to get in the way, but the offense continues to tick here for Oxygen early on.
See, bringing the ball back towards the opposite end is Oxygen, and clear for a Lionblaze, and LJ's touch to float. Toasty, a good 50, actually finds a shot off of that. Gimmick works the back wall, and Lionblaze to send it out. Clear outlet pass here to Shock, who will beat 1, tries to beat LJ, cannot do so. Small touch, this will go to Gimmick. LJ doesn't find the touch, but Toasty does. A team play for Oxygen to start out game number 4.
Yeah, and a beautiful breakout at that as well. Everybody getting involved defensively. Toasty to finish it off, of course. But really well done, finding the space they need, keeping the Ghost players guessing there. And that quick transition again, both teams struggling a little bit with that defense in transition, just pulling players out of position, overcommitting a couple of times offensively, and this time it's going to hurt Ghost as again Oxygen take a lead, but we saw in the last 2 games that lead did not hold. Rather, I guess in game number 2. But they are trying to, at the very least, build a little bit on this offense that they didn't have last game. However, Lionblaze wants to end that party real quick. Shock as well. It is played pretty well by the defense here, but not enough. Nobody home. Gimmick couldn't get to that ball in time, and that's a freed one for Hoxer.
Again, the play, the defense, it just comes really slow for Oxygen. We expected someone to be in net, but both players were rotating into third man position, it seemed, instead of someone being ready. I don't know if it's a boost problem, and they're going for those 100 boosts. I don't know if, again, it's a miscommunication issue. We've seen a couple of them, but it seems like on the offensive side of the field, they're certainly clicking. Gimmick has assisted Toasty now on 2 plays, and That's a clip
awesome.
and a half. Jeez.
I'm pretty sure that ball was going in, whether Toasty touches it or not, but it certainly was much better with the touch from Toasty. He gets his second of the game, and as you said, Gimmick now with 2 assists. He's looking for his first goal of this one. Is taken away. But good response from Oxygen. Ghosts get one back, and immediately they respond with another goal of their own, giving themselves more room to play with. But once the Ghost offense starts settling in, it can be really, really difficult to break, as we saw last game. We'll see if they can keep them on their toes here. We're 10 seconds away from halftime. Game number 4. And right now, it's Gimmick and Toasty for Oxygen.
Oxygen still pushing a demo here on Shock, and Lion Blaze to send it out. Toasty, small touch. Here comes Shock again to Lion Blaze. Lion Blaze actually finds the touch through, but it's not on target. Here again, waiting in the corner is Oxygen. Finds a clear through Toasty, and he'll bully a little bit. Shock, fantastic turn. Lion Blaze, Hoxer, everyone looking to crash the net for Ghost, but still Oxygen can bring this ball only out towards another car. Good clear here, and Shock will need to make a save because of it. Oxygen barely holding on this defense. Possible mistouch here. Toasty has a shot, but it's off target. Gimmick coming in a little bit late, but finds it. Touch pass here. Can someone? No. Hoxer bumps out LJ, and because of it, they don't find the shot. This one, that's going to be too hard of a read, even for their plays. And like that, back to neutral, back to transition, these teams go.
In the final 90 seconds as well. Ghosts still need one. Lion Blaze couldn't get that one around Gimmick. LJ and Toasty trying to see this clear. It's only as far as Hoxer. Shock trying to rotate around Hoxer. I don't think he's got too much boost in the tank, but he's got to try to make a play.
No.
What is going on with the Ghost offense there? Nobody home. That could have been a quick goal there for Oxygen, but ultimately it does bounce out of the zone. Toasty with the clear. We've got 50 seconds left. Ghost is trying to throw everything they can at the blue side right now. And we'll see if something can stick. I'd love to see another overtime between these teams.
It just seems like a lot of panic between both sides. Confidence not really there, but a bump will go in the way, and Toasty finds the hat trick.
Great game from Toasty, just doing it all himself, and a Gimmick again on the receiving end. Yeah, unofficial assist. Should have been. That should be Gimmick's second goal of this game, but Toasty securing his hat trick.
What are you talking about? That's the fun of it, though. That is absolutely the fun of it. Toasty as well with 5 shots, 5 of the 7 for his team. So instead of being the brick wall or the middleman that we've seen Toasty play, he's been up in the front lines, and it's given Oxygen a more diverse offensive style. So they're going to take game number 4, bring this series back to 2-2, and it's effectively a best-of-3 at this point. Yeah,
this is where we expected this series to be. At least this is where I expected the series to be heading into game number 5, with both teams dead even. And there you can see again Toasty with his 3 goals, a save to his name, 5 shots as well. But we gave LJ so much credit in that last series that we watched here on the broadcast against eUnited, and for good reason. I mean, he had a fantastic series. But to me this time, LJ, I wouldn't say he's been quiet, but he hasn't been the focal point of the team when Oxygen have really been clicking offensively. Obviously, Gimmick and Toasty getting involved in that last game. But it's nice to see that it's not all on the shoulders of LJ to be that spark offensively. You know, Gimmick and Toasty both can pick it up where needed.
That's the wonders of it. You see all these teams that progress throughout this super event. The farther we go into it, the more diverse the team really becomes, and the potential for each person to pop off as evenly as can be, and Toasty is still being offensive to start this game. That's a very last-second save coming out of Shock, and that almost becomes an early Oxygen goal,
Nice
but a
play.
miss here, and Hoxer will find it first for Ghost.
Yeah, this is wonderful from Shock. A fantastic pass. Hoxer reads it well. And LJ, all he can do is look up and watch that fall into his top corner. So 1-0 here for Ghost. Shock with a big save and a big assist to kick things off. And I think Ghost have put themselves in a great spot in this series, right? You took 2 games of the first 3 against Oxygen, who I think was a majority of a pretty big favorite coming in to win the entire thing. And now you start game 5 off with a bang, looking for even more. And again, I think both teams play sort of that momentum game. If you give them space, they're going to take it. And right now, Ghost doing all that they can to try to stifle this offense as Lion plays in a bit of an interesting spot there. Wanted to give LJ something to think about. Here comes Shock instead. Flip reset. But Toasty up to the task, able to knock that one away. 1-0 still, 3:35 left to go.
Hoxer, good controlling touch. 4 players all within there.
Oh.
Shock wins the 50, but saved out towards the corner. Toasty has a blocker in Gimmick, but blocked away. LJ 50, Lion Blaze has some space, and open net will indeed finish on the transition. And Oxygen, again, a little overzealous. LJ doesn't read that ball, and because of it, that's the third man that gone and leaves. You need to wonder, if he challenges there, he needs to be on target. If not, he needs to stay patient and wait for someone else to transition to rotate and help him on the defensive side of the field.
And Gimmick was demoed on that play, but I don't even know if that would have made a difference. It didn't really look like he was in a fantastic position to get back in time. But either way, the demo from Shock secures it. And now a 2-0 lead here for Ghost. They are working on the offense yet again. Would love a really as large of a lead as they can build, because Oxygen have shown throughout the tournament that they can score quick goals when they need them. So that's a good block from Toasty. And now it's a 2-on-1. Shock is retreating. Nice pass down to LJ. Beautifully done for Oxygen. They're back on the board.
It's another transition for them, and the demo leaves the last person back in net unable to save the ball. Now we're using a lot of bullying methods. We're seeing bumps and demos really utilized on that goal line. And when both teams are having issues with that third man, that last player back being deleted certainly opens up chances to get pretty quality chances and moments on that goal line. So now we're halfway through this game. Oxygen has found one, brings the differential back to 1, and we'll see if they can find another to equalize in this game.
Oh, here's a chance. Does just fall to the wayside. Toasty over to LJ off the crossbar. Again, Toasty, 2 touches, post and out. Hoxer plays it away. The crossbar, then the post. And Oxygen centimeters away from tying things up here. Still, they look to play some more offense, but good clear. Now Shock with a double touch opportunity. Toasty shuts that down as quickly as he can. And a 2-1 scoreline. Oxygen, again, so close to tying us up, but Ghost still defending the lead.
Here comes Toasty. Tries to send it off the back wall, and Lion Blaze able to get there, sends it right into Hoxer. Toasty's last back here, pops it over 1. Demoed third man. This good turn.
Ooh.
Hoxer's there, and that's Ghost with a third.
And it's just a 50 lost by Toasty that squirts right out in front. Hoxer really fortunate to be in that position. I think he was expecting some kind of 50, maybe to play along the back wall, but it right at him. And it turns into a 3-1 Ghost lead. Ooh. They're looking for even more. Here's Lion Blaze, not going to beat Gimmick, and now the transition. Though Toasty was taken out, LJ can do it all himself, and he does! God. Flip reset for LJ, and they're right back in it.
This man has so many tricks in his pocket. Pulls out An absolute gorgeous flip reset. Gets it past two people, one with the flip, one with the shot. And LJ, again, puts his team on his shoulders when they need it the most. Minute 5 remains and still only one goal now. The difference between these two teams, granted Oxygen, they've had to fight a lot harder for their opportunities. And Ghost has been just penalizing all the little mistakes on the defensive mishaps. And here again, Lionblaze almost able to push this one right under the bar. But still, Ghost finds a shot off that and some offensive pressure. Transition happening and almost it seems like not ready. Demo, but it's off target. LJ's shot could have been it. That could have been the equalizer, but just doesn't find the accuracy that it needs.
We are in the final 25. Oxygen, a valiant comeback effort, but they still need one more. They're going to have to play out of their own corner. Hoxer keeps it in. Lionblaze to finish the game. No, he goes high. I think a defender got a piece of that ball, but ultimately it stays out, and we've got 8 seconds. Toasty, tough touch. Shock is going to play it. LJ's there. 3 seconds left. They've got to do something here, but Toasty right into the defender, and Ghost again take the lead in the series off the tiebreaker, and they're a game away.
3-2 is the series scoreline for this one, but a quick update on that off-stream tiebreaker game. Akrew wins against eUnited 4-1. So if that tells you a little bit about the competition, certainly Akrew was able to pull it out, and, you know, Ghost beat Akrew, so, you never know. And Ghost now wins this game, certainly has momentum in their favor, but again, another back and forth game, a close game at that. It really can go either way.
Yeah, and I think, again, you know, my prediction was we would see a 6 or 7 game series. Here we go, heading into game number 6. I would not at all be surprised if we need one final game on Champions Field to decide things. But it's Ghost in the lead, needing just one more game to take the first super event here in the AAACS, and you know, this is going to have to be a good start from Oxygen. Can't get behind the 8 ball early, as that shot from Gimmick just not good enough to beat the defense this time.
Early transition here as well. Shock ready to put this one off the backboard. No one goes up. LJ waits patiently. Lionblaze on rotation back, sends it out to his own corner. Flicked here, sent out. Lionblaze shot, good power, but Toasty saves it out to LJ. LJ in control. You don't want to give this man space. He's so good with the ball if he can keep control. But here, a transition, double tap. No, off target, and that's a missed opportunity for Ghost. Toasty, transition. You're on the sidewall. LJ popped up, shot, but it's not on target. LJ trying to find a piece of the ball, but Hoxer instead with control is send it out across the field. Minute has elapsed. Both teams have traded shots here and there, opportunities on the field, but still no one yet to break it. Almost doing it is Ghost on that play, but still Ghost maintains some offense, but no goals yet on the scoreboard.
Traded opportunities surely, but Ghost has had the better of them so far here in game number 6. Still no score, 3:30 to go. Lionblaze flip reset. He gets a secondary touch, but Toasty was ready. This is going to be LJ downfield. He's been dangerous all day long, and he's looking to continue that here. Does defer to Toasty this time. Down in front. Lionblaze out to it quickly. Again, it's LJ. Gimmick wanted Toasty, but he was turned back. And now quickly the other way. Shock with a little bit of space. He can't get the pinch down to Hoxer. And we are going to stay 0-0 unless Shock can do something with this. Toasty was a bit late to challenge, but ultimately the ball gets away from Shock. And again, no score on the board. A quick game 6 up to this point. Both teams really giving it their all.
What we like to see in the importance. No one wants to make those mistakes. LJ working the sidewall, able to get it over a Lionblaze, but not Hoxer. Hoxer out towards center field, and Toasty to get in the way. Toasty as well with a demo. Here we go, the flick. No touch coming out from Lion Blaze. Hawks throwing the ball still in the corner. Good touch. Pop up. No one to actually hit it until Shock comes on in. Neutral ball in the territory. Someone waiting for that mistake. Demos starting to come out from Oxygen. They're trying to force a play to come alive, but that's a mistake on the touch and a last-second save by LJ. Doesn't allow that ball to roll in for Ghost.
Flashing across the goal line, LJ comes up huge, and now he's back the other way. Oh, he gets a second touch. Toasty off the crossbar. Chance of the game, and it goes off the bar. Toasty's got to scramble back to his own zone. He will grab the boost. Here's Lion Blaze to cause even more chaos. And my word, remember that play if Oxygen can't pull this game out. As they, again, trading opportunities, but Toasty, a chance to break this game open. Now Hoxer, Shock will score the dunk over LJ, and it's 1-0 for Ghost.
Such a mistake touch off this corner. That ball was meant to fly out, not towards the net, and because of it, LJ is left in an awkward position to 50 that ball, and it just goes on in. Now Ghost, they're up by 125 remains, and Oxygen coming up from behind. They've done it before, but can they do it again? They've only had a couple of opportunities this game. We noted that one earlier, right off the crossbar, but doesn't fall in. We'll see, can they find another opportunity late in this game, especially of that quality. Lion Blaze up here. LJ will fly right past him. Shock can't find the deflection. Hoxer's there to send it up across the field. Here comes Toasty down to LJ. LJ back over to Gimmick, but a little bit too far away from him, and there we go again. Ball needs to be cleared on out. Ping pong and back in neutral territory.
Ghost playing this lockdown, the midfield style. They need to stay clean through the next 33 seconds, and they will be your victors here. Good challenge from LJ. Unable to get a secondary touch on net. It is going to be Shock out to the midfield line, looking for the 50 on Toasty. Gets away from him a little bit. LJ will be able to turn it. He's got Gimmick down low, looking for a double tap. Lion Blaze takes it away. 10 seconds remaining. Gimmick to turn it. Has LJ bumped on the play. Toasty's there. Demo! Lion Blaze cuts across in the nick of time, taking that away from LJ. And now there's no time remaining. LJ's got to find some kind of space. Gimmick and Toasty both throwing themselves at the ball. Can they get this last goal? Shock wants to play it down, and he will. Ghost take game 6 and the series. Well done to Ghost. A bit of an upset over Oxygen, but the way they played, they deserved this victory all the way through.
Such a back and forth game at that too. Trading games is Oxygen and Ghost, and finally a single goal is all that writes game number 6. A valiant effort by everyone, but still just coming out on top is Ghost. Fantastic game overall. I mean, who would you give that MVP to?
Well, you know, because he didn't pick a team, he didn't predict. I'm gonna give Bass that honor. He has to pick an MVP for the series. We're gonna bring him back in one last time to wrap everything up, and I'm a little disappointed you didn't give us a prediction. But who was your MVP for this game?
My MVP for this one's got to go to Lion Blaze. I think the reality is that all the players played well. The reason I'm going to give it to Lion is because he stepped up when it counted. Like I had said, previous series that they had played, Ghost didn't need Lion Blaze to get involved in the mix. He gets involved. Look what happens. They take the win overall. They walk home $2,000 richer. So congratulations to Ghost Gaming on taking that one overall. And guys, that's the end of our first super event. That was something spectacular. 2 full days of incredible Rocket League with almost every single team that did not go to this major. Obviously, I think we can all agree Ghost was one of the most impressive teams on the day here, taking the entire thing. But I'll go to you first, Chicks. Any highlights on the day before we head on out of here?
Man, LJ, I mean, Valiant MVP for the losing team. I think LJ popped off when things mattered on the mechanics. I say definitely the most mechanical player that we saw today. So many flip resets out of him, so many controls, just everything coming out of LJ, even the saves for him. He was a huge spark for that Oxygen team, and I'd say LJ was certainly a highlight, just a highlight reel maker too across the day.
Yeah, I would say so. LJ really did pop off. It's good to see him finally get the due respect. This guy's been around for so incredibly long. He's been a good player for so long, but in tournaments like this, he not only shines, but he gets the spotlight on him and really does deserve it. Same question to you, Hunted, before we head on out of here. Any highlights for the day? Some certain plays or players you want to mention?
Yeah, well, I mean, how much time do we have? I can certainly go on for a while, but yeah, I mean, have to, of course, give LJ his props. I think the whole team, really came together to play, to make it this far, especially against SUP, where they struggled a little bit, but ultimately, I think I'm going to disagree with you in your MVP pick. I'm actually going to give it to Hoxer. In my opinion, I think he played a very well-rounded series, and it's really weird not giving a Lion Blaze team Lion Blaze the MVP. It doesn't happen often, but like I said, I think this Ghost team is so well-rounded as a squad that it's a highlight for me to be able to see them play. And of course, I got a shout out to eUnited with their new roster as well. Watching Money was a lot of fun. It's just the fact that we had so many Game 7s too, in the quarterfinals and everything. It just kind of shows how close these North American teams are, which is awesome.
It's great to see how much the bubble scene really has developed in North America to where we can have events like this, and you can obviously have your front runners, but front runner doesn't win today. The front runners actually have a lot of contests. A new front runner appears in XSET with their new roster, and they don't even make it to the semis. So it goes to show you the bubble scene is tighter than ever, which means I gotta give one more shout out. If you guys were not paying attention, the third place match has also concluded as well. Akrew have taken down eUnited in 4-1 fashion, meaning they walk home as the third place victors here today. So let's give a quick rundown on what is going on overall. First place, Ghost Gaming take home $2,000, and not only that, 75 points towards that championship during the summer. Oxygen take home second place, $700, 54 points. Akrew third place, $300 and 45 points, and eUnited finish in fourth with 36. We've got four teams tied, all for 5th through 8th in SUP, XSET, Soniqs, and Rogue, which all take home 25 points. And if you guys want to see the rest of the results and everybody in between, exclamation point bracket. It'll bring up everything that you need to know, all the information in between. But I think that's all the info we've got for the day. Again, thank you everybody who tuned in here today. This has been the AAA Challenger Series Super Event number 1. If you guys want to see more of these, we've got more coming up. We've got 3 normal Challenger Event series, as well as we've also got another Super Event before we get to that championship during the summer. So if you want to keep up with everything going on, hit that follow down below. Ring the bell to make sure you know when we are going live, as well as follow on Twitter. In addition to following on Twitter for FOB, make sure to go check out the lovely casters here today. Make sure to go follow Chixa_RL on Twitter, Hunted Cast on Twitter, and Danger Taco as well, another one of the casters here today. But that is going to be that. One more time, thank you guys for tuning in here today. My name is Bass on the Pass, joined alongside by none other than Chixa and Hunted, and we will see you guys next time for the next AAA Challenger Series event. Have a great rest of your Sunday.
Why is gamer extraordinaire Yvonne Bosworth playing with the lowest rated character on the game?
No.
Well, she's just biding her time. Because now that the Siege of Arcana is upon them...
Elves. Flank the Warlocks.
It's time to level up to a wizard, obviously. In this scenario, the character rating is the credit score, which is useful when you're predicting your ability to pay back a loan, getting good interest rates, or in Yvonne's case...
standing with the army of Xandar to protect my king.
Go get him, Yvonne. Go get him.
Archers, on my signal. Phil, dude, you're blocking my horse.
When you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never
the moon.